Where's the noise coming from? I can hear noise, but I can't see anyone making it. I think there are, I don't know, I don't want to say there's crowd noise being piped in, but I'm hearing reactions that I'm just not seeing from anybody. Here's Trick and Joe Hendry. Trick believes in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. The greatest mascot ever is Hangus the monkey at Hartlepool. He is over. He even became mayor, and that is a true fact. He became mayor. Here's Kalani. Beach Kevin said Trick believes in Joe Hendry, but Days does not. Well, if NXT paid me to believe in Joe Hendry, then maybe I would as well. But they don't. Right, I want to have a look at this flipping mascot. I want to have a look at this Hangus, Hangus the Bear. What is it, Hangus the monkey? This guy became mayor. I don't understand the story. There's nothing really special about this, is there? It's not like I don't look at that as being like a bad costume. It's all right. But he was so popular, he became mayor. Let's see if I can. Stuart Drummond is a British politician who was the first and only elected mayor of Hartlepool. He was elected in 2002 under the guise of Hangus the monkey, the town's football club mascot. He got re-elected in 2005 and 2000. There we go. It's a true story. He got elected a few times. He was, oh my God, in 2010, he was a finalist for the World Mayor Prize. Who knew there was a World Mayor Prize? These are like the greatest mayors. Love that. The Austrian mayor is the current frontrunner.
That's a good comment.
Grigny of France. Rotterdam. There have been no British and no American mayors that have won. No British, no American mayors, but there has been a Canadian. The Calgary mayor won in 2014. How do you win? What do you do? What do you do to win best mayor? Oh man, that's a rabbit hole I didn't know about. Dave Spain Club CD Palencia jersey 2016 was based on the anime Attack on Titan. I've never seen Attack on Titan. Did it have like anime characters on? There's a shirt, isn't there? Some Italian club that's like super designer. People buy it just because it's like an amazing design. They don't even support the club. But like it's really fancy material. It's just like super. I've seen loads of celebrities wearing it. They don't know anything about the club, but this club have got like this shirt that just looks stunning. Proper like looks like some at Louis Vuitton, and like all these celebrities wear it and everything. I don't know the name of that club, but there is some pretty wild shirts out there. Look up the Philly mascot, said Tatum. The Philly mascot. Oh, is that the one? Philly. Yeah, that's him. The Philly fanatic. Oh no, that's not him. Gritty. Is that the one I was thinking of? We've got them both here. So that's the Philly one. Philly Fanatic. And he's the one I was thinking of. He's the famous one. Is it Gritty? Is his name Gritty? The Philly Fanatic. Gritty. Yeah. So this guy looks fun. What is he? What's he meant to be? It looks like a vacuum. I don't know what that is. He's a fanatic. So, there we go. We've dipped out into the world of mascots as we've got about 50 odd minutes to go. Get back over. Philly Fanatic and Gritty. Okay, where are we going to now? We are going to, is this Kalani? Kalani! Kalani Jordan! Is she in a match? She's in a gear. Kalani! She's taking on Wendy Chu this weekend. Spinning rounds. She doing that bit. Do that bit. She, how many does that? She did that bit. I'm not waiting any longer, Wendy. You spooky McGrew. Is Wendy. This is interesting. She points at someone. Rosemary. Rosemary. Who's this doing?
Yeah.
TNA Rosemary. I have heard of Rosemary. I've never seen her. She's got nice hair. I like her hair. Okay, Rosemary. Rosemary's here. Okay. We found a way in. Has she been looking for a way in? Has she been on the outside of the building, like desperately searching for a way in? And there we go. So we get in this match, are we? Rosemary? What's her top say? Death Waltz? Is Death Waltz, is it? Does she not take her jacket off? She's even got a jacket on. I don't even know what she's wearing. She's got a hood. She's got a hood! Does she always wrestle in her hood? Goes against the ropes. Okay. I always thought that Rosemary was going to be Sister Abigail, said Akeem. King Yeti said, try and hide your excitement. I have no clue who this boomer is. This means nothing. You might as well have just got a girl off the street. This means nothing to me. Back elbow. I have heard of her, though. She is choking out Kalani. She goes to the outsides. But is this not the whole point of it? The whole point of it is to expose these people to a bigger audience. That's me. She collides into Kalani. She grabs Kalani. Bridges over. She seems fine. Kick out by Kalani. Akeem said you should look into Rosemary. She's awesome. Have you seen that the Grateful Dead sponsored the Lithuanian basketball jersey? No. But I don't keep up with Lithuanian basketball news, but Rosemary has got Kalani. She's trying to choke her out here. Kalani trying to find a way out. Back elbow there by Kalani, and again. Forearm strike to the back. Raheel said, Rosemary gives me Sister Sherry vibes. Nice forearm strike coming back there by Kalani. And again, another shot coming back. Akeem said, if Crazy Steve comes out, I'm going to have to fall down dead. So, lovely kick there. Love that by Kalani. That was nice. She stepped over and then it was like a Pele kick. That was nice. I like that. Kalani over by the ropes, trying to get back up to her feet. Charges over, collides into Rosemary. And again. Back elbow. Kip up. Kick to the midsection. No, miss. Oh! Flatliner by Kalani. Drop kick. Rosemary goes down. She sits up. Oh my God. She's got red eyes. Oh, I like that. Spear by Rosemary. So Kalani did a handstand, springboard handstands. And she got speared by Rosemary. Rosemary grabbing double underhooks. Headbutt there by Rosemary. Alexa Bliss would have to be the 6th member of the group, said Arrow Lock. Why would she take so long to return? Should we be hopeful that she'll be the 6th? Split leg moonsault by Kalani. Kalani gets the win. No, I don't think that the time it's taking for her to come back is an indication of anything, to be honest. From what we're hearing, it's just they're trying to get the right creative lined up. I think she will be part of the group, but I don't know that it means that she's going to come straight into the group. Okay, so split leg moonsault by Kalani. Gets the win. Is that? Who's that? I don't know what music this is. Oh, is that? So the lights go out. There's Wendy, her face appearing on the Titantron. Oh, she's behind her. Wendy grabbing a hold of Kalani. Wendy with a sick smile on her face. Is that Wendy's music? I don't know what Wendy's music is. So there we go, Wendy with that North American Championship. WWE is sucking up talent, says A.B. Jobson. Kalani wins. Kalani beats Rosemary, said Raheel, yes. Metaphor. Here's Lexis King. Okay, we've got Oro. Noam Dar is the real daddy of metaphor. A dad bod with dad jokes. Ooh. These two both talking about fathers and whatnot. Oof. They're brawling, so it looks like we're going to get an Oro Mensa Lexis King feuds. Okay, combined with that. William said, Wyatt 6 needs an unstoppable monster. Who could possibly be this monster? I say Omos as the Fiend. Oh, I don't know if people would be on board with Omos. I don't know if people would be on board with Omos. Omos, an unstoppable monster, I feel like they could have that. It is a bit surprising we haven't protected someone. I mean, could you imagine if we saw Rowan and Loomis constantly like dealing with the creeds, and like, you know, Gacy was just kind of stood back staring? I mean, then you'd have people going, why is Gacy not getting involved? Maybe when he finally does, it's just brutal. It's just brutal, just smashing people with steps and making them bleed. And do you know what'd be really cool? Imagine if Gacy didn't take the mask off and he was smashing with steps and you could see them bleeding, and he was like, oink, oink, or something like this, you know?
Sunday.
I feel like you
right
could
after supper, we're going to go live with No Mercy. This one's
just
to be
absolutely
fun. Good build up to
brutal
this pay-per-view. But folks, we're seeing much more live wrestling than anybody else out there.
I wonder if you could get that to work. Seems really cheesy.
So make sure, you know, any wrestling
like
fan,
you could get it to
send them
work.
our way. But it's funny to me, this is such a crazy stretch right now of so much wrestling. Right, literally at like the back end of summer and the start of fall and everything. But so far, despite even what Meltzer might tell you,
one of the current members, I feel like all of them just get involved and they just club away, you know, the White Six, like they're just clubbing
we're excited for
away
No Mercy. We're excited
fighting
for
like
that.
I feel like you're right, we should have had one that we kind of
Fuck
kept
the
back.
ratings.
I feel like
Tony
there should
Storm
have been one that
versus
we protected.
Mariah May. It was a great match.
Oh my God.
The
They've
Eddie
really
match
messed
between
up
Daniel
now.
Something.
They've really messed up now.
6 stars.
But I don't know that we quite have that with
MJF
any of them,
versus
because they all feel very
is
even,
fucking
don't they?
stupid.
They all feel very like
Even that,
we're going to go in and just throw hands.
No, I was just going to.
Do they need the monster? That's a really interesting.
I love it. But no, I mean, again, the issue is he's undermining his own shit. Like,
have you ever seen the chat right now, like backstage?
Come on,
no, I don't think I have actually. No. I don't think I have.
Anybody else in this chat right now thinking like I'm on my rocker?
I might be in the minority. I think NXT being a developmental with a lot of green talent should stick to 5 TV matches, focus on promos, video packages, and interviews, not 8 to 9 matches.
Yes, because I can say
hard,
this from
isn't it? Because like
the one time I started like to push back on
so they're not going to be able to go for like a long time.
And
sometimes it's about
he does this shit
like getting people onto TV and giving them the experience of competing in front of a crowd and, you know, learning the cues, and it's really difficult. Like it is going to always be a balance. You can always make a better TV show, but then are you sacrificing the development of the talent? How do you develop the talent and deliver a good TV show at the same time? That balance is tricky, and maybe the balance isn't quite right. But I think the concern would be that if you cut down the number of matches, then you're not going to have as much talent getting utilised, you know? They won't get as many opportunities. But the counter to that would be, well, NXT only used to be an hour, now it's 2 hours, so they're only getting the same opportunities they've always had. That would be the counter argument. Right, we've got Chase U. I won't let anybody take these away. I'll always have your backs.
I pretty much agree with
as
that.
As long as we've got, that's an interesting line, as long as we've got these NXT tag titles, I've always got your backs. But what about when they don't have them? What about them? We realize that we make each other better. There's no one in NXT that doesn't love chase you. So they've made it very clear they want their titles. Here's Manic Blades. How can you expect them to improve if you don't let them have matches, said James. It is that balance, isn't it? Of giving them opportunity, but then equally trying to put on as strong a product as possible. I think the bottom line has to be, if you watch NXT, you have to have an acceptance that it is going to be a different product to Raw and to SmackDown, because it is a developmental brand, and there are going to be people that are learning and that need that space to learn. It's just Manic Blade on his own. There's no Idris Enofe. He's taking up. Oh, is that who he attacked? No. Who did he attack? Brooks versus Blades. Brooks Jensen. He's really going through it, isn't he? Hey, he's a lost sheep, this boy. Earlier tonight, that was Idris Enofe that he attacked. Right, here we go. Blades comes crashing down onto Brooks. We are underway. Right, let's send our
I think he's a minority, but I think it's that it's developmental, with a lot of green talent. Should stick to 5 TV matches and focus on promos, video packages, interviews, not 8 to 9. I do think it fluctuates, AJ. I think there's some shows that are very match heavy, some are very promo heavy. I see your point, but again, I think you want that in-ring to come. You want them to be able to tell the story, be able to get in the ring and go. So I think there's a fair trade-off, but yeah, I don't mind. I don't think I ever feel like there's too many matches on this particular show. There we go. Maybe Melcher is dyslexic and hence he flipped the Jericho Tony Storm rating. Would also explain the spelling issue. The spelling issues, the grammar issues.
He's wrestling.
I don't get how
like Converse. Drives a knee into Blades. Brooks just doesn't have no aura, says A.B. Jobson. Kendall said, I want to see the new Bloodline members hit NXT before they get onto the main stage, says Kendall. Brooks Jensen is in control. I've sent you some photos. You've sent me some photos. What did you send?
I wonder if he accepted them anyway. I got it.
Did you email them or something? Brooks throwing in some shots. There. It just comes through. All right, are those real, are they? How do I show these? There's Noel with Sheamus and Drew. Noel with Hogan and Jimmy. I wonder where that was taken. Noel with William Regal. And there's Noel on his own. Very good. Okay, Blade is doing well. Brooks is down. I'm liking everything about Malik Blade here tonight, said Booker, as Brooks is climbing up. But he goes over, down goes Brooks. And he's looking to go for the cover. 1, 2, kick out, shoulder up. Charles said Brooks is lost with no direction. A.B. Johnson said, I think Delta debuts on Sunday. Nathan, shout out to you, my friends. A.B. Johnson said the 3 best matches on the all-in cards all had stories attached to them. Brooks Jensen back in the corner. He manages to get himself, that was good core strength by him. He's up top, looking to, yeah, nice elbow drop there by Brooks. 2, 3, Brooks Jensen gets the win. That match had an all right pace to it. That was all right. Brooks Jensen more dangerous. Here he is. Here's Javon. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Homie thinks I can't wrestle. But little does he know I can wrestle. Mates, I need a Javon Evans shirt. I need a Javon Evans shirt. WWE shop. I believe there is such a thing. Let's have a look. Oh, let's lie, the hips don't lie. Let's have a look at merch. Gunther, Fashion Berlin, the Ring. Oh, that's quite nice. The Ring General. That's alright. Don't mind that. What's this? Memorables and collectives. Oh, that's quite. I like that WrestleMania 9 poster. Oh, look at these signed bits. 175 for a signed Cody figure. That's alright. It's only 30 odd more than a signed Ascot.
2013 this game.
Hogan 288, Braun 87. Where was that? Where was that WrestleMania 9 poster? Imagine if that was signed by like Yokozuna and everyone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey, look at that. 384 for Stone Cold. Oh, that's good. That's good. Shawn Michaels 288. Undertaker 384. Where did they come up with these? That would be awesome if it was signed by both. Oh. I want the WrestleMania 9 one. Where's that? It's probably only signed by Hogan, isn't it? Won't be signed by Yoko. He passed away too long ago. I'm so distracted. I was looking for a Javon. Who's that signed by Seth Rollins? I'm so distracted. Oh, that's nice. That's quite nice. Okay. We want the young OG. Javon Evans. Fancy. Javon. No. Evans. No. Superstars. NXT. Where's NXT? Hall of Fame. NXT. Oh god, does that make this easy, do they? Oh, I'm bored. That's nice. If I was German, that's nice. Neat. Classic. Some nice stuff. But no Javon. Where's... Oh, what the hell? T-shirts. NXT. Where's NXT? No. Is there not one? This company. That's Euroshop. I wonder if there's one over in, like, I bet you lot have them in America, don't you? Oh, yeah, I bet you've all got one. I bet you're all wearing one now. I bet you're all wearing them in America, but no, over here, no. Oh, that's fun. Look at that. $55 signed by Joe Gacy and Dijak. It is match used from Roadblock. Look at that, a bit of crate. I need a bit of crate. That's fun. Fun. 60 for a signed Trick Willie. Some nice bits here. It's shirt size after. Nice. T-shirts. Right, we are back from commercial break. We've been at commercial break. We've got Hank and Tank. Javon. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a disgrace. This is a disgrace. We're basically a third world over here. Oh my God. That boy bouncing. I don't know if I want that boy bouncing on my shirt, though, to be honest. What does that say at the bottom? It says that boy's bouncing. Hello, we got OTM and Hank and Tank. Euroshop is shiz, and it's rubbish. There's always loads more over on WWE Shop compared to Euroshop. You ain't got no gold around your waist. Last time I checked, said Hank and Tank.
Here's what you're
So a bit of a few words exchanged. Here we go. Here's Javon. Here's the young OG. Here's the young OG. Yeah, man. Young OG. Do you know what's so good when he comes out? You just know you're going to see some goods. Young OG in the ring. This should be really good, you know, because this is Gallus are quite hard hitting. Oh my God, what is going on here? There we did it. Young G. Who's Young G? Young OG. Okay, here's Joe Coffey. Young OG against Joe Coffey. Let's go, Javon. To end strong, said Charles. A.B. Dobson said, I wish that NXT built better tag teams. I don't see main roster future for Hank or Tank or OTM. M-Dub said, do you think Uncle Howdy will take off his mask on the next Raw? Well, I don't think he'll take his mask off. I mean, we've seen Bo without the mask on. He did a sit-down interview. And he's been in the ring as Bo. So we've seen him at Bo. But I don't expect Uncle Howdy to come out and take the mask off as Howdy. We never got that with The Fiend. So I don't remember The Fiend ever coming out as The Fiend and then taking his mask off. Joe Coffey locking up with Javon. Javon goes over on his feet, shoulder tackle, but of course doesn't win that against Joe Coffey. Joe Coffey's got a good size to him. You look at Joe Coffey, he looks like a wrestler. Again, working on the arm. Young OG goes down. Young OG still grounded, trying to find a way up, kip up, and he does get up, but lovely work by Joe Coffey, grabbing the hair, pulling the Young OG right back down. So Javon is down. Kip up there by Javon. Nice headlock, goes back against the ropes, over the other sides. Shoulder tackle, Javon goes down. Joe Coffey goes against the ropes. Oh, gets caught by Javon, goes over. Nice. Yeah, good reversal, but could only get a 2 there by Javon. Throws out a kick, flips over, lands on his feet. Duck underneath, goes against the ropes. Heads in, lovely. Take over there by Javon. Very quick, going over, top rope. Bounce, straight over. Joe Coffey mustn't know, like, where these attacks are coming from, man. Wolfgang on the outsides. Moves out the way. Joe Coffey goes into the corner. Javon. Oh, big right hands. Oh, collides into Wolfgang. That looks a bit moody, man. He gets back into the ring. Joe Coffey. Oh, drop kick. Wolfgang desperately trying to get in the ring, man. Battling to get into the ring. The ring apron was flying up as he was desperately trying to get in there. Wolfgang is desperate to get his hands on the young OG. Right, has Trick been on the show? What did he do? He was backstage. He spoke to Joe Hendry. But yeah, we haven't seen him other than that. Fiend always had the mask on. It was like a separate entity, said Erasure Minds. Keem said, I can't get over the Rosemary debut on NXT. Brody said, Hank and Tank will be future endeavored before they get to the main roster. K-Pop Lover says, hey everyone, go eat pancakes. Hey everyone, go eat pancakes. Carmen Lunch said, I visited FYE. Oh, I'm interested. You visited FYE, the entertainment store. Was it good? When I went to Florida, I was pretty disappointed. But then I'm pretty disappointed with the state of physical media. I mean, for me, I grew up going to record stores. And I was never keen on vinyl. Because obviously when I was growing up, it was all CDs. I had a vinyl player, but CDs were just so much easier and sounded better. And I know people love the crackle and the warmth, but I've never had that nostalgia for vinyl. So for me, I was always going through CD recs. And yeah, I mean, there was also shows that came out in America that never came out in the UK. So going to FYE was a real treat because you could have a look and go through and find some stuff that we didn't have. But I went there. It's dying. It's just the racks have been removed. There's a lot more pop vinyl, a lot more T-shirts, less CDs, less DVDs. It looked messier. It's heartbreaking. Do you know there used to be an amazing Virgin Megastores at Disney in Florida? It used to be in downtown Disney, and it was one of the biggest I'd ever seen. 2 floors, just, I mean, honestly, you could spend hours in there going through all the stuff there. Long ago, it got replaced by, I think it's a bowling place now. Such a shame. So, yeah, FYE, the entertainment store. I do always go to the one in South Lake Mall. Was it any good, Carmen? Was it any good? Did you find anything? Did you buy anything? Was you looking for anything? What was you after? What did you go in hoping to find? Okay, we are back to the action. We got 15 minutes to go. We listened to CDs at Borders in America, and that was awesome. Yeah, we had Borders over here for a brief time. There was one in Birmingham. It was more of a bookstore, was it not? I think they sold music, but I know them more as a bookstore. But over here, we had dedicated music DVD stores. You know, we had HMV, Virgin Megastores, Our Price, MVC. There was quite a few. I'd quite happily just go, like, I'd spend a day going from one to the other, to the other, to the other.
You know it.
Using their listening posts, as you said, you could always listen to stuff, couldn't you? Oh, look at the height that the young OG gets. Springboard crossbody, but it only gets a 2. Good height. He always gets great height. Just chucks himself around the ring, doesn't he? Look at it. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. Beautiful. Hang time. That's me. That's me if I was the young OG. Here we go. Coffee collides into Javon. Javon bounces off the ropes. Almost gets pinned. Bishop said, I miss old school FYE when it was actually good. I built up my WWE DVD collection there. I thought Borders was a bookstore too in Australia, says Matter. Yeah, I think it was here. Certainly the one in Birmingham was majority books. Very much like Barnes and Noble. Like they have board games and they have a coffee shop and they have other things, but predominantly books. Perhaps it was different in America. Going up. Whoa. Oh, wow! Catches in midair. Was that like a cutter? I did see a replay of that. Joe Coffey goes up, he got caught. Midair. Oh, my God! Oh, my God! The young, oh, how did that not get a 3? Oh, my God, the young OG is too good. This guy's the future, man. This guy is the future. This guy is the now. Oh. Nice. Oh, mates. I really feel like commentary should be putting over this a bit more. These springboards, stunners. And we've had outside interference, and that's going to result in Joe Coffey picking up the victory. But it's another showcase for the young OG, man. Hard hitting. Shame about the outside interference, but I suppose they were in a bit of a predicament where they didn't want either guy to lose clean. I don't think they want to hurt. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's mental, isn't it? It's mental. Jay said, I grew up with record stores and transistor radios. If Coffey makes it to the main roster, Shamer should be his manager, said Manuel. It's the Gallus boys on tour. Days I found out during the 8 After Pro event that I attended that they are going to be at Bulldog Park. Oh, here's Tony. What's this? Oh, I'm sorry. Who took my room? It's got to be Ogre. Who took my room? We're in the restaurant. There's Ogre. He looks good, doesn't he? Sharp suits. He looks good. Is this how you want to handle things? You're my kind of guy. I don't need your compliments. I'm the ruler of NXT. Everything about Obafemi is just... The presentation of him is fantastic. You don't think I'm getting the message? Let's get straight to the point. Oba stands up. I'll wait for Sunday. I could lay waste to you and all these people. The Don versus the Ruler. This is going to be great. You had a hell of a run. I'm going to show everyone that you are mortal. I'm not sure he is. Many have tried, but none have succeeded. I once saw Joe Coffey wrestle Kurt Angle at the Hydro. Really? Damn. That is very cool. But then going to see Kurt Angle wrestle anyone is really cool. Right, Joe Hendry, I think is going to wrap this episode up. I am excited for Oba and Tony. I think this has been a decent go home, said Big Time. Did you hear about the spiders that are the size of rats that are spreading in the UK and they're dangerous? No. Spiders size of rats, UK. And they're apparently dangerous. UK's biggest rat-sized spider is back. According to RSPA, the fen raft spider was almost at the point of extinction. Ah, we were so close. We were so close. They can walk on water. Oh my God, they're like the Jesus spider. They grow as large as rats and they lurk around lakes. They were on their last legs until recently. Guys, we could have got rid of them. Someone bred them and put them in captivity. And now there's around 10,000. Oh, God. You know, spiders don't bother me, but when they get to a certain size, then they become a problem. You know what I mean? I feel like most guys are that way, not bothered by spiders. Fine, little spider, whatever. But if it's going to be like the size of my flipping head, yeah, that's a problem. And we could have got rid of them. That's very disappointing news. But I'm old. Can you explain what Riz is? Charisma. Riz. Dave, I also found out that on October 26th, AR Dub Pro will be performing at the National Guard's Armory. Well, that's great news. Carmen, keep us updated because you are single-handedly doing more for ARW Pro than they've done themselves. I feel like you are their marketing department. Need snakes to control spiders. That's what we need. We need to get some snakes. We need to get some pythons. That'll fix the situation. Okay, wow, really, we were real close. That's actually going to get a good 100% score. It's sadly just misses out on being great. Stay away from swimming in England, said Christopher. Dave said Riz, but didn't explain it. I did. I said charisma. That's where it comes from. It comes from the word charisma. Riz. Rat-sized spiders. That's where the conversation has gone, yes. I'm going to keep my American guns. You lot can keep the rat spiders. I'm going to get a gun. I'm going to get a gun just in case there is a rat-sized spider. Hang on, you've got horrible stuff in America. You've got alligators. I don't think we don't have them. You have alligators that are just chilling. Let me take you on a ride, Liv. Hey, you guys know me as Liv. Let me take you on a ride. No, because I don't know what else is in the car, and if it pulled over. I don't want that on my records. The Beach Kevin, hello, shout out to you. Days, I once saw Bruno Sammartino. Did you? I mean, you could, because he was competing in the 80s. I once saw Bruno Sammartino and Undertaker take on Andre the Giant and CM Punk at Buckingham Palace. It was a great show. I've got doubts. I've got doubts that that happened. I'm not saying it did happen. I'm just saying I've got doubts. I wonder if there was someone in our community that did see Bruno Sammartino and weren't just making it up like a liar. You got to watch out for Beach Kevin. You'll have Uncle Howdy after you. James said Emma Raducanu just got knocked out at the US Open in the first round. She's done. She's done. It's over. Her career's over. Big Time said, Days, don't you live in the countryside? Maybe a giant spider's lurking underneath your bed. Could be. As long as it doesn't bother me, I'm all right. It can stay there for all I'm bothered. Just don't go near my face. Right then, just going through the No Mercy cards. We haven't left much time for this final segment. I know there's an overrun, but we're pretty much done with normal time, aren't we? Days, Bash in Berlin is going to be awesome. Yeah, looking forward to it. But have you ever come across the famous soap actress or actor from EastEnders, Coronation Street? No. Probably would if I lived in those areas. Coronation Street's filmed in Manchester, so if you was out in Manchester, I'd imagine that you would come across them. But I don't. Okay, Joe Hendry's making his way out of... I don't know what's up with me tonight. I'm just messing up names. No, crocodiles are friendly, said Torbury. What with this guy? This might be friendly. So it's another of his concerts. Never smile at a crocodile, says Massa. Nathan said, Days, next time I'm at FYE, I am getting Roman Shredder. I love my tribal chief. Oh, are those out now? The new WWE Turtles figures? They've been wearing the gear, haven't they, New Day? There's a lot of arm waving. I just want to thank you for choosing to spend your evening with me. He's surely not winning. Surely. I cannot thank you enough for the support. There's a sign in the crowd that says, "We want Zelina, push Zelina." Okay, so there's a song for Ethan Page. I believe that's a G that he's gone into there. Maybe, don't really want to know. I don't want to show you how he stays in shape. gets excited when he's playing with himself. Okay. I saw Bruno at a local giant egg grocery store, says Jane. Ethan sucks. Believe in Joe. Ethan, put on some clothes. If Joe starts singing Oasis songs, what will happen? We just have to sing along. So it's just repeating the line, but it's been interrupted by Ethan Page. We are done with sing along. Sorry, Henry, it's Jova, says Aubrey. It's Jova. You want to embarrass your NXT champion? Okay. Joe is basically the new Roman, says Daniel. Exactly the same. Okay, so the crowd is still singing that song. I'm the NXT champ. Who the hell do you think you are? I love the NXT audience. They're fun, said Sis. I mean, you've got to give them credit. They're up for it. You're not an NXT superstar, says Ethan. But I am. I know what's best for these people, says Ethan. What's best for these people is keeping you out of NXT. There's no sign of that happening. Who's coming out now? Ava? You should be flattered that Joe took the time to write such a special song. Do you remember I told you I had some things to sort? Special guest referee. He is here right now. Work that trick. Work that trick. Work that trick. That trick. Work that trick. Oh, look at the shot. Yes, Trick Williams comes out. He's going to be special guest referee for this one. Got to get him on the card somewhere. Yeah. So Joe Hendry slams Ethan Page down. 1, 2, 3. Do we think Roxanne will break Aska's record? I don't know where we are with that, to be honest. I don't know how close we are. Pete Dunne. Hey, Trick. Consider yourself lucky. Don't think you're going to make it to next Tuesday? Does that mean that Pete Dunne's going to deal with Trick this Sunday? There we go. There we go. That was this week's NXT. That was okay. I don't think there was anything mind-blowing there for me, but it was okay. That wasn't thinking. We've done all the scores, haven't we? Yeah, do you know, not one match tonight got into that great range. That's a bit disappointing. We did get a good 100% with the young OG, but it didn't quite make it, so it just fell short. Big Time said I thought it was fine. I'd be giving it like a 6.75. Daniel said I think that was a solid 7. Nathan said I think it was about a 6. Well, we will put up the poll. We will put the poll up on the second channel so that people can vote. I think it's a perfectly fine go home. It's a go home, but yeah, you know, this weekend looks like it's going to be good. Solid show, but nothing special, said Chitem. Eric said, I'm surprised Pete hasn't had an extended run in with Chase U and Rich. Max said, that was an insane ending. Surely Trick will cost Ethan. Joe deserves the title. Endup's giving it a 5. Matt has given it a 5.5. Amy Jobson said 7.5. James said NXT's weekly matches have been a little flat of late. 6 said Kader. Aaron said 9.5. Big Time said I'm genuinely excited for the CW episodes. Hopefully NXT catches more fire. We're just coasting a little bit. You might be right, you know. You might be right. This might just be us sort of coasting a little bit. I can understand them having some big things planned for when we go. I mean, listen, that CM Punk show, the Randy Orton show, they're going to be big. When we do make that move to the CW network, that is going to be big. Are they just saving some of the big stuff for when that happens? I don't know. You would think they would still want to have some momentum, though. But I don't know. I've said before, I don't think there's any sacrificing of the shows. I don't think they're trying to make SmackDown a worse show because it's about to move. I don't think they're trying to make this a worse show because it's about to move. It's in their interest to make the shows as good as possible. So I think they are trying, but I can agree that some of the real juicy storylines, some of the really good stuff, they are probably just delaying that for when we make that move. So, yeah, I think this is sort of where we are. But listen, this Sunday, I feel like we're about to get someone. I mean, we had Jada and we had Roxanne talking to someone off camera, didn't we? So that fills me with confidence. It's not going to be us getting hyped and then it's not going to deliver. I'm very confident that there will be someone that makes their presence felt this Sunday. And so that really adds to the excitement. So... yeah, you know, the show was what it was, fine. It was, you know, fine. But all eyes turn to Sunday. Days, is that the same shirt from yesterday? Is that unsanitary? Well, it's not the same shirt. I just have loads of black shirts. Just loads of different black shirts, so I change my shirt every time. I couldn't wear this, it would be all clingy and everything. I couldn't. Amin said, are you going to do another Wyatt 6 Unseen? Well, I'm just going to have a look at what the news is, to be honest. I mean, I do a Wyatt 6 one if there's loads of talking points. I think we did a pretty good job of rounding up everything. I mean, we did a 20-minute and there wasn't Unseen, it was a Wyatt 6 one. I feel like this one probably will just be unseen, to be honest. But until I actually go through what's happened and my notifications and get everything in the folders, I never quite know. But I would expect it to be unseen. So. Right, big time. How mind-boggling that there was even a theory that the PC could go to Vegas. All of a sudden, NXT likely goes to the Apex. That would have a terrible atmosphere as seen by Battlegrounds and likely weak crowds. Well, I don't know about the weak crowds because the population in Orlando is 300 and some thousand. The population in Las Vegas is 600 and some thousand. So there is a large community of people in Las Vegas. So it seems like you could go and you could support a regular. I mean, there ain't loads of people in NXT. I mean, I couldn't even tell you the number that's there, but I mean, it ain't 200, I don't know, if that. And there ain't loads. It's not a massive crowd. Like, I think you could find a community in Las Vegas. If there's 600,000 regular people that live there compared to 300 and some thousand in Orlando, then I feel confident that you could get an NXT community together. So, yeah, I don't know. I sort of feel like you need that community. You need people to feel settled, you know? That's a lot of people that go week in, week out. There's a ginger kid that goes that I see all the time in the crowd, so I know that there's like a community that's built up there. You'd have to rebuild that in Vegas. Because I think, like, you know, that makes it, you don't want just a different load of people every single time, but I don't think you would have that if they did make that move. Tony said, thoughts on the Monet fight? I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it, so I can't comment. All I know is that people were not keen on it. Could it be Cora Jades? Oh, I suppose it could be Cora Jades. Could be a return.
Battleground.
Could be a return.
Yeah, I guess, but I think that's just, that's what the internet does.
NXT Spear said Corey.
And now there's multiple reports.
That's interesting.
So I have no idea.
It's the UFC Spear
the
show
whole
in
UFC
Vegas.
Apex thing is
They
part
haven't
of
done
why
it.
it's not.
I mean, I don't know what ticket
It
sales
makes
look like
sense
for it, but
if they're going to move just the performance center. I didn't think it would be moving all of NXT and the whole wholesale deal to it. Well, that's part of why I thought that, like, that's kind of strange because it doesn't make sense to have the performance center in Vegas, but NXT
tickets for
wholesale.
that are more expensive. I don't know
And then that's when I saw the reports and like, no one's talked about that. I was like, all right, that probably makes the most sense here.
The high cost.
Was it an observer report? Is that where it came from?
The cost is exorbitant. Like I said, he expected the gate to
How
be
the
about
mighty.
27 million. The current live gate record is
Big,
UFC 205, which did
bigger than that.
17.7 million. He thinks the gate for this could be
But we will call
27
out. I think
million.
we're good for last call. Get your last thoughts in, your last chat. We'll click through what is there, and we will get to as many as we can.
I just keep trying to still
Loads
play
of
the game.
money.
I was like, can we keep this fucking
I don't understand
engine going?
I'll have to read about it. This looks like a very interesting article.
I missed the whole backstage segment.
But the show hasn't happened. I don't know what
I
ticket
think we
sales
were
are.
on two. We were too lost.
Jimmy
We
Dixon
got that
said
Nelson
is
Madness
that
in
I
it's
here.
a
missed
Sasha
Spears
match.
altogether.
It made the match harder. She's not close to being on the same level
But,
as
I mean,
Mercedes says.
warranted though, because
Tony
at
said, what has
one
been the best PLE
Sean
besides
Spears.
WrestleMania this year?
I'm
I
a
thought
thing with it
SummerSlam was
over
really good.
It's a little,
I think SummerSlam got an
he's a little
excellent
bit like Charles
score
Baseball
from the community.
from like House of
So you'd probably go with that. But
You
yeah,
kind of don't
WrestleMania,
fully
I
get
think was
what's
probably the
going
best.
on, but you know it's
But
supposed to be.
SummerSlam, did he get like a score of about 9 or something like that? Did well. Right, I'm going to go anyway.
Give it time.
Got
Give it
bits to
time.
do, but big shout out to everyone that joined us. It was a go home. It had a few moments. The in-ring was, not quite where we needed it, but hopefully that changes. So we'll be back with No Mercy Watch Along. And we'll see what is next in the world of NXT. So big thank you for joining us. I'm going to go off and do AC, and I will see you again.
Show up on
next time.
Sunday.
Bye for now.
Give that to me. I think we've all been that. Give it to me. if that match happens, whether it's fucking Emergence, Bound for Glory, whatever TNA pay-per-view name or any NXT pay-per-view name, just I need that to happen. Ho 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 ho! You see, you cursed Meltzer, and now he's cursed you.
No, I mean, again, I know I had a lot.
Just no. Just fuck you and your curse.
Right, take that back. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Orlando and Las Vegas demos are different. Orlando tourism is different than Vegas. Florida is better for wrestling.
Yes, I don't work for a travel agency, though.
Right.
So I respect the game. I respect the name, but you can have that evil one of them.
Yeah, but logistically, it just seems silly to have them in two different places.
Oh, it's dumb. I don't think it's happening. But that's again when you're in a fake Meltzer world, wrestling, journalism and everything. That any sort of report that you go with that gets any bit of traction becomes factual. Like think about it. This man pronounced a man unalive as he was sitting there fully with a heartbeat and breathing through his lungs, and just gets to sit there and say, "My bad." Fuck you, my bad. Because there's fucking family members and shit that would see that. There's people that care about these fuckers and everything that would see that. And, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. You just get to go, my bad, and just walk away. Like you pronounce someone being unalive before they were unalive.
Yeah.
That doesn't pass in any other form of fucking media or news or reporting ever.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Nick, absolutely. Where was it? MVP, thank you for that. But ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned already, we are back tomorrow for Dynamite. We have Sunday No Mercy. Saturday, we're going to Bash in Berlin. Friday, the Mega Stream, 4 shows and maybe more. Plus Thursday, 3 previews and predictions, all in one jam-packed night. Plus the return of the Chapeau that runs the show. He's been missed, and he can be on screen and trying to stir the pot. But it's going to be a fun week here on the channel. We got so much more coming your way. We're working on new shows. We just established what our next Word episode is going to be. The lynching of Dave Meltzer.
No. You cannot say that. No.
A verbal lynching. But ladies and
No,
gentlemen,
it is the intervention. It is the intervention.
either way, he's getting that kick. But we thank you guys for being a part of the show. Follow us on all our social. Follow us on everywhere we go. I don't know. I'm not listing them out, but go check them out. Get some merch, and we will see you as the week goes on. Be a friend, tell a friend, and let's see if we can make this weekend the biggest weekend in the channel's history. And as soon as you leave here, hashtag Nick.
Hashtag stop the Meltzer. Our shit is real. Our shit is raw. Our shit is authentic. When you talk about that wrestling, that whole life.
See you on the flip side, folks. Come back tomorrow.
My girlfriend.
Phenomenal. Joe Henry concerts have so far been, yeah, they've all been great. They've all been great so far. They haven't been a single day yet. This is what, concert number 2 or 3.
I think this is the second concert on NXT. Yeah.
Oh,
Joe
yeah.
Henry. Yeah, I think it's
Two, man. It's been great.
So here's the thing now, there's kind of a lot to get into with them as well, because the big thing, two teases here. So first of all, the big thing is that we are going to be having a special guest referee in this match. And that special guest referee is going to be Trick Williams, who has kind of been getting screwed multiple times by Ethan Page for several times now. But, so he's
What is going on, guys? Thank you so very much for joining us on Tuesday night. It is Tuesday Night Titans, episode number 63 for your Tuesday, August 27th, 2024. I am your host, JD from New York, as always, joined by my co-host and very good friend, the one and only, Jason, a.k.a. the Solomon. So what's going on, bro?
You know, it's going to be 93 here tomorrow.
You know, I was just saying to myself while I said the intro, the summer's almost over. Where's it going?
You know, it's been nice the last 2 weeks, and then I see that it's going to spike back up into the mid-90s. I go, what the hell happened here? It's been comfortable.
I know, man. Hey, listen, man, the last couple of weeks, I actually have slept most of the weeks, the days rather, within those last couple of weeks with the windows open and the fan on, no air conditioning. So it's like, I'm already getting the feeling of pumpkin spice lattes, man. I'm getting the feeling of just cinnamon, Halloween, yeah, man. It's all that good stuff, you know?
Yeah. Well, I love October. I mean, October's my month, but you know, I'm not quite ready for October weather yet. So I'm good for like 60s, low 70s. You know, they say September has the best weather of the year.
I don't know, man. I would have to say October does, man. I'm the fucking geek who's already walking around with a pumpkin spice latte. The Starbucks already released their fall menu, so of course you know I'm all over that.
You and your pumpkin spice latte. I'll never hear you talk about it. One of these days, I'm gonna have to try one of these things and see what all the fuss is about.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Also,
It's,
another thing that we
it's
got was
just
a
something that
tea,
I'm
by the
addicted
way.
to, man. I'm a coffee addict. I'll be showing up to Chicago, so will this guy. I'll be with a latte. I don't know if he'll be with a latte, but next week, legitimately, about a week from, I would say this Wednesday, Thursday, we have H-O-G in Chicago Thursday. Next week, we'll be making our debut in Chicago. And the main event of the show is a banger. Mike Santana and Mr. Dijak, the H-O-G World Championship. I know you're excited about that, bro.
Oh, I'm very excited. I mean, we've got a women's championship match, too, that was added only a few days ago. We got Megan Bain defending her title against Kylie Ray. I think in her H-O-G debut. And Zilla Faku and Mustafa Ali is back. So there's a lot of good stuff going on in Chi-Town next week.
Gringo Loco will be joining us. Amazing Red will probably be roaming around somewhere. Who knows what he's going to be up to? We got Charles Mason. I don't know what he's going to be doing, if he's going to be in the building. Hopefully not. But we will have a great time in Chicago. So if you guys are listeners of the show and are in Chicago, Jason and I would love to see you, so come hang out. That is next Thursday. So we'll see you guys there. But tonight we got business to get into. We had a unbelievable weekend of pro wrestling, and that is directly responsible. Coming out of London, All In, Tony Khan and Company, Jason. I put it in the thumbnail of tonight's stream because I didn't really know how else to kind of relay our feelings about it, but that might have been the most emotional AEW pay-per-view of the entire year, man. And this is a year where Tony Khan had Sting right off into the sunset with probably the greatest retirement of our generation. And AEW for All In on Sunday night, man, they fucking absolutely nailed it. And it was an amazing show on Sunday.
Yeah, they deserve a lot of kudos for that because certainly the key matches on that show, the big main events, I don't think they could have gone any better than they did. I mean, that's about as close to perfect as you could ask for. And you mentioned emotion, and that was the thing, that show closing scene. As much as I wanted, when we first found out that Danielson had won the O and he was going to go to the main event, and it looked like he was probably going to walk out with the championship. And I was hoping that Swerve would walk in and get a win, or we would get Swerve and Hangman. We're going to get that. But the story they told, and that final scene of Brian in the ring, and of course he's covered in blood, but he's got his wife, he's got his 2 kids. As Final Countdown is playing in the background, confetti is falling. As somebody who was there in New Orleans when he won the championship at WrestleMania, that was emotional because you knew the backstory, right? You knew what he had to crawl through to get there. That moment never should have happened. And I remember what the atmosphere in that building was like, and even on Bourbon Street when the show was over. So I wasn't there in England. I kind of wish I was, but you could just tell watching on TV just how great that moment was for him. And after the show, he made the comment. He said that was the greatest moment of his career. Think about how long of a career he had. Think of all the moments that he's had, including that WrestleMania moment. But with his family there and knowing his career is winding down, for him to turn around to Tony Khan and say, look, that was the greatest moment of my career, that answers the question, why did Tony Khan do that? That's fun.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've seen some people compare the moment to WrestleMania 30. I mean, I don't know why these engagement farmers on social media go about the business that they do. I don't know why we need to compare. They were both great moments in their own right, 2 different stages of his career. I'm not going to bullshit with you guys. I even said it on social media. It was very difficult for me to hide some watery substance coming out of my eyes on Sunday night because I'm such a big Brian mark. I legitimately teared up when he won at WrestleMania 30, and I teared up on Sunday night just because of what that man has given us. He's absolutely one of the most selfless individuals that I think we've ever seen in the game. And Brian at WrestleMania 30, I mean, some people are saying that he said that it's his best moment ever. And just think about what he did at WrestleMania 30. He beat all of Evolution. one of the greatest WrestleMania matches of all time with Triple H to open that show. Miracle on Bourbon Street. I mean, that's a high fucking praise coming from him to say that. But again, it's two different stages of his career. I mean, I don't even think he was married to Brie at that time. Now he's got 2 kids. He's married to Brie. He's in front of 55,000 people. Tony Khan has given him basically everything he could possibly ever want. I loved it. I mean, I said this on Sunday as well. Tony Khan, you know, we give him a lot of grief. The community gives him a lot of grief. But the man knows how to make a moment. And I am not afraid to admit that. I mean, when Tony Khan wants to make a moment, he knows exactly what the moment needs, what the moment calls for. And he delivered one of the greatest moments I think we'll ever see with Bryan at All In. This is their second All In, WrestleMania style All In. And I mean, this is after Sunday night, they're off and running. This is gonna be the other show that is not WrestleMania. It's gonna be the biggest show in the entire industry. And they proved that on Sunday night. I loved everything about this show, minus a couple of things which Jason and I will talk about, but what a grand slam. And I hope Wednesday's follow-up is a true follow-up to what they did on Sunday, because they're hot right now, and I hope that they can keep that momentum.
Yeah, they got momentum coming out of that show for sure. And I think there's a lot to be excited about, which, you know, we will get into when we talk about the show, as far as some new faces that showed up, faces that have returned. So they've got something good, and now we'll go into tomorrow night. They have another pay-per-view in 2 weeks, too. So there's a quick turnaround to All Out. But already, you know, as far as like the top stars, you can kind of sketch out in your mind where certain people are likely going to be ending up. And then I know we'll get into a lot of the big announcements they made as well. So, you know, talking about momentum, you look ahead to 2025, not only are we still waiting on word about a media rights deal, which is going to be the biggest deal in the history of that company. But Tony Khan, I mean, no pun intended, he's going all in on the international scene in 2025. So there are some other big shows coming up next year. Hopefully they can carry that momentum forward. There was a bit of a lull there, you know, during the summer. A lot of dynamites, you know, creatively it just was a very mixed bag. But certainly coming out of that show and the end of that show, there was a lot that they should be very happy with, very proud of. And apparently, not only as far as creatively what they did, but as far as pay-per-view buys, the show did very well. I think Tony Khan said it was second only to Sting's retirement at Revolution. So those are good things for them to build on going forward.
Absolutely. We are going to get into all of All In, guys. We're going to get into some Bash in Berlin. We got preview and predictions as well. We got some other news and notes. Swerves on a major multi-year contract extension with AEW. We'll go over that. There was news today that broke about the Performance Center potentially moving to Las Vegas. WrestleVotes reported something. Sean Ross Sapp reported something else. Apparently, it was, for now, debunked. WrestleVotes is still standing his ground on that news. We will get into that as well. Mauro Ranallo is making a return to pro wrestling. The GOAT himself is back, but not with WWE or AEW. And we got a whole slew of shit to talk about. So I appreciate you, Jason, appreciate you joining us here on Tuesday nights. Follow us on social media. Everything you need is linked down below in the description as always. Make sure you guys follow Jason on YouTube as well. Everything you need for that.
This amount of time, and for the audio listeners, I'm putting my hands really, really close together. This amount of time wrestling versus, Rosemary, who has been in the business for this amount of time.
Make sure you guys
a huge difference in experience levels. And of course, for me, I did find it a little hard to believe.
Not gotten your t-shirt, your Tuesday Night Titans t-shirt. It is now available on bonfire.com. It's still going, so make sure you guys go check that out as well. And as always, hit that thumbs up. Right now, I know you guys are watching a very lame duck episode of NXT, but when that's over, I know you guys are going to be coming over here. So if you guys are in the chat right now watching us, please hit that thumbs up. I would really appreciate it. Let's try for 1,000 likes tonight on TNT episode 63. As always, Jason, start us off, man. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I think off the top here, I'd just say a few words about sad story, which was the death of Sid Vicious, a.k.a. Psycho Sid, who I know, and I saw you said something about it as well. You know, growing up, both of us, I think, as wrestling fans, were very familiar with Sid. We used to watch Sid, whether it was WWE or WCW. And so that came out of left field. It was surprising. It was depressing to hear. A lot of what I've seen of Sid in the last several years was really on Facebook. Every now and then there'd be a photo that would pop up of him, and it was always with his grandkids. So you could tell, like, he was enjoying being a family man. He was enjoying being a grandfather. And I think the saddest thing about it is, because we hear about so many wrestling deaths, I mean, just in the last couple of months. I mean, we heard about the Wild Samoans. Kevin Sullivan recently passed away 2 weeks ago. But what makes it sadder for me is the fact that there are a lot of wrestlers from his generation who didn't even make it into their 50s, let alone their 60s. And he passed away, he was 63 years old. He was able to make it to his 60s and had multiple grandkids and was enjoying that part of his life. And now it's over a lot sooner than it should have been. So he didn't really have the chance to enjoy his golden years in the way that he really should have been able to. I did see there was an update from his son Gunnar, who was the one who broke the news on Facebook. There was an update from him just explaining the circumstances that, he was very private about his medical issues. And back in 2016, he was diagnosed with congestive heart failure and had a pacemaker put in. But it was 3 years ago, he was diagnosed with stage 4 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Kept it very quiet, was still working out, living life. But he indicated in the Facebook post that I guess they were able to figure it out, that they linked his cancer to a certain type of weed killer. So I don't know what that's about, if that could have turned into a legal issue or not. But I know there were other reports that he had also gotten COVID recently, although his son didn't mention that. But whatever it was, he was just interviewed. He was at an appearance only, I think, last month, and was interviewed. It was like a quick little 6-minute interview for a podcast that somebody conducted with him. And he was, answering questions, and he seemed a big smile on his face and seemed okay. And so I just wanted to mention that off the top here, because he was a very big part, I think, of both of our fandoms, growing up as wrestling fans, and obviously a 2-time world champion both in WWE and WCW, 2-time WrestleMania headliner, worked with all the big names. There's a lot of funny moments involving Sid in both companies, but also some pretty memorable matches as well. Probably none bigger than the one at Madison Square Garden against Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, that's the one that stands out to me with Jose Lothario. He took the camera right to Jose Lothario's chest, powerbomb to Shawn Michaels, crowd went crazy. I mean, you would think that Psycho Sid was walking into that show as the baby face going up against Shawn Michaels. It was a tremendous atmosphere. I wasn't even in the building for that. I remember that so vividly as a child. I said this last night on my Monday Night Raw review. Two aspects of Sid that I really just admired. He came out and you knew he meant business. He was one of the more legit, intimidating big men in the business. You knew
he had a great look.
He had a great look. And you know what? The one thing I said this as well. The one thing that really stood out about his look is fucking curly hair. I think the curly hair made him look like a fucking psycho. Honestly, it's he just had the facial expressions, the body language. I said, if you're a young kid growing up in the business and you're starting out to become a pro wrestler and you want to learn how to do the simple basics, Psycho Sid is definitely somebody on the list of people to go out and watch and kind of learn from. His body language, his facial expressions were second to none. They were fucking great. And he was just larger than life. I remember just watching him as a kid, whether it was against Hulk Hogan or The Undertaker or Shawn Michaels or whoever it may be. And he just looked like he was just unbeatable. And he's definitely going to go down as one of the greatest big men in the history of the business. Like you said, a 2-time WrestleMania main eventer with Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 8, and then The Undertaker. That was The Undertaker's first, I would say, WrestleMania main event world championship win there. He had won the championship previously from Hulk Hogan. But, it was very sad. At 63 years old, man, it's just, and you and I have been through this time and time and time again, man. 63 is fucking young. It is so young. I don't understand why, it happens the way that it does, but he will go down in history as one of the greatest big men of all time. And I don't want to say it hit me like devastatingly hard, but it was like what? Like I couldn't believe what I was seeing and reading yesterday, and it's very sad. My thoughts and prayers go out to his family. And I said this as well yesterday. I don't know if you feel the same way. Psycho Sid, the character itself, it kind of lived on through multiple generations, and it never really worn thin. And I felt like if you took Psycho Sid from what we remember him being in the late 80s, early 90s, going on into the beginning stage of the Attitude Era, and you placed him in today's WWE, I think he'd fit like a fucking glove. Honestly.
Well, I mean, anybody who had that look, when you talk about crime Sid, when he was in his physical prime, he was always a big guy. But you take a guy who was a legit 6'9", 300 pounds, looking the way that he did, he had a charisma about it. You know, because there's people who will rag on him for the kind of in-ring worker that he was, and it's not like he was going out there having Mac classics. That really wasn't his role. His role was to go out there and be the destroyer, you know, choke slam people, power bomb people. I was a big fan, big mark for the Sid power bomb. So that was another element.
He had a great look at chokeslam too. That one-arm chokeslam.
The one-handed chokeslam was great. I remember he used to have those handicapped squash matches on TV. Rob Van Dam's talking about it. He was in one of those squash matches back in the early '90s, and he said that when they went to the back when the match was over, Sid came up to him and his partner, and thanked them for making him look good, and then he said Sid gave him $20, which he said it's not much, but for the road, who does that? How many guys would do that? Back then or even today. So yeah, I mean, it's just there was an impressive, like an awesomeness about him, just from a presence perspective. And his promos, again, they can be very wacky, but they were always very entertaining. He also did a lot of blinking when he was doing the Psycho Sid character. But I have a lot of fond memories. I mean, again, some of the moments are funnier than others. I mean, there's the famous live promo he was doing, I think it was on the pre-show for one of the pay-per-views. And he was part of the $1 Million Corporation at the time. And he lost his train of thought. He looks over at Jim Ross and goes, "I'm sorry, can we start over?" Jim Ross is like, "We're live, pal." So he's like, "Finish the promo." I was like, "Oh no!" So like that's an infamous moment that he's a part of. And then of course in WCW, did you see any of the stuff with Goldberg when he was feuding with Goldberg?
It was all over Twitter. Like I was never a big WCW guy. I went to high school. I was definitely pro WWE. I didn't really pay attention, but all week I've been seeing these clips of him yelling Goldberg with some squad compact car. Like, I don't know what happened there. I don't know what the whole history there is, but I mean, the way he comes off is just so fucking funny, and it's not even supposed to be funny. It's just the way he kind of accentuates himself.
Yeah. I think, and again, I wasn't hugely into WCW at that point either, but I think what happened was Goldberg, they were feuding, and his rental car, and it got squished. And just the way he runs over to it, he stands on top of what's left of it, and it's like Goldberg, like Wrath of Khan or something, like looking up at the heavens. And I'm just like, that's entertaining. You know what I mean? Like, that's just campy, over the top, stupid pro wrestling is what that is. So yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of moments like that kind of make you laugh or smile. And yeah, he'll be missed. Again, he's just one of those guys from that era. I just feel like we keep hearing about them. And look, that's life. People get older, people pass away, but a lot of these guys, they should still be here. And like you said, 63 was still very. Look, Sting just wrestled his retirement match earlier this year, and he turned 65. And so he was also someone who worked with Sid before. So it's a shame. I'm glad that WWE, credit to them, they whipped up that tribute video within like 2 or 3 hours that they aired on Raw last night. So I'm glad they did that. And he'll be somebody who certainly will not be forgotten.
What about his theme music? Before we get to All In, someone told his theme music was great, but someone told me, because I mentioned last night, I didn't really know the history of his theme music, and I know you're a very good historian yourself. Someone said that Jim Johnston didn't compose his theme music. Is that true?
I was always of the impression that he did, and I know his music was on the Full Metal album.
I had it,
which I thought was all Jim Johnston produced in some form or fashion. So that would be news to me if that were the case, and surprising because WWE, not having control over that kind of stuff or outsourcing it to someone else would surprise me. Because at that point, I think Johnston was pretty much doing all the music, like early to mid '90s. Once like Jimmy Hart left, because Jimmy Hart had produced a bunch of themes in the late '80s, early '90s. That's the first I'm hearing of that, if that's the case. Again, it's just one of those instrumental themes, no lyrics or anything like that. Jim Johnston, though, he was known for that sort of thing, whether that was his or not, where you would give him a sense of what the character was, or maybe he would meet with the person and learn something about their personality, and then it would just come to him. And so that music fit that Psycho Sid character perfectly. So I loved the music. Whether or not he did it or not, I have no idea.
Yeah, we'll have to look that up. Or if someone's watching us right now and you want to kind of chime in and let us know if you have any backstory on his theme music, that would be fantastic. But what is fantastic here is David M. Oh my goodness, David M. coming in big with a $100 super chat. He says, "You tell me what heel got a bigger pop at Madison Square Garden than Sid at the 1996 Survivor Series." It's pretty fucking big, man. I was happy that he won it that night.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can remember watching that live at my friend's house. I wasn't there at the Garden, but I'll never forget when Earl did that dramatic crawl over for the 3 count. And you can see right in the aisleway, there was a female photographer who was like devastated that Shawn Michaels was about to lose. Like she drops her head at the 3 count. But like Vladimir, the superfan, is right there. He's happy as can be. I remember he gave Sid a big hug when Sid was going around to the fans when he left the ring. And everybody was putting their fists out, you know, because Sid, it was weird. He was a babyface at the time. I think people sometimes think, oh, he was the heel, but they were cheering him. He wasn't really the heel. It was basically 2 baby faces. And they were kind of friendly with each other at the time. Because if you remember, when he came back to the company in '96, that summer, when the Ultimate Warrior flaked out, they brought Sid back. He was on Shawn's team for a pay-per-view match that they had. So he just got over. I still to this day don't know exactly what it was, but he was so fucking over in the latter part of 1996. Like that run, that second run that he had there, whatever it was, people were going nuts for him. And so in the Garden that night, look, you see someone that looks like Sid, and then Shawn Michaels comes out, he's prancing and dancing to the ring and doing half a striptease. Who do you think the people in New York City are going to cheer?
Bro, I'll tell you right off the top. I started to really just despise Shawn Michaels at that point. Even at that age, I'm like, this shit is just fucking cringy. I just felt like the company was shoving him down our throats. So like I said, when Sid won the championship and they took it off of Shawn Michaels for the brief period that it was, because he only won it right back at the Royal Rumble. I love it. I wasn't a big Shawn Michaels babyface guy at all at that point.
Yeah, no, but I mean, and again, to their target demographic, it's not a surprise that they would have been cheering Sid. And part of it also is just New York, and that's just the way New York can be sometimes. But yeah, you would think they would boo the guy after he hit a senior citizen in the chest with a television camera, but that only made him more popular. So
I guess. No.
It's like Bronson Reed going around squashing people, all the baby faces on Raw, and people chanting one more time.
I know. It's crazy.
Something with wrestling fans.
Brian always said, man, fickle. You fans are fickle, man. Yeah, Psycho Sid will be missed. Thoughts, prayers, and love go out to his family. Absolutely, he would certainly be missed. Jason, I will, again, leave it off to you. I will leave it in your hands. I know we want to talk about All In. I think we'll start there. Let's start at the top, man. What is the first thing you want to attack here as far as what we saw on Sunday night at All In?
Let's, you want to start from the beginning of the show,
yeah.
i.e. the pre-show. We can start there, because there was one thing of significance that happened on the pre-show. I can't say more than that, but there was certainly one thing that happened that I've been waiting a very long time for, which is the return of Jamie Hayter. And it's funny to me because I feel like every time this woman comes back, she looks different. So she had a little bit of a different look. I think she looked great.
I mean, Becky Lynch was trending during fucking All In, man.
There were people going, "Oh my God, Tony Khan got Becky Lynch." But I was just happy to see her because it's been over a year, and I just remember when she went out last year. I had no idea what the injury was. I thought it was a shoulder injury, maybe, because I remember storyline wise anyway. I think it was like a shoulder thing, and then we heard nothing. It was radio silence, and I guess she wanted it that way, but. Radio silence on social media, hadn't posted anything in over a year. It's like she dropped off the face of the earth. And I certainly didn't expect her to be out for that long. And she was at the peak of her popularity when she went down. Like, she was over. And it was a shame that it happened when it did. But she walked out there, and there could not have been a better place for her to come out than London. So she came out, got a great reaction, had a little showdown with Saraya. I thought they were going to turn it into a match. I think Paz or whoever it was on commentary said, "We need a referee out here." So I thought we were about to get an impromptu match, and then it just ended. Very happy to see her back. I know you took issue with it being on the pre-show.
Yes.
And it not being on the main card. Ideally, in a perfect world, yes, I agree. I wish that it would have been, in a perfect world, she would have come out after the Mercedes and Britt match. Camille never would have been ejected, and then you would have heard the music. And out she comes to kind of even the odds, and then we get maybe a tag match in a few weeks at All Out. Like, that's in my brain as I was thinking about how to bring this woman back. That would have made sense to me. Now, there have been reports that her and Britt, they don't get along. They don't like each other, or they don't want to work together. And just because two people don't like each other, if that's true, doesn't mean they can't work together. But if that has anything to do with why she did not come back as part of that angle, then it is what it is. I get it. I understand it. I wish it wasn't that way. But if it is, then there's nothing anybody can do about it. It didn't bother me that much that I was, I hated her return. I wish it was on the main show, but you know what? I'm just happy she's back. And now she's going to be back in the ring on Dynamite tomorrow night. I saw she's going to be having a match with Harley Cameron. So maybe they're building to a match with Saraya, maybe it All Out. Me personally, I'm just glad she's back.
I'm glad she's back. I think she looks great. She trimmed down a hell of a lot. She looks unbelievable. She is a big deal in that division, a division that is right now undergoing several changes. It's a little bit more legit than it used to be. Mercedes is now leading the division. Britt Baker's back. Thunder Rosa is doing great work. Deonna Purrazzo was brought in. Hikaru Shida's always been great. I mean, from top to bottom, AEW may have some of the best talent in the entire world in that division. Athena is being kept a secret on Ring of Honor for God knows why. But her being back couldn't happen at a better place. It was the right place to do it. On the pre-show is the problem that I had. I felt like time management kind of escaped Tony Khan on Sunday night. I know Jack Perry and Darby Allin were cut time. They went about 10 minutes. They had to adhere to the curfew over at Wembley Stadium. I don't know what the reason is for the terrible time management. Triple H is also another one who can't get time management right. It seems like every Monday night we're seconds away from the show going off the air while it's still in progress, which I can't stand. But I feel like if they managed the show a little bit better, that segment with Saraya should have been placed. So if they wanted to do that, it should have been somewhere as a break, because I just felt like the show itself, and AEW tends to do this a lot, it's just at a frenetic pace. One match ends, and then we get like 10 seconds of a highlight package, and we go right into the next match. It's like, bro, slow it down. Like, I want to breathe. Like, I made a joke with a couple of people I was texting with. It's like, I can't even get up to go to the fucking bathroom. What am I going to miss? I don't want to miss anything.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because there were a couple of points where I wanted to get up to go, like, make a snack or whatever, and I was worried I was going to miss something, because even the ones where they showed videos, the videos were over very quickly, yes. And then it was, into the introduction. But you make an interesting point. I think ideally what the best place for it would have been a great buffer after the MJF Ospreay.
Yes.
Because the crowd after that, it took them a while to really get back into things. And so as soon as they would have hit her music, they would have come alive anyway. That would have been a good buffer segment. Saraya came out anyway and said, look, I won the world championship last year on the show. Now I'm not even on the card. Would have meant more if she came out on the card, main card, and not the pre-show. So as a buffer, yeah, that would have been a better spot for it. But clearly they were racing against the clock, or at least that's how it felt to me.
Fightful, they had a report on Jamie Hayter's return saying that over the last few months, an in-ring return became more of a possibility for Jamie Hayter. A tentative plan to have a return to All In was put in place. Sources close to Hayter claim that she was actually at an AEW taping recently to meet with Tony Khan, but it was kept close to the vest. In addition, they were told that while there was a general idea of what she'd be doing at the show, it wasn't finalized until this past week. Hayter is clear for in-ring action. Like Jason said, she's wrestling Harley Cameron. Whether or not this leads to a match with Saraya at All Out, nobody knows. But she did make a return on Sunday nights. I'm not going to make a big stink about it. I think, with her being the champion out for almost a year and a half, and her making her return, I think it should have been kept as a surprise and made into a bigger deal. But I'm not going to harp on it. She's back. She's going to add to the division. Hopefully they have a plan for her moving forward where she fits in after she kind of dispatches of Saraya. I don't know. Does she go after Mariah May? Does she get involved with Mercedes Britt Baker?
Oh, she's got to go after Mariah May, but that's for later on. You don't rush into it.
No. So we'll see what happens. But everybody's glad she's back. She's going to be a big presence to that division. So I'm glad she has made her return to AEW. The other thing I didn't like, Jason, was what immediately followed Jamie Hayter's return. And the show started with the London ladder match for the Trios Championships. We got 4 Trios teams out there, all of which made their introductions and ring entrances during the 0-hour pre-show. And that bled into the actual all-in main show, where one ended, the pre-show ended on YouTube and all other social media platforms, and then we went right live to pay-per-view. I did not like the transition, and you know, some people were like, "Oh, man, he's just picking just to be picky." No, this is supposedly their WrestleMania. To have all of that happen on the pre-show, and then they bleed into the show, and the match just begins. The bell rings, and we're live on the air, and the pay-per-view is starting with everybody in the ring. There's no big video package. There's no theme music for the show. There's no fireworks. There's no introduction by Excalibur. It's like, would WWE ever do that for a WrestleMania? You have to ask yourself. The answer is no. So I just felt like, to me, for the show that it was, the big show that it is, that AEW is trying to make it out to be, the lowbrow kind of Bush League way that they started the show, to me, it felt a little bothersome. I don't know how you felt about it. I don't know if you made that into a minor criticism of yours on your end. Did that bother you at all?
No, I actually didn't even mention it. Yeah, you know, looking back at it, would it have been better for them to have more of a formal intro or a pyro display? Yeah, it would have made it into a bigger deal. I thought it was smart for them to start the introductions 10 minutes before the pre-show ended, because there's 4 teams coming out. They're already probably running low on time as it is. You can't start the pay-per-view and then have one team come out and then another and then another and then another. It was smart to get them out there, but that doesn't mean they still couldn't have done all the things you just mentioned. They could have aired, you know, like a long video. They could have had a big pyro display and then come to the ring and all 4 teams are there, or have 3 teams there and then the patriarchy has a full entrance because they're the champions and just show them coming. But I thought it was smart to get as many of them out there as they could before the pre-show ended, because it would have taken up too much time if they would have waited until the show started. That I thought was smart. The other thing, honestly, it didn't bother me so much that I even thought to mention it. So for me, it didn't bother me that much. But yes, if they want it to be their biggest show of the year, then they should have made a little bit of a bigger deal of it at the beginning. But again, it's a minor critique.
Well, if they do move to Max and the shows, the pay-per-views themselves move to Max, we may end up getting 5-hour pay-per-views. And we don't know. Tony Khan will be under no time management. He can go as long as he wants.
Why don't you say that? What is wrong with you?
Just throwing it out there, man. I don't know. I'm sure he'll take me up on that criticism as well. He'll probably say, you know what, 5 hours, I'm going to bump it to 6. No, please.
Well, maybe because you suggested it, maybe they won't do it. So maybe that's good.
That's a good point. The Patriarchy lost the Trios Championships. Claudio, Yuta, and Pac got his Wembley moment. He is once again a champion here. They captured the Trios Championships. I'm glad that Pac got the Wembley moment that he deserved, Jason. I feel like he's one of the more underutilized and undervalued talents in the company. I feel with him, this was supposed to be, I believe, the spot for Penta and Rey Fenix, but with their uncertainty and where they may end up, they actually went with some of the Blackpool Combat Club there. How you feeling about this trio, man? I know it just kind of came out of left field. I know Pac was involved with the Blackpool Combat Club at last year's Blood and Guts. Did you have a problem with the way that this random team just came about?
No, I mean, I just assumed that the Death Triangle trio were going to walk out with those belts. And what we got instead was Pac with 2 substitutes, basically. So we got Claudio and Wheeler Yuta a spot on the show. It is a little weird. It just kind of came out of left field. There was nothing to really explain it in a great way. If you'll notice, Pac also was out there at the end of the show, too. When Claudio and Yuta came out, he came out with them. So that was interesting, because he's just standing there in the background while Brian is celebrating with his family. There's Pac just kind of standing there. No, I mean, look, he was put in a tough spot. He had a plan, clearly, and it's pretty apparent to me the Lucha Bros were on their way out, because they would have been on the show if they were sticking around. So this was his backup plan, and I'm just glad that Pac got his moment. It looked like he was going to get shut out, you know, when he wasn't getting that international title match on the show. I just assumed he would end up in the Casino Gauntlet. Here, he actually was able to pull the belts down, and he's a champion again. My whole thing with Pac is so many times he will show up, and then he'll disappear for months on end, and I can never understand if it's just an injury issue, because I know he's been hurt a couple of times. Is it injury? Is it a visa issue? Because he's always leaving and going back home, and there's no consistency. So it's hard to get something going when you have somebody who isn't consistently on television. So I take this as a positive sign that he'll consistently have a role on the show going forward, I hope, and he won't be disappearing again, because like you said, he's fantastic. And there's any number of singles matches I'd like to see him in. But trios, obviously there's plenty of people for him to work with. The key is to keep him on television consistently. I don't know if they're going to work him into the Blackpool Combat Club in an official capacity. I don't think so. I wouldn't mind it, though, if they did.
I wouldn't mind it either. That just makes John Moxley's inclusion when he comes back all that more interesting, because nobody's really heard from him. What does he think? All this is happening without him present. So it's definitely something that's going to be interesting to follow. As far as Pac now, he did make mention that he is the true #1 contender before All In, before Ospreay got the match with MJF for the International Championship. So if they stick to their guns, which I don't see why they would change it, Pac right now is slated to wrestle Will Ospreay at All Out for the International Championship. Pretty predictable match, but in that case, the match that I know we're going to get, I don't really give a shit. I mean, it's going to be a fucking banger of a match. But we have that tapped for All Out, so I'm very excited about that as well. Toni Storm. She went one-on-one with Mariah May for the Women's Championship. This was the greatest AEW women's storyline in 5 years of AEW. This was the most effort that they put into anything not named the Elite on their television. And I feel like, as far as stories go, Jason, I said this on social media when this match was over. This match, the effort that they put into this, the time and intricacies that they put into this, I don't expect all stories to be like this. I don't expect all stories to be 10 months long. They don't have to be. But foundation going forward, especially for the women's division, this is exactly what we need, man, because I felt like this was a very good match. I felt like we got Toni Storm of old mixed with her character that she's presently playing right now. Mariah has actually gotten a lot better from the first day we saw her arrive in AEW. I feel like with the match itself, it was very good bell to bell. But imagine if they didn't have the story, the 10 months of story that we've gotten. It would have been an okay match. It would have been a good match. I think the story here, as well, the story elevated this match to be a fucking great match. This is one of the best women's matches that the company's put on, just because of the sheer emotion that went into it and the story revolving around Mariah turning on Toni and then winning the Owen, just the brutal attack that we saw several weeks back. This was poetic. This is exactly what AEW needs to do, and I've always said, man, story is king in every aspect when it comes to pro wrestling. I hope that they realize that coming out of this match.
Yeah, and more heat than most probably women's matches had in AEW because of the story, because people were invested in it, and they were in London, so you had a lot of, hometown fans wanting to cheer for Mariah May, who actually did get mostly booed.
Well, she slapped her mother, too. I don't know how you...
I was going to say, I love this woman. Okay, can I just say this? This woman is outside the ring. She turns around, she spits on Luther and says, "Fuck you." Okay, she mouthed the words, "Fuck you" to him. Then she walks over to her own mother in the front row, who the announcer said her mother, this was only the second time her mother had the chance to see her daughter live. And I'm thinking, okay, she's going over to hug her mom. And she didn't just slap her mom, okay? She smacked the piece out of her mother's mouth. And you talk about something that just came out of nowhere, right? Just like, I'm sitting here going, holy shit. And because she just gets it, she gets it. She wants to be hated. What better way to be hated and show that she doesn't care about anybody but herself than by slapping her own mother? And then Toni Storm goes over to console her mom. So it came out of nowhere, it came out of left field, but I love that. And like you said, a very good match. I expected Mariah May to walk out with the championship. I'm glad that she did. She has been a revelation. I mean, since that turn and that whole great angle they did where she turned on Toni, she now is the face of this women's division as the champion. It didn't strike me when this was over that we're going to get a rematch.
Now, that was my next question to you, because I know you said last week that you felt like we could get maybe 2 or possibly 3 matches out of this. But Toni's demeanor at the end of the match, there was a whole plethora of emotion. She was sad, she was crying, she was happy, she was waving. It's almost as if she was like kind of transforming right before our very eyes. Where do you see this going?
Well, it was a great performance, like a Hollywood performance.
Yeah.
She was twirling and she was, taking a bow. Yeah, I mean, I still feel that way. You could easily get another match or two out of it if you want, but it didn't come across to me that way. So I guess we'll find out tomorrow night, because I know Mariah's going to have apparently some sort of celebration. So we'll know then. I don't even know that you have to. I mean, I can go either way with this. I also feel like the story has been playing out now for over 9 months, and so you don't want to overstay your welcome. You do reach a point where it's like, okay, this was great, and now it's time to move on. Does Tony continue on with the timeless gimmick? It would almost be a sin for her to stop doing it, because she's so fucking great at it. Her and this character, I mean, this has been something that just I wasn't expecting, and I wasn't expecting to enjoy it as much as I did and have. So if she continues it for a little while longer, I think that's fine. At some point, I'm sure she'll evolve into something else or go back to just being herself. But like you said, this was a great match. The story is what really carried it. Credit to everybody involved, including Tony Khan and RJ City. Apparently, also creatively had a lot of input into this. And so anybody who was involved, this was, I think, in many ways, the blueprint for what they should do in the future when it comes to at least that top storyline in the women's division. Not everything can be like this or carry on for this long. It doesn't have to. But when you have like a blood feud like this, every step of the way, everything meant something. Everything was building to something, right? Mariah was acting a certain way. It all led to that moment where she turned on Tony. And now here's the payoff, right? She got what she wanted. She became the champion. And Mariah is great anyway. I mean, I saw her work in Stardom, and it was only a matter of time, I think, before we saw this more vicious side of her. I'm glad more people are getting a chance now to see it. But like we talked about earlier, Jamie Hayter is back. Jamie Hayter and Mariah may be a huge thing. Maybe that's a revolution now, early next year. I'm thinking ahead to like, what are some of the big names that you can get her in the ring with, and the sky's the limit there. So this, I would say, I would probably have this as I struggle, either third or fourth. I would say third favorite match of the night on Sunday.
I would probably agree.
I'd go back and forth between this and the Casino Gauntlet, because that was a lot of fun too, but I think I would probably have this number.
Yeah, I agree. I enjoyed, obviously, the main event, MJF Ospreay. I'd slot this at number 3, Gauntlet match number 4 yet. Hopefully RJ City and Tony Khan are collectively getting together. I don't know what other black and white feature film from the 1950s they have.
Maybe an Abbott and Costello movie.
Something.
I'm an Abbott and Costello guy. I know that's more comedy than anything else, but
hopefully they got a nice game plan, a nice blueprint to carry Mariah May for her second feature film. What she's going to do, hopefully they got it all planned out, because she definitely deserves something that us fans are going to enjoy, because we got the payoff, and the follow-up is just as important. So hopefully they do realize that. Chris Jericho, he wrestled Hook for the FTW Championship. Hook did win the championship back. There was some controversy at the end of the All-In post-show media scrum, Jason. I don't know if you saw what happened, but some geek at the media scrum asked or brought up the FTW title while Tony Khan was sitting next to Hook, who, and I'm sure you guys are aware, is Taz's son. And this guy basically said the FTW title, in so many words, is fucking worthless. Now, Tony Khan, as the historian that he is, and the pro wrestling nut that he is, he clearly went on a civilized rant. You just felt like he wanted to chew this guy a new asshole, but he kept it civil. He went over the history of the FTW title, why Taz first introduced it in ECW in the 90s, and what happened with the title, and the whole lineage of the title, and now how it's important to Brian Cage when he first arrived in AEW, and what happened with Taz's group back in the early days of AEW. He went on and on and on about how important this title was, and then Taz goes on social media and says, I hear you guys, maybe it's time to do something with the title, because maybe it's overstated too well. Now, Hook potentially could have ended all this. I don't know where we're going into Wednesday. Tony Khan booked a big 8-man tag with Taz, not Taz, but Hook and Jericho.
That's news to me, really.
No,
Tell me more.
No, with Hook and Jericho on opposing teams, which I don't know why we're getting it again. It should have ended on Sunday. What do you make of the FTW title? And is it time for it to go away, like Taz maybe kind of hinted at? Is it something that should be retired in AEW?
Yes, 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 it should. And to go back to the person who asked the question, you know, in his defense, he apologized. I know he and Taz, they made up on social media. The way he explained it was, he called it a joke, but he didn't mean it as if he was just calling the belt a joke. He, I think, explained that when the title maybe was first introduced, there were some people who looked at it that way. So that's not what he meant. And Taz said he understood. But yes, I think it is time. It's not an officially recognized title per se in AEW. I think it served its purpose. I think they used it in a way to help try to get Hook over, you know, as his son, so it's appropriate. This is the second year in a row at Wembley Stadium that he has won the FTW championship. He did the same thing last year against Jack Perry. I think that was on the pre-show. Now we've reached a point he's won the belt back again. Are we really going to have him continue to defend this and lose it to other people and have to constantly chase to get it back? Because the title, again, it's Taz's title. So at the end of the day, it's always going to have to come back home. I don't have any interest in continuing to see Hook lose and then try to regain the FTW title. We've seen this now multiple times. Whether or not you think it was successful in getting Hook more over than he was, which is, you know, debatable, that was the purpose it served. And at this point, I think quietly having it fade off into the sunset is the right thing to do. I just don't see what the benefit is in a company that already has a lot of other championships. I don't really see the benefit in keeping it around.
It's not a recognized title. Just by that alone, I think it needs to go away. Do I think Hook has been put over, or he's been more, I would say, in the spotlight with Chris Jericho? I guess, like you said, it's debatable. I mean, he's been in a major program with the first AEW World Champion. I don't know how that could be a bad thing. How he's learning from Chris Jericho, how that's a bad thing. But
yeah.
most of Jericho's television time has been channel-changing garbage. The learning tree is not good. It's not entertaining. I appreciate Jericho wants to try and stay relevant and change with the times and, you know, kind of fit in the current model of AEW. It's not good. It's just the current sentiment through most of the fan base. And I don't think Hook really benefited from that at all. So I feel like we're right back to square one. Some people there may disagree. Some people that watch the show weekly may disagree. I don't think Hook is any better off than he was before all of this started. So where are we going with this? I felt like, and I said on Sunday, all right, you won the championship. Like you said, retire the championship. Have it go away. It's not a recognized championship. Maybe he should start feuding with Jack Perry for the TNT title. I think that's something that could potentially elevate him to where he needs to be. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, again, it almost feels like we're going back to the same well again because we've already seen them feud once before. Right now, in the short term, no, I don't really want to see that. I think that we're still a ways off from maybe getting back there. You just mentioned, you said you don't really see what the negative is in him working with the first ever AEW World Champion, and then I made a comment, and then you contradicted yourself and said that everything Jericho's been doing with his gimmick is garbage, and it has an elevated Hook, which is exactly what I'm saying. I don't see this now that it's over. Hopefully, I don't see this as having elevated Hook all that much higher than he was before. In fact, I don't. He's definitely not as hot of an attraction as he used to be. The reactions are more muted than they were, a year ago. And I think that was to be expected anyway, because he just got over really hot, really fast, and that was never going to be sustainable. He's still very young, he's still learning, he's still, has room to improve and get better, and that will happen, I think. The thing coming out of this show that struck me was the reaction that Big Bill got. And whatever the reason was, sometimes the fans just want to have fun and they just cheer for somebody at random. Maybe it was as simple as that. But on Collision, Big Bill wrestled Hook, and Hook got booed, and Bill got cheered like crazy. And he was trying so hard to tell the fans, F you, and up yours, and they would cheer him loud. So then it all in, he was still getting a lot of cheers from the crowd. It may have just been a UK thing, but I would love to see Tony Khan take that and apply that here. Now that we're back, stateside, I'm sure he's not going to get those reactions here, but Big Bill should be utilized a lot more than he is. And continuing to stay in the shadow of Jericho for an extended period of time doesn't do him any good. what would do him good as far as the Jericho thing is if they begin to build to a split. And I know this whole learning tree thing has not been going on for very long. Good. I don't want it to go on for that much longer anyway because it sucks. But they can use it in a constructive way. Get Big Bill over as a baby. Let him split away from Jericho, however they want to work it. He can annihilate Jericho. Jericho can go away for a little while. And in Big Bill, you will have, I think, a solid. You know, he's a very good big guy. You know,
and he looks great. He looks phenomenal.
He's in the best shape of his career. And again, he's had the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. And he's been very open and public about his struggles with addiction and the problems that he's had in the past. So I'm glad that he was able to pick himself back up and kind of shed that. But let's do something with him other than him standing as the Redwood in the background and doing, you know, silly tongue-in-cheek comedy with Chris Jericho. We've seen Jericho have multiple factions before. We had the Inner Circle. We had the Jericho Appreciation Society. There was a point in time where Daniel Garcia was really getting over. And then there was a moment where they could have flipped that switch and had him, you know, leave Jericho and beat Jericho. And that would have, I felt like, elevated him to that next level. And they didn't do that. They have a tendency to overstay their welcome with these things. I don't want them to do that with Big Ben. Try something with him. He might actually get over in front of the audience here, the way that he did over there. Because I think there's something there. And I just want to see him utilized more than he is being utilized right now.
Well, then it all goes back to the discussion. And we had a very detailed discussion about Wardlow, one of the very few big men that AEW has that they haven't really done anything with. You know, it's a thing on social media and a thing with wrestling fans when it comes to AEW that Tony Khan just doesn't know how to book big men. I agree with you. I've been saying this with Jesse on Wednesdays ever since we've seen Big Bill kind of emerge on AEW television. I think he's got the look. I think he's got the size. I think he's got the charisma. I think he's got whatever you need him to be successful on television. Now, the match tomorrow night is Big Bill, Brian Keith, Chris Jericho, and Roderick Strong. How Roddy fits into this with them, I don't even know. Kyle O'Reilly, Orange Cassidy, Hook, and Mark Briscoe. That's the 8-man tag. He's branding it as an all-star 8-man tag team match. And then he replies to himself in the tweet, because obviously you would suspect that people are complaining. Why are we doing this? How does this make sense? So he says to his own tweet, sometimes you have to just trust me. What is he doing then? What has he got planned? Is Tony Khan planning something along with what Jason is saying? Are we about to see a potential split of the learning tree? Big Bill maybe go off on his own? I don't know. Maybe Tony Khan did hear the reaction that Big Bill got in the United Kingdom. I don't know.
He definitely heard the reaction, which gives me hope that maybe he is going to do something more with Big Bill. It's time to chop that tree down. Yeah. I mean, it's beyond time to do that. And at least if Big Bill splits away and can get over in a meaningful way, something good will have come from this. Then we can look back on this and go, okay, this character was insufferable, or I hated it, but at least something positive came out of it. That's what I would like to see. And I look at all the people in that match, I don't know what else would be coming out of this if not that. So I got my fingers crossed, and I'm hopeful that maybe that's the direction that they're planning on going.
We'll see. It's going to be a good night tomorrow night. And this is a good night. Oh, my goodness.
Is that our boy Phantom?
We got a Phantom sighting. Phantom 67 with a $100 super chat. He says, R.I.P. Sid. Haven't watched AEW All In yet. Should I? Looking forward to Bash in Berlin, TNT 63, LFG, JD and Solo, Whiskey Emoji, enjoying a gin and tonic. Oh, man, I love a good gin and tonic. And to answer your question, Phantom, absolutely. It was worth every bit of the $50, no doubt about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, check out the entire show, but in particular, the key matches, they delivered in a big way. So it'll be money well spent, as it is here on this stream. Money well spent. So thank you, Phantom.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother. Always good to see you, man. The Young Bucks, FTR, and the Acclaim, triple threat for the AEW Tag Team Championships. Very ho-hum match station. Nothing really too serious here. Nothing that we haven't seen before from all three teams. The Young Bucks retain the Tag Team Championships. It was their first title defense in 4 months. So by my calculations, their next title defense would probably be around Revolution. I don't know.
Well, maybe I would say double nothing, maybe.
World's End, baby.
World's End. Yeah.
I feel like FTR. I don't know how you guys feel in the chat. Jesse and I kind of just, love to poke the bear on Wednesday nights. I feel like FTR, ever since Punk left, has been just, I don't know what's happening to them creatively. I feel like they're just the Bucks punching bag at this point. But there is hope at the end of the tunnel, Jason. We have vehemently, individually, together on this show, talked about the AEW Tag Team Division, talked about the WWE Tag Team Division, both weak spots in both companies. Now we have potentially a series of matches that could kickstart something, hopefully, to change for the better. And the Grizzled Young Veterans, Zach Gibson and James Drake, showed up at the end of the match. I love these guys. One of the best tag teams on the fucking planet is Grizzled Young Veterans. They apparently are coming into AEW. By the looks of it, they may be feuding with FTR. By the looks of it, they may be looking at the Bucks in the AEW Tag Team Championships at some point. Would you make of them showing up at the end of the match? And are you excited to see them in AEW in a more solid role? Because I feel like, and I know you feel like, that tag team division needs some help. And if you need some help, man, Grizzled Young Veterans are going to be that help.
Do you think, I said this the other night, that spot would have gone to the Motor City Machine Guns had they come to AEW? Because that's kind of what I felt like.
That's a very good point. I didn't even correlate that with potentially happening there.
Yeah. So whether it was them in that spot at the end or them having a match with the Bucks on this show, and then maybe that's why we ended up with the Bucks and FTR again. But I was thinking about that because we still don't know for sure. Nothing's confirmed about them going to WWE. The belief is that they will end up in WWE. And if that is the case, it does make me wonder if, because Tony Khan's thinking about what key matches he wants months in advance for this show, or so we're told. And my first thought was, I wonder if that would have been the spot for the Machine Guns. It was the Machine Guns and the Bucks on this show. And then we wouldn't have gotten the GYV appearance in that spot. Because I think GYV is a great team as well. And I have nothing but positive things to say about their work. And I think they're going to be a rock solid addition to that tag team division. But it just struck me like maybe they had something else planned here. This was sort of their second choice for what they want.
And it could be, again, nobody knows what's happening with the Machine Guns. I mean, there's been no news on that front. Very quiet there. Do they show up in WWE during those NXT shows in St. Louis or Chicago? Do they show up at No Mercy on Sunday? I have no idea. It's going to be interesting to see how they handle the Grizzly Young Veterans here. Where does the match with FTR take place? It could happen on a Dynamite or a Collision. The Bucks. Does it happen at All Out? Does it happen at Wrestle Dream? I would give it some time to marinate. Let's develop a story with these three teams. If that's where they're going, let's start trying to come up with a plan to kind of resuscitate the tag team division. Going back to Hook, I don't know how you feel about Hook and Samoa Joe, Jason. I know that was pairing before Samoa Joe went back to go film Twisted Metal. Do you feel like if we want to give Hook a meaningful role, pairing him with Samoa Joe and making them a tag team in this division to add more depth to the division, is that something that you would possibly go out there and do?
Yeah, I would consider that. It's tough to get a role on the show anyway because they're so stockpiled with talent. And I think that would be a nice addition to the division, but would also probably get them consistently more real estate on TV than they might otherwise have. So I think that would be a smart play. And what little interaction we had between them before Joe went away, I was enjoying. It really felt like with Joe, Hook was sitting under the learning tree more than with Jericho. And they kind of had that dynamic where Joe was trying to teach him a few things, like the mentor and the student. I'd be down for that.
I agree. Joe's more of a learning tree than Jericho has been for 8 months. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
We got the Casino Battle, I keep calling it a Battle Royal because that's exactly how it feels. Casino Gauntlet match. This is Tony Khan's latest idea for a gimmick match to differentiate AEW from doing anything slightly that resembles the Royal Rumble. But it definitely has Royal Rumble qualities, for sure. The Casino Gauntlet match, there is a total of 21 participants in this thing. It is not a guarantee that we see all 21. The match could end before the 21st participant ever makes it out to the ring. But we got 12 on Sunday night, Jason, and this was one of the more exciting matches of the night. It definitely blended a lot of that great feeling for a gauntlet match mixed with the anticipation and the unpredictability of a Royal Rumble. We got a countdown timer, and we got surprises. We got the energy from the crowd. Nobody knew what was coming out next. I thought this was a fantastic addition to the show, all things considered. Now, as far as the match itself, this is where I want to start first. I love the concept. I know we've seen a few of these already this year. We've seen, I believe, 3 of them so far in 2024. I would love to see Tony Khan nail down this match for a specific show where it only happens once a year. And I think All In is the place to do that. If there was another show to do it at, All In would be first, in my opinion, and then Double or Nothing would probably be the second best choice, because then you got the Casino Gauntlet match and kind of ties in with the Double or Nothing casino theme. But All In, I think, is a great spot for this, because it's just the biggest show that they do. And, you know, with the prize being a #1 contendership for the World Championship, I think that should be at All In. But what do you make of the match, man? I feel like Tony Khan is still kind of ironing out the details and trying to really make it, you know, his own. I know we got some Royal Rumble influence there. Would you change anything about this match, or are you happy about the match in its current state? Because I feel like with 21, I'd love to see all 21. I'd love to see this match be like a main staple in a main event of the show at one point. But I feel like with 21 guys, I'd like to see 21. How do we get it to that point? Do we get it to that point? And would you change any of the rules here for the match?
So I like the format. I think that he really hit on something fun here, and each one that he's done of the 3, they've progressively been better than the one before. Because the last one they did was a main event. They main evented Dynamite with it, and that was an excellent match. This one was a lot of fun. I disagree with you in that I don't think that you need all 21 to be up. If you change it and you just turn it into a Royal Rumble, then you're taking away what makes it a unique match. What makes the match unique is that you want to come in early, because you know that this match can end at any moment. It's not like the Royal Rumble. It's not like War Games, where all the members have to be in before the match begins. It could end at any moment. You could have 5 people come out and it could end, or you could have all 21 people come out. So I like that element. I wouldn't change that. Why would you want to make it more like the other match? I mean, you should want to make it as unique as possible. If you wanted to also add other ways to eliminate people beyond just, you know, pinfall or submission, if you wanted to have over-the-top rope eliminations, I don't think it's necessary, but I'd be okay with that. I think that just adding another way to eliminate somebody, that could be something fun also. It kind of reminds me of the Aztec Warfare match, the Lucha Underground, where they found a way to do the Royal Rumble better than the Royal Rumble. So it wasn't just over-the-top rope eliminations. You could pin or submit somebody in the ring, and then they would be eliminated. And I just thought the way they handled that was so great. They took a concept that people love and they made it better. In this case, I would stick with it for the most part as is, because that's what makes it unique. I also disagree in that I don't think it has to be limited to once a year. It's a fun concept. It's a long year. I don't think you need to do so many of them that you burn out the concept. This is the 3rd one since April, right? That's too many. You don't want to burn it out where it doesn't mean anything. But I think twice a year would be fun. I don't think you need to limit it to just one. You can do All In and Double or Nothing. You can do Revolution and All In. Spread them out a little bit more. Twice a year, that sounds about right. As far as main eventing a show with it, if it's going to be for a title shot, then you wouldn't do that. Unless you just wanted to completely change the rules, and if there was a title vacancy, you put the championship up in a casino gauntlet, that would be interesting.
Or if they add another pay-per-view during the calendar year, which right now they have 9, maybe they go to 12, and then they make a whole pay-per-view surrounding this concept potentially.
No, I don't like that either. I mean, now you're just getting into like Hell in a Cell on pay-per-view,
Yeah.
TLC on pay-per-view. I think twice a year is fine. I wouldn't go beyond that, but I think twice a year would be fine. And everything else about it, I think it works. So I wouldn't change much else about the match. the surprises are really what adds the fun element to it, because you never know not only who's going to come out, but who they're going to bring in to be in the match. And so you hit on something great. It's kind of like NXT when Shawn Michaels, they started the Iron Survivor match. And I didn't know whether it was going to work or not. And I saw those first couple of Iron Survivor matches for the men and women, and it was a great concept. And so you go with what works. You try something that doesn't work, you never do it again, like that stupid scramble match they did many years ago. Here, it's no different. Tony Khan hit on something fun, but you just don't want to abuse it and do it too often.
Yeah, I agree. That's the part I agree with there. How do we get it to a point where there is over the top eliminations? I'd love to see them add that aspect to it and make it a little bit more like Aztec Warfare, because in my opinion, with what you said about Aztec Warfare, I love that match. In some ways, I enjoyed what I seen from Aztec Warfare better than the Royal Rumble. So how do we get to that point? Mm-hmm.
Well, get to that point in what way? I mean, what
to include over the top eliminations potentially if they want to add another aspect of the match.
Well, if you add over the top eliminations, I mean, in a way, you are effectively kind of changing things maybe a little more than I would like to make it work. Because again, it is one fall to a finish, as far as coming to a final winner. I mean, if you have over the top rope eliminations, keep this in mind also. You're taking away something that in AEW especially, you have a lot of guys who love to do dives, big moves, out of the ring. And how does it impact things in that way? Because there are a lot of very talented guys that are in this match, but they fly around. They're very aerial. They're doing stuff out of the ring, over the top rope. So maybe that doesn't work as well. I think there are ways you can try to figure out, how to incorporate it in there. But think about this. If you have, let's say, we have 6 guys in the ring at once, and then Orange Cassidy takes somebody, he takes Roderick Strong, and he clotheslines him out over the top rope, and he hits the floor, and the match just ends. Is that really a way you want that match to end? Where you have the ring full of people, but somebody gets dumped out to the floor, both feet hit the floor, and the match just ends. So, yes, you can find a way to incorporate over the top rope eliminations, but when you really stop and think about it in practicality, I don't know that really works as well. So, not doing that and keeping it as is probably the way to go, because otherwise it's just weird. I think it would make for a very flat finish, which, funny enough, we got a flat finish on Sunday to this match by pinfall, but I think what he's doing is working. There really isn't much about it that I would change, honestly.
All right. We'll see how the match evolves, if it does evolve at all. But the finish was flat. But as far as the surprises, let's touch on the surprises first. We all wondered what Kazuchika Okada was going to be doing at this show, if he was going to be involved. We had that very good match on Dynamite on Wednesday in Cardiff with Claudio and Okada. It went to a time limit draw for 20 minutes. A lot of people were thinking, all right, maybe we get the rematch at Wembley for All In. We didn't get that. Claudio was in the Trios Championship match with Yuta and Pac. Okada didn't have a match. People were like, well, maybe he wrestles John Moxley. Moxley's a surprise. That didn't happen either. Tony Khan found a way to get Okada in a match and still have it come off as a big deal. So, again, kudos to Tony Khan, because I wasn't really expecting him to be in the match. And there he is, coming out at number 2 with Orange Cassidy. And I love that. That was great.
Did not get pinned.
And didn't get pinned. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was great. He was a surprise. Zack Sabre Jr. was a surprise. We got Nigel McGuinness showing up in this match to one of the biggest reactions in the entire year on this night. I mean, people lost their fucking minds.
Deservedly so.
I mean,
deservedly so.
And he looked.
This is a bit. Well, let me say this. This is a man who has not wrestled the match since 2011. And if you know the story behind how his career came to an end, it's a fucking tragedy for this guy. This guy was signed. He was going to WWE at the same time that Bryan Danielson signed to go to WWE. They were both going to go. Danielson, we know how things turned out for him. McGuinness, there were injury issues that came up on his physical because he had had some previous bicep tears that they wanted him to get fixed. And I think he would have had to have paid for it himself. And he just, I think it was more an issue of cost than anything else. And that cost him a contract with WWE. Now, he ended up in TNA. He had a run there as Desmond Wolfe. And he had some great matches with Kurt Angle. I remember those. And then there was an issue where he contracted hepatitis. And there was a whole series of unfortunate events. And he made the decision that his career was going to come to an end. And he had a whole like little retirement tour. There was a documentary, The Last of McGinnis. I remember reviewing it on the podcast back then. This was like 11 years ago. And he went out with a whimper. And he struggled with that for a very long time. And it took him a long time to come to grips with the fact that, okay, this happened and I didn't get the run that I wanted to have. I didn't make the kind of money that I see all these other guys that went on, Joe and Danielson. They went on to make money and have these successful careers, and I didn't. He's a great announcer. I love him in the announce role that they have him in. But to see him come out there, and to come out there to his old music too, fucking in the bushes, and he comes out and the reaction that he got, of all places, for it to be at Wembley in front of 50,000 plus. And he looked great. You know, he went in there and he looked like he didn't miss a beat. And he's working with Okada, he's working with Zack Sabre Jr. I don't know if it's just a one-off and we're not going to see him in the ring again, or it'll be like, you know, once every blue moon. I don't think he's back, you know, even part-time or anything like that. But I'm really happy for him that he had that moment and got that reaction, because that was special. And I'm sure, I don't know him personally, but I'm sure on a personal level, that had to mean the world to him, to come out and hear that reaction from the crowd. That was one of the most special moments of that entire thing.
Again, it all goes back to emotion, and the night that was filled with emotion. Again, Tony Khan knows what a moment needs and how to book a moment, and that was a very special one for a lot of people. And I heard a couple of other shows in the community that were just over the moon emotional about seeing him show up on Sunday night and get his inclusion in this match, and it was tremendous. I don't think anybody really expected it. I think some people, I think we even talked about it and kind of glanced over it. Maybe Brian versus Nigel for this show was the direction that we're going in before we landed on Brian and Swerve. He still got his moment, and it still ended up being incredible. So he showed up in there, and he had a great showing as well for the time that he was in there. He was the biggest surprise in this match. Ricochet was a surprise. It wasn't as big as Nigel, but I think everybody anticipated it. I know it was reported before the show actually aired on Sunday night that he was in, and he was going to be at All In. And I think when we found out he would be at All In, I think everybody kind of had him pegged for this match. He showed up, Jason. Ricochet is one of the best talents in the entire world. To me, he is just somebody that does everything he does. Everything he brings to the table is fucking picture perfect. One of the best sellers in the business. He's one of the most athletic men I think I've ever seen. He's a great wrestler. He showed up on Sunday night, and you can tell that he was so fucking happy to have the handcuffs off. He was dancing around in there.
He was showing off.
He was showing off. He had his glove on. I mean, he came out. It looked like a fresh coat of paint on him. He was ready to go. He wanted to show everybody, you don't want to use me right over there? I'm going to show you what I'm going to bring to the table over here, man. He looked fucking great. He's already booked for a match on Wednesday with Kyle Fletcher. Can't wait to see what he brings to the table. I'm excited to see him here. He's not going to be a game changer in the sense that he's going to, oh my God, take AEW to fucking heights that they've never seen before. But man, he is going to bring so much positive to the AEW program, and the matches that are to be had with him there, man, oh my goodness, man, we'll be in good for fucking years to come, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think people should be using any kind of, superlatives to describe, oh, he's going to, like you said, be a game changer or anything. Nobody's saying that. What they're saying is that he's a tremendous talent who now has this whole menu now in front of him. All the different, opponents for him to work with, people that he's previously worked with, people he's never worked with before, people who work the same style as him, maybe some who don't. It's just amazing because he was in WWE for about 5 or 6 years, I think. And again, we've talked before about how he was used under, Vince McMahon, and how Triple H honestly didn't do that much better with him, which is probably the biggest reason why he decided to leave the company. This is a case where now he's in a whole new environment. You say the handcuffs are off. At the end of the day, it comes down still to creative, right? He can still go out there and have great matches. I still want them to come up with some interesting stories for him and some interesting feuds with certain people. So it's not just a matter of what kind of banger matches can he have. We know he's going to go out there and kill it every single time. He and Kyle Fletcher are going to go out there tomorrow night. They're going to tear the house down, just like Kyle did with Will Ospreay when they wrestled that team. And I think, didn't Kyle have a great match with Kenny Omega? Or am I just imagining? I thought there was like another great TV match that he had at the time. Maybe that's so. I thought he wrestled Omega too, but so that's going to be great. Everybody knows that. We'll see where he lands in the pecking order. I said this when he left WWE. Don't expect him to go to AEW and be a headliner. You know, don't expect him to go to AEW and all of a sudden, you see Triple H, look at you missed out, and he's going to be in the main event every week. I honestly think he's going to more or less end up in the same spot he was in there. But as long as he's consistently featured and he's going out there and he's able to, you know, do what he does best and have fun doing it, then that's all that matters. And I think he'll thrive in that environment because I think that's more his style than WWE.
Did you catch wind of the people already saying that he showed up and he did this and did that and he didn't win it and he's buried? He was already buried in the gauntlet match.
Yeah, but these people have like one functioning brain cell. So I don't know why you put much stock into what they say. They throw that word around without even knowing what it means.
I laugh from the sidelines, man.
They don't know what the word means. So you can't.
I got it last night too with fucking people coming out. Chad Gable's buried. And I'd go over every fucking list of reasons why Chad Gable.
Well, not to be fair though.
I knew you were going to say something.
To be fair though, this man hasn't won a match. What was the last match Chad Gable won?
I couldn't tell you, bro. I don't know.
Okay. So, and again, I agree. I mean, he's still being used in the main event last night, but you can at least make more of an argument there than you can here with Ricochet not winning the gauntlet match. I mean, come on.
Now, Ricochet was not buried. Ricochet is going to be treated very good. And like you said, Jason, I hope there is story. I don't want Tony Khan to blow through his dream matches already because I know he's already trying to plan Will Ospreay versus Ricochet. We know it's coming. When do you see the soonest that happens, or the earliest, I should say, that happens? Do we see maybe Wrestle Dream, Ospreay versus Ricochet?
I was thinking maybe more Full Gear. Mm-hmm. I think maybe at the earliest, and even then, that might still be surreal. So I'm going to say if I had a guess, Full Gear. But again, that's a match you don't necessarily have to rush into in the first 2 months. You know, that he's there. We got him and Pac too. Yeah, I'd love to see those two back in the ring together.
Adam Page was in this match. Jeff Jarrett was in this match. The winner ended up being Christian Cage. It was Christian, and then I don't know if this was a botch or if this was like to throw the scent off of everybody because of what had happened earlier in the trios match. But Luchasaurus came out, or Killswitch, I should say, came out as Luchasaurus.
That wasn't a botch.
No?
Why would you think that was a botch? Did you not see him come out? He had his hand raised in the air like Luchasaurus used to.
That's what I figured. But I mean, you know, people were asking, well, was that them fucking up? Was that a production error? I'm like, probably not. I mean, Christian was blaming Luchasaurus for the loss in the opening match.
Yeah, but it was a swerve.
Yeah.
It was to throw you off. That's exactly why they did.
He ended up winning. Christian Cage is the #1 contender for the AEW World Championship. You know, I know a lot of people did not like the ending. I know everybody was probably looking at one of the other bigger names in that match. A lot of people were looking at Hangman to win that match. But the way that it all played out, Jason, I know the ending for the 55,000 that were there kind of seemed flat. But at the end of the day, we can't hate on Christian Cage and anything that he does because his body work for this year and then obviously last year with what he did has been just tremendous stuff. So the fact that Tony Khan is going to him again as the #1 contender for the AEW World Championship, I have no problem with. I think the shock of it with everybody else that was in that match and him is the one who won it. I don't really see the problem in it, and I feel like if Bryan's going to get a very short run with the World Championship, Christian Cage challenging Bryan Danielson at All Out is an innocent enough match where I mean, I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. What do you make of it?
No, I mean, if that's going to be the match at All Out, I don't have an issue with it. I just don't. I don't know what they're going to do because they went and they announced, which I don't think they've done before with this match, any of the other ones, that the winner can. I don't know if they say cash in or whatever terminology they use, but basically you can cash in your championship match whenever you want. That's a new wrinkle. Now, I don't think they would announce that unless they were planning something. So I don't know what they have in mind. I think putting the belt on Bryan and let's say Christian was to quote unquote cash in on him at an opportune moment and win the belt from him would be kind of a waste. Because I feel like if Bryan is going to drop the belt, it should be back to Swerve, or even to put somebody new over like Darby. Because don't forget, Darby has a guaranteed title match at Grand Slam on September 25th. I certainly don't want Bryan to drop the belt before then, because one of the things I was looking forward to if Bryan won was the match with Darby. because that's a match we've not seen before, and I just think it's such an interesting clash of styles between those two. So I want him to at least make it that far so we can actually get the match at Grand Slam. I don't know what they're going to do with Christian. I love Christian Cage. I think the character is great. He's just such a slimy, irredeemable piece of shit heel, and I think that's great. And now, Brian, of course, is fatherless, and he's going around, and he's talking about Buddy and Birdie. And there's just so much material there for Christian to work with. I can only imagine what this man is going to say, maybe tomorrow night. And if they wrestle, that's going to be a great match. But I feel like he shouldn't be losing it to Christian, because there's more to be gained from him putting over somebody younger or newer, or even just having Swerve kind of get his win back. The Swerve, I don't think, has ever beaten Brian. They had one match before, and I think Brian beat him there too. I think it was a Dynamite match a year ago. So there is a story there where Swerve finally beat him, get the belt back, had his Hangman factor into this. Those, to me, are more interesting stories or interesting possibilities as far as taking the belt away from Brian than Christian. As much as I like Christian, I just that would not sit well with me if that's how this run, short as it may be, came through.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get to that point. And yeah, Brian did wrestle Swerve at the Title Tuesday show last October. It was the opening match. And yeah, you're correct. Swerve did not beat Brian, so he's 0-2 right now with Brian. But Christian is the number one contender. We'll see what happens where he cashes that in. I did not take notice of that rule change. I thought it was just him being the number one contender, but we'll see how they play that out. Brian is supposed to address his future on Wednesday night, and everybody will be watching. MJF, Will Ospreay, the American hero, has fallen. The AEW American Championship is no more. It is now the International Championship. After going 59 minutes and 58 seconds, I did not really expect them to top the classic that they had on Dynamite, but this was definitely a more emotional match. This was a different structure to a match than the 60-minute classic was. I loved everything.
You doubted Will Ospreay? After the body of work that this man has put together, you doubted Will Ospreay?
No, I don't doubt MJF or Will Ospreay ever, but I mean, that was just, how are you going to combat 59 minutes, man? It's like unheard of. But there's
plenty of ways to combat 59 minutes.
There's two guys that are going to do it, it's these guys. How about that, okay? I thought this match was great. I love the emotion of everything. I loved MJF coming out as Max Creed, or if you want to correlate him to Uncle Sam, he just came out. He had his Lex Luger tights on from 1993 when he supposedly was supposed to win the championship but did not, and celebrated anyway. Everything about this was, to me, the match of the night as far as I'm concerned. I loved the story coming in. I thought MJF and his heel tactics as the American hero coming into foreign land, and Will Ospreay being the hometown guy, just kind of egging him on with the American patriotism and calling everybody in England redcoat terrorists. Everything about it, I just loved his body of work going into this, and I thought it was proper for this feud to take it to the next level. Will Ospreay is the international champion with the help of Daniel Garcia. He is back. He is still with AEW for now, but has not signed an extension. I got news on that in a bit. But the match itself, Jason, what did you think of this? And do we see MJF just get rid of the American gimmick from this point on? It was only for this match, correct? It was him doing this for the All-In show, and now he's going to go back to being the typical MJF that we know, correct?
That would be my guess. It was a shame, because I don't know if other people agree with this, but that American Championship looks better than the U.S. title at WWE.
It does, and I feel like the MJF American Hero gimmick was very short-lived, but it was needed in the time that it was needed for all.
Yeah. So I thought maybe there was a chance he would continue to defend that belt, but it doesn't really fit. I mean, it worked for this feud, and now it would just be weird if he kept on doing it. Because the only reason he was doing it, he wasn't being genuine. That was the whole point. I thought this match was outstanding. I loved the 60-minute match they had on TV last month. This match, I think I liked even better than that one. And that's a hard thing to do. You have a 60-minute match as great as the one that they had, and then you come back and have a match that went, I want to say 27 maybe. It was like less than half. But again, that's still a long time. You don't have to go 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes to have a great match. There was a lot of story going into it, but the match itself I thought was fantastic. And there were some great near falls. What's a little weird is he tweeted, MJF did, earlier in the day that his Dynamite Diamond ring got stolen. And I just saw that and I said, okay, Daniel Garcia is probably going to show up and he'll have the ring. So Daniel Garcia does show up, but it's to stop MJF from using some other weird foreign object that he had. It was like a covered pair of brass knuckles or something that was on his fist. And there was no mention of, there was no sighting of the ring, which I'm left to believe the ring really did get stolen. And it wasn't just part of some storyline, because otherwise we would have seen the ring. So I guess the ring really did get stolen.
Maybe they are red coat terrorists over there. Nobody knows.
Maybe they are. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there in the UK. Fucking thieves. So whatever happened with that, I thought it was damn near perfect. And you had Garcia showing up. MJF has this look on his face like he's seen a ghost. But the big story was the Tiger Driver. And this is a story they've been telling since April. You know, when he dropped Brian on his head at Dynasty, and he refused to use the move because he saw the effect that it had on Danielson, even though he was back in the ring 3 weeks later, but putting that aside.
In an anarchy in the arena.
Yeah, no less. But even still, like, he just refused to use the move. It's too dangerous. He can't bring himself to do it. That's a story they started telling in April. This was always going to be the payoff, you would have hoped. And my only fear was that he would use the move and not finish the match with it. Like, he had to finish the match with it. And he did. And it built up to it perfectly. He dropped him safely, you know, on the back of his neck, folded him up. Bryce Remsburg crawls over the dramatic, 1, 2, 3, and then you see everybody lose their minds in the background. Like, the payoff was so sweet because they told the story the right way. And it was the right outcome. And then he refuses to touch the American title. And then Christopher Daniels brings the international belt in. He celebrates with it, big pyro. So I don't think this could have been booked any better than it was. I thought it was outstanding. Ospreay gets his Wembley moment on this show. But kudos to both of them. They went out there and had what I felt was just an absolutely fantastic match that could not have gone any better than it did. It didn't overstay its welcome. So I can't say enough good things about what they did. But it was still only my second favorite match.
They did have a great match. That Tiger Driver ending was very poetic. If there was one guy to use it against, it would be the guy that is a complete prick on television and will cheat to win no matter what, and that's MJF. So it all ended up being the way that it needed. Daniel Garcia is back, and we can only assume that Garcia versus MJF will be signed for All Out in Chicago. MJF and Danny Garcia right now is the idea, but Ebu of wrestling purists first reported that Garcia was written off television to protect AEW should he not return and sign a new deal. So they did leave it open-ended. If they lost him, that would have been the angle that wrote him off television. If he comes back and stays with the company, then they obviously have a great in with him feuding with MJF. PW Insider is now reporting that Garcia is still yet to sign a new deal. His contract is still up in October. AEW President Tony Khan said while speaking at the All In Media Scrum that he sees Garcia's involvement at the pay-per-view as a good sign and doesn't want to publicly comment on anyone's contract. So, again, nobody knows what to make of that. Tony Khan's not going to give you the answers that you want when you ask him at these scrums. But listen, no matter if he's staying or going, I want to see this kind of play itself out because after what we saw, he's back on television now. I'd like to see a conclusion to what MJF did to Danny Garcia. I think it'll be a great match in Chicago. It's basically their second home, and I'm excited for it if it is both. Jason, what'd you make of him being back and costing MJF the match?
Yeah, I wasn't surprised. I just assumed that if we saw him, it would be an indication that he was staying, and as it turns out, he might stay or he might not. But it made sense. Last time we saw him, he was murdered on live television by MJF. He was left in a pool of blood. So. And he didn't get involved in such a way where it's like, well, that's the only reason Ospreay. He didn't really do anything. He just sort of showed up. He knocked him down on his ass. It's not like he punched him with the ring and knocked him out or anything like that. And just, established that, hey, I'm back. And MJF now has a very big problem to deal with. And it's a match for All Out that I think should happen at All Out. That makes all the sense in the world. So, again, it was the logical next match for MJF to have. Whether or not he wins or Garcia wins, maybe that has to do with his contract status. I mean, Tony Khan will figure that out. But it just felt like the match that would make the most sense for the next pay-per-view.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
What I was looking forward to was Mercedes versus Britt Baker. At the start of this build, I was excited when the match was teased and eventually made for All In. The feud did not live up to the expectations. The build on television did not live up to the expectations. And the match on Sunday night did not live up to expectations. It wasn't offensively bad, but you could clearly see, Jason, something was just not there. Something was off. It did not feel epic. I don't know what went wrong, but the crowd in London was the quietest it was all night. Now, to give the ladies some credit, 6 or 7 minutes towards the end, they started to really kind of finally get it into motion and kick it into the next gear, but by that time it was too late. And Mercedes ended up retaining the championship, and she's still the TBS champion. Now, the first thing I want to address here is the match order. I don't know what you had said on your end, but on my end, I want to see if you agree here. I feel like this match should have been placed in the Toni Storm and Mariah May spot. I feel like it would have been a little bit more energetic as far as crowd involvement. I feel like the story, obviously, with Toni and Mariah is a lot more suited for later in the show. I think following MJF and Will Ospreay, I think the heat there would have kept with the momentum of the show. I feel like putting these two ladies on in the beginning probably would have benefited them more. Did you have a problem with the match order like I did, or were you okay with the way things were laid out?
I didn't have a problem with the match order. I did make the same observation that it would have benefited them to go on earlier in that spot, but I'm glad they didn't, because I would have hated it if Toni and Mariah went out there and the crowd was spent from the previous match and they weren't as hot for them as they ended up being earlier in the show. So I'm actually glad it worked out that way, to be perfectly honest with you. And also to go back to what we said, this would have been the right spot for that Saraya segment if they had time for it, and have Jamie Hayter make her return, just to have that buffer, between matches. But they were obviously pressed for time. The match itself was disappointing. It was underwhelming. It worked hard. I saw a lot of people shitting on it. The rough match, botches. I didn't watch the match and think that they were botching left and right or anything like that. Like they weren't on the same page. Just it didn't have a lot of heat, and it just did not come across well. It was just an underwhelming match. Mercedes, her finish, I've talked about her finishing move. She needs a new move.
I agree. It's awful.
I mean, it's just terrible. I don't know. I don't know why she insists on keeping with it, but
9 out of 10 people she delivers it to just don't take it the right way. It's just there's no impact.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not just her. You have to have that cooperation on it, and it just doesn't look good. It just doesn't come off well. Camille got ejected from the match, for getting involved, and then Mercedes wins, and then nothing happens, which I think also was underwhelming, because even still, there were people thinking, I'm sure, that, Jamie might come out, and that didn't happen. So really, just from start to finish, it just did not come across as the battle between two of the biggest names in that women's division, which is what they are, right? Mercedes is portrayed as a big deal. She came in with a name from somewhere else. Britt, she's been the queen bee there since day one, 5 years of AEW. This should have felt like a bigger deal, and it didn't. And the crowd being quiet didn't help, but it just did not come across as a huge deal the way that it should have. So just a very underwhelming match on the whole, and honestly, not one that I have really an appetite to see again.
No, I'm done. I'm one and done here. I'm good with what these two ladies did on Sunday night. I don't care to see it again. I don't know what went wrong. I don't know if Mercedes was wrestling slower than normal to match Britt and what she was able to bring to the table. I don't know if Britt moved like she usually does. I didn't notice anything off about Britt. She hit all her signature spots. She hit the stomp. She hit the sling blade. She hit a huge bump off the top rope with that fucking whatever it was. Body, yeah.
Well, no, I was going to say she took a lot of abuse because there was focus on the lower back.
Yeah.
So, even early on, Mercedes, they were on the ropes, and she brought her down for a backbreaker on the top rope. There was she body slammed her, I think, off the top rope. Yeah. So she took some big bumps during that match. It just didn't click. Sometimes things work out, and sometimes you have an off night, they just don't. And this just did not come across, I'm sure, the way that they were probably hoping. But it just sort of died there until the last few minutes. And as far as Mercedes and what she does next, hopefully it's someone else. Because look, the build-up also, that didn't help.
Well, the suspension didn't help,
Yeah, no, the suspension did not help either. But the build-up to the match wasn't great. So when we talk about Tony and Mariah, it wasn't just that they had a really good match. It had the story and the build-up was great. It made you want to see these two get in the ring and go at it. Like, we've been waiting months to see that match. It didn't help with this one that the build-up was like, it was subpar. I can't say I was excited, to see this match. If anything, the build-up made me less excited to see the match. But just all around, I think it was a misfire, and they're better off just moving on to something different.
Yeah, I don't know what Mercedes does, who she goes on to next, what Britt does next. Like I said, Jamie here, I felt like was the glue that kind of took it to the next level. And we may still end up getting there, but at this point, I think Jamie here is probably better off doing her own thing and just kind of focusing on building towards Mariah May sometime early next year for the Women's Championship. But
Well, for all the people who wanted to make the comparison between Jamie and Becky Lynch, if Tony Khan wants to have Sasha Banks and Becky Lynch now, we can do it. Book it for Full Gear. You got Sasha and Becky.
I guess it can't be any worse than Britt and Mercedes. We'll see. What I was looking forward to was this coffin match as well. Jack Perry and Darby Allin for the TNT title coffin match. I felt like this was over before it even started. They went about 9-10 minutes. They obviously got cut time. The report was that they needed to make curfew, so this unfortunately was the match that they had to cut time for because they certainly weren't going to cut it for what followed. But Jack Perry retained the TNT title, and really nothing was made of it, Jason. I mean, he won the match, he retained the title. Sting came out to protect Darby, which was a promise that Sting made, even in retirement, that he would look over Darby no matter where he was in retirement. He shows up, he kind of fended off Jack Perry and the Bucks, and he still is the TNT champion, though. Where are we going with this? Was Sting's inclusion only because of the moment, All In? Tony wanted to involve him there. He's obviously not going to come out of retirement and wrestle again. I think that would be ridiculous after what we were given in February. But what do we make of Darby? Because clearly he's not done with the Elite. Does he continue to go after the TNT title now that he's got a World Championship match on the horizon? What do you make of this entire story?
Well, first of all, I want to know more about this curfew. What is the deal with this curfew? Why do they have a curfew for All In?
I remember vividly. I was there last year, and we left the arena, and everything was closed down. There was nothing open there. I think AEW was having an after party at one of the places which stayed open obviously later than everything else, but everything was closed down. So at that time, it was very difficult to even get an Uber. Okay, I had to wait 45 minutes for a taxi. Everything was just shut down. Nothing's open.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wonder why that is. I mean, you would think when there's a major event there, that wouldn't be the case.
I have no idea. That's the ruling over there in Wembley. I have no idea.
All right. Well, I mean, look, it is lame. As far as the match itself, they didn't overstay their welcome. I can say that. You could have taken some time from the previous match if we would have known the way it was going to turn out and tack it onto this match. Because they gave Mercedes and Britt 17 minutes. And Darby and Jack got 10. And, of course, hindsight 2020, but you look at it, and I wish they would have taken a good, 7 or 8 minutes from that match and tacked it onto this one. But, it was quick. It was over a lot sooner than I thought it would be, but it was kind of a sprint in that regard, so it didn't bother me that much. They hit all the key spots they had to hit. Sting coming out was a one-time thing, I'm sure, just to get the big reaction. Came out to seek and destroy, just like he did last year in Wembley, and got a huge reaction, and he got to hit some people with the baseball bat and hit a couple of Scorpion death drops. So I didn't see it as being anything more than that. I don't think we're going to see Sting again for a while. It was just nice to see him. Nothing wrong with him making an appearance. Like you said, I can't imagine him getting back in the ring for a match. Darby now moves on. I think Darby and Jack are done. Darby coming into the show, as far as why is this a coffin match? He said that I don't want to be working with Jack for the next however many months. This is one and done. That's why we're doing a coffin match. So if you take him at his word, that's it. Now he moves on. Now he's got a World Championship match scheduled in a few weeks. So I don't really see the need to keep him working with Jack unless he's going to win the title in the end, which I don't think is the plan. So I think that's it. And now he moves on to wrestle, I assume, Bryan Danielson. And that is a match I'm looking forward to. There's been talk. You may have seen these rumors that AEW wants to put the title, maybe not now, but wants to put the title on Darby Allin to get Darby Allin an AEW title run. do you think that there is a possibility that they would change the title, not at Wrestle Dream, but do it at Grand Slam and have Darby win the championship?
I am against that. I have nothing against Darby Allin. I love Darby Allin. I think Darby Allin is definitely a part of that heart and soul of AEW. But that rumor came from Meltzer. Again, take it with a grain of salt when he said something. He did
Take what I just said and just crumple it up.
Meltzer did report that there
that.
has been talk about putting the title on Darby Allin. He says nobody expects a long title run from Danielson, but for 1 month feels too short. We've heard talk of Allin getting a run as champion no matter who wins. Who knows? That's been talked about seriously. As to when, that's less clear, says Mr. Dave Meltzer. Again, nothing against Darby Allin, Jason, but I could see him, if he eventually does win the championship, have to be a short run and nothing too serious. But him as a world champion for a long extended period of time, I can't really see it just based on the way he is and the way he looks aesthetically. I have no problem with him maybe winning it just to say he's won it, but I'm not all in on Darby Allin.
Yeah, I'm not all in on it now. I disagree as far as him one day being the champion. Just because he's a smaller guy doesn't mean that I don't think that he would be over enough that people would buy into him as a world champion. Because he's very well liked, right? He's a big baby face. He is part of the heart and soul of that company, one of the pillars, as they love to call them. He's been there since day one. I do think he's going to get a run one day as a champion. How long it'll be, I don't know. I mean, the way he kills his body, probably not very long. He's still planning, by the way, on climbing Mount Everest next year, so this might all be moot, depending on how that goes. I don't see it happening at Grand Slam. I also kind of hope not. I think Bryan going to Tacoma at Wrestle Dream and defending there, maybe dropping it there, is what makes more sense to me. But I am looking forward to the match. I think Bryan and Darby. Would Bryan be a little bit bigger than Darby? I guess it would be, right? A little bit bigger?
In what? In reaction-wise?
Physically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it's just interesting because they have two totally different styles. Bryan being more technical, and then Darby just being as reckless as he comes off, being. I'm really looking forward to that match. Even though I think Bryan should win, I think he will win. That is a match that I want to see. So I'm hoping they don't pull some kind of swerve to get the belt off of him, or even worse. The worst thing I think they could do is they're promoting that Bryan will address his future on Dynamite tomorrow, and I think the worst thing they could do, and I don't think they're going to do this, is have him forfeit the title.
It's only that another fucking interim champion by Tony Khan.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw that once this year. Jesus Christ, we don't need that again. So I certainly hope that's not the plan.
No, I think Bryan's going to stick with it. I think his family's going to tell him to stick with it. I think where we go, yeah, I think where we go with it, I feel like Swerve wins the championship back. I just think, a lot of people were upset that Swerve lost the championship. I get it. He just started to finally just start to get some momentum and finally turn that corner because, I don't know. Listen, you could be as big of a fan of Swerve as you want to be. Both of us are. But if you think that title run got started off the right way, you're a complete idiot. Like, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. They finally turned it around. It was when he beat Ospreay, things started finally turned the corner. And it's almost like I said this on Sunday during my review. It's almost as if you're watching fucking Brendan Fraser in The Mummy, and Swerve is just like, grabbing those jars, and you just see him regenerating after every jar he takes back, and he's finally reached his full form. That's what I felt like with Swerve. I felt like he was finally just starting to fully come into his own and be his final form, and then they take the championship off of him. What'd you make of the reaction that he lost the championship, Jason? Were you surprised that so many people were against him losing the championship to Bryan Danielson?
See, I wouldn't have used the mummy analogy. I would have used the Secret of the Ooze, where Shredder drinks the vial.
That's a good one.
Except for the fact that he committed suicide at the end of the movie, basically. Brought that whole doc down on himself.
Yeah.
Hell of a way to go. I wouldn't say that Swerve committed suicide on Sunday. I think he went out there and had a great match. Look, I think that Swerve, first of all, he just re-signed. May as well talk about that now. He has signed a new contract with AEW for many years. I think there's been talk. I think Fightful maybe said something, maybe 2028 or 2029. So he's going to be there for a while. He's made a long-term commitment to this company. And Tony Khan has made a long-term commitment to him. And it makes sense. He has felt respected in a way that he did not feel when he was in WWE. I think that's safe to say. And he's talked openly about there being political games or political reasons why things didn't work out for him in WWE. In AEW, he finally reached that sort of pinnacle that I think he knew from day one he would eventually be. When he first came in, first time he walked out there on stage in 2022. And that's where he finally was able to get to, especially when he beat Ospreay for Forbidden Door. That's when it felt like, okay, this guy has arrived. You know, when he handed Ospreay that first loss since Ospreay signed his contract. And then he went to Blood and Guts, led his team to victory. He just headlined their second biggest show of all time. Right? And people saying, oh, you know, again, they did him dirty or he's been buried or whatever. Again, he's beaten Samoa Joe, Christian Cage, Will Ospreay. I talked about Blood and Guts. He just wrestled in the main event at Wembley. He just re-signed a nice big fat contract. We know that he and Hangman have unresolved issues. They're going to get back in the ring. And I do believe that he'll get the belt back. I do believe that. Maybe it won't be a Russell dream. Or maybe it will, but I think we have not seen the last of Swerve as AEW World Champion. So he's going to be just fine. And I think people absolutely have a right to be upset if they are, you know, sad that he lost the belt at a time when he was just coming into his own. But he's going to be fine. I think AEW has shown that they respect his talents. They know what they have in him, and I trust that he will be in that upper, you know, card mix, that main event mix for some time to come. So I think he's actually in a great spot. And frankly, if he disagreed, he wouldn't have signed a new contract.
I agree there. You are correct. Fightful did say 2028. He is at least signed through 2028. Apparently, they said it was one of the more lucrative contracts that Tony Khan has ever given to a talent in AEW. AEW sources have long maintained that they've been over the moon with Swerve's performances in and out of the ring. He's had Match of the Year candidates for sure this year. He's expected to maintain his spot at the top of the card, obviously, says Fightful. This match was tremendous. The emotion in this match, I did not really expect with the build. They really made it seem like this was the end. They had the video package with Green Day, Time of Your Life playing. They had everything just kind of indicating that Brian was going to retire. Him going on several outlets saying he's going to need neck surgery and he's banged up and he doesn't know. And his family was involved, obviously Birdie, and what his daughter has documented. She wants Daddy to be home instead of being on the road. Everything just kind of coming together. I did not really get the emotion in the build, Jason, but there were several moments in this match that really just got to me, and it just took it just over the top to a beautiful place. Brian reaching out to his family when Swerve was just fucking beating him in the ring, saying, I love you, and you just physically see his arm reaching out to his family while he's in distress. There was one point where he was reaching out to his family and Swerve just be kicking the shit out of him, and he rises like fucking like a superhero, and then
he's firing him up.
He's firing him up, and he just all of a sudden gets this second win. He delivers blows to Swerve, and then he delivers a Busaiku knee to Swerve, and then one of the highlights of the entire night, Swerve took the Busaiku knee, and he just brushes it off like it didn't even fucking phase him. I'm like, this is just unbelievable stuff. And then obviously you saw what happened at the end. Adam Page showed up, and that was the little minor distraction there, which is all indications leading to them potentially wrestling it all out. So he showed face. We'll discuss that in a second. But in the end, Brian delivered the label lock, and Swerve actually tapped out, which was surprising. I don't know what you thought. I thought we'd get the 3 count with the Busaiku knee, but seeing Swerve tap kind of took me by surprise. Brian won the championship. Confetti, final countdown playing. His family's in the ring. The Blackpool Combat Club is in the ring. Everybody going crazy. Just one of the most genuine, just unbelievable moments that you will see in pro wrestling all year. Unbelievable match. Swerve is delivered in the main event for all this summer, and the contract is well deserved. I can't wait to see what he does now with Page, which I love dearly. But man, Brian getting that moment, man, I couldn't ask anything better.
Yeah, this was the match of the night. I thought that this was a 5-star match for my money. I mean, this was as perfect as you could possibly ask for. And I'm so glad that Tony Khan shelled out the money again for Final Countdown because it just fit so well. Watching him walk out there in a stadium like that to that music, and everybody, when he climbs the ropes in the background, you know, singing the chorus, And then the match itself, I thought it was an excellent match. The emotion with the family at ringside. At one point, you know, they kept coming back to like Birdie, but I just realized they're all B, right? Brian, Bree, Buddy, Birdie.
You know, I like the name Buddy for a boy. I like that name.
Yeah, yeah. Well, remember there was a show called Charles in Charge?
Yeah.
Sitcom
One of my
back in
favorite
the
shows.
80s. And I think gosh, who was the actor who played him? But Buddy was the friend.
Yeah, Buddy Lembeck. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Buddy Lembeck. I didn't even remember that. I don't even remember his last
Bro,
name.
I tell you, man, those shows, man, are just fucking. They hit me. They hit me in a different way, man. That Saved by the Bell, Family Matters, Fresh Prince, man, Mike,
Perfect Strangers.
Perfect Strangers, all that shit,
Yeah.
man. Step by Step. Come on.
Even I didn't remember his last name. That's crazy. But yeah, no, Buddy's a cool name. But it just hit me that they're all B's. But they showed them sitting in the front row, and Swerve has Brian outside. He's bleeding at this point. So there's a puddle of blood under his head, and he's stomping the shit out of this guy right in front of the kids. And it reminded me, it was almost like a Beyond the Mat moment. If you remember the Royal Rumble in '99 when Mick Foley's family is watching him get bludgeoned to death with a fucking chair. I mean, that was ridiculous. So like, you know, the kids, they go from being happy one moment, and then Bree is hugging them, and Swerve is looking at them like, you know, you send your daddy home.
And Nana's dancing.
Oh yeah, Nana's dancing in front of the kids, which was just a nice little added touch there. And I even said, like during my review, I said, wait a minute, and Hangman is the bad guy here? Like, look at what this guy is doing here and everything he's done in the past. And like, how is Hangman the heel? But they go on with the match and all the moments that you mentioned where he keeps looking over at his family. Looks like he's drawing inspiration from them. There were some great near falls too. I like the fact that he didn't win with the knee. It was basically WrestleMania 30. You know, he tapped out Batista, and that was shocking at the time that he would actually make Batista tap out. And when he did, the entire crowd went nuts. So I like the fact it was a callback really to that finish of WrestleMania 10 years ago. And story-wise, it's so perfect because it was 10 years ago that WrestleMania. Same finish, wins the World Championship, big stadium show. Here we are a decade later. And in the twilight of his career, but this time with his family in the front row, and he wins the championship, and everybody loses their mind. And that great shot of him and his family, his final countdown is playing in the end, and the confetti is falling, and Buddy is running around playing with the confetti. It was emotional. I mean, it really was. And that's what you want in pro wrestling. You want to evoke some kind of emotion. And so I thought they told a great story. We got this great, wonderful, happy payoff at the very end. Swerve had one of the best matches, I think, of his entire career that night.
I think he personally said it was the greatest moment of his career, even in losing it.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised because look at what he got to be part of here. This was special. This is what pro wrestling is all about. Yeah, it's like when I say that Rock and Hogan WrestleMania is a 5-star match, and a lot of people I think understand that, agree with that, or even if they don't, they can see it. And then there's people who are like, what are you talking about? Like, that match was terrible. It's a matter of how people look at pro wrestling. Sometimes you have a story, you have a match in front of the right crowd at the right moment, everything clicks. That to me is a 5-star match. This to me is a 5-star match. It checked all the boxes off for what I look for in pro wrestling. And it left me with a big fat smile on my face when that show was over. That's all you can ask for. And that's what Tony Khan, that's why he did this. Tony Khan every time he speaks about Brian, you can just listen to it in his voice. I mean, he respects this man so much to the point where he even said that he's told his father if he gets hit by a bus one day and something happens to him, he wants Brian to take his spot, take over and run the company. That's how much he thinks of Brian Danielson. Keep this in mind too, unless they're working us, and I don't think they are. Brian's working without a contract. He just put his world championship on somebody who a few weeks ago said he is not under contract. His contract expired on August 1st. He's not even sure he wants to sign another full-time contract.
Says a lot about Tony Khan. It says a lot about Brian too.
It says a lot about it says a lot about the trust that he has in this man. So I loved it. It was, to me, the match of the night. MJF and Ospreay was a close second. I mean, I had that at number 1 until I saw this match. But this was everything that pro wrestling would be, and everything that I love about pro wrestling, and that makes it so much fun. Those 2 top matches alone, as great as they were, elevated this show to an excellent level. It was a very good show anyway, but those two matches put it over the top, even more than the first All In that they did. I loved it, and it's going to be hard to top that, I think, as far as a match, but even just a show closing moment. I mean, it's right up there. Honestly, it's in the conversation even with what we saw at WrestleMania this year, because you had that great moment with Cody finally finishing the story. This was in that same vein. I need to compare, but again, when the shows were over, all I know is I felt satisfied with what I had seen.
They definitely gave WrestleMania a run for its money on Sunday night for sure.
Yeah.
Brian, there's news on Brian's title win and how long it was planned. This is also coming from Fightful. They are reporting that those that they spoke to immediately with after the show claimed that the decision for Danielson to swerve the main event All In and for Danielson to main event was made in April, or at least by April. Swerve vs. Ospreay was, as many theorized, the potential main event for this show, but that did not happen. And the reason why they switched gears is because obviously Ospreay was very vocal about this on social media. He didn't want to give off the impression that Swerve was going to be a transitional champion. And the sources that Fightful spoke to said Ospreay will have many chances to main event Wembley for years to come. There were jokes backstage of a reverse Montreal screw job to ensure that Danielson actually won the match, because it is very well documented that Brian was vehemently saying no. He did not want to win the world championship. He did not have a desire to be the world champion, but it was mostly a Tony Khan thing and him wanting to pay back to Brian Danielson. Danielson's in-ring mortality, so to speak, came into focus way more over the last couple of months as he worked very banged up on the road to All In. AEW sources tell Fightful they expect renewed efforts for some sort of working agreement whenever his current run concludes. Those we've heard from over the last 3 years often spoke about the trust Tony Khan has in Danielson and the latter's transparent nature about the situations. Danielson's selfless nature contrasts from his first AEW scrum where he joked and he didn't want to help anyone and just wanted to beat everyone. Danielson repeatedly and sincerely lobbied against becoming a champion in AEW, much like Sting had. With Danielson, it extended to lobbying to lose the vast majority of his matches, and some saying that Danielson even seemed like he would often regret some that he actually won. We haven't been told that Danielson has been saying his goodbyes, but he's also expected to remain around AEW following the conclusion of his run as an in-ring performer. He's been very transparent in saying that he wants to continue contributing to AEW after his neck is taken care of, and said that he could only see himself back in WWE in the event that the wrestling industry needs him to be there. WWE sources claim that they have not reached out, being that he's a free agent, but claim he's widely loved within their company as well and respect his contributions to wrestling. Since April, I mean, listen, I want to hear more of that from AEW. They're planning this for July next year. I want to start hearing reports that their main event is being already planned out and mapped out in fucking January, February. So I like that news. I like that they had an idea where they wanted to go. They stuck with it. They came up with a story. They delivered, and they had a plan. I love seeing shit like that. But as far as Brian, I'm excited for whatever's to come, man. He's got no contract right now. It's based off trust. They're going to renew some agreement there for him to continue working until he gets neck surgery. But like you mentioned, Darby, it's going to be a great match. Potentially, we see Swerve again after he finishes Hangman at Wrestle Dream in Tacoma. I'm gonna live in this moment, man, because who knows how long we have Brian as an in-ring performer. If he's the world champion right now, I think us, no matter you like them or you don't, let's stop and appreciate what this man has delivered and given us, and let's enjoy his final run as a world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Now he's part of that lineage. I'm sure that was part of it also. Tony Khan wanted him to be a part of that title lineage. He can say that Bryan Danielson was an AEW world champion. Look, if Tony Khan has a Hall of Fame one day, I wouldn't be surprised if Bryan is the first one in. And that's how highly he thinks of him. And yeah, I would expect that he's going to stick around, even with or without a contract, a long-term contract. Everything that he has said in interviews, that he's so happy to be there. You know, AEW is just such a good fit for him that I wouldn't expect him to go anywhere. I think he's going to be, I don't want to sit here and say a lifer, because you never know. But in the long term, I don't expect him to be anywhere right where he is. Even if he is not in the ring, he'll still be contributing behind the scenes in AEW.
All In was a huge success. Like Jason mentioned earlier in the show, Tony Khan was touting that it was the second biggest show that they put on pay-per-view. Revolution this year, I think he mentioned. I think I seen it from Brandon Thurston or Russellnomics. One of the other.
Was it, 180, I think.
Yeah,
right?
188 or something around that number, and then
Yeah.
this came in at number 2. So people were projecting maybe 175. I know All In last year did 200 or so. I think the number was, but I mean, whatever the case may be, buy rates or not, social media or not, this was one of the best pro wrestling shows of the entire year. It rivaled WrestleMania, in my honest opinion. They got their major show, they got their WrestleMania-like show, and if they continue to do what they do with this show and what they put into it, and I got to give them their flowers too, because they did a very good job of not only building the top 4 or 5 matches for their show, but they also did a great job at not making All Out seem like a filler show. We have some nice stories coming out of this show that lead nicely into All Out. So they are doing what they need to do. Whether it's good or not, it's not all going to be great, but most of it has been really solid. I'm excited to see where they go from this. And all in next year is in Texas. I'm looking forward to it, man. This is a great reason to celebrate. And if you're shitting on AEW for any reason, stop. This was a great show, a celebration of pro wrestling, and shout out to AEW, man. They fucking killed it. I'm very happy to be a part of this in some way, shape, or form. Talk about it with Jason. I love it. No, nothing more I can say. It was a great show.
Yeah, and All In is in Texas next year. Forbidden Door is coming to London in August. They did make that announcement. Sunday, August 24th is when they're going to be back in London. I believe, I don't know if they've announced this yet, but I believe at the O2 Arena. So they will be in London in August, because I know we had talked about the possibility maybe they shifted it because maybe WWE might run a show at Wembley next summer, which is still possible, because even though they may be in London, they're not running Wembley Stadium. So we'll see if WWE makes any kind of announcement. But that's not the only show announcement they made on Sunday with regard to 2025.
Yeah, AEW announced Forbidden Door, and they also announced that Grand Slam is coming to Australia in February. We don't have an exact date for that, but AEW is really kind of ramping up their international presence. And Tony Khan did kind of allude to this when he brought in Okada and signed Okada to a major deal. He brought in Ospreay to a major deal. A lot of people were like, well, why is he throwing this money around and they're not really making much of a difference on American television? The ratings aren't really translating to them appearing on television, Jason. This is the reason why Tony Khan brought these men in. Okada's got a huge international presence. Ospreay's got a huge international presence. They're going to be at the top billing for these shows. And now you kind of see, now you're starting to see Tony Khan's strategy, bringing in these big name talents for big money, and now him shifting his focus to more international shows next year. I think this is a great thing for AEW.
Yeah, I mean, it's good also just as far as expanding. Expanding the map, running places they've never run before. Australia, has its own hot wrestling market. We saw WWE there for Elimination Chamber earlier this year. Brisbane, which is where they're going to be at Suncorp Stadium for the show in February, which is Grand Slam, which they normally do in September. I'm assuming this is going to be a pay-per-view and not a Dynamite, even though Grand Slam is usually a Dynamite. I don't know if they've specified one way or the other what it's going to be. I always expected them to add more pay-per-views to the calendar anyway. But the stadium they're running fits between 50 and 60,000. We'll see if they scale it for that many people. But even if they get 30,000, I would say maybe around 30,000 plus would be a good, healthy crowd for them to have. But their first time in the market, who knows? Maybe they can get a lot more than that. Look, I doubted that they could get 70,000 or 80,000 people last year for Wembley. I thought if they hit 60, what a success that would be. And they ended up with 80,000. So who's to say first time in a new market what they'll be able to get? But this is the sort of thing I think that they need to do to grow. And while they may be struggling here domestically with a lot of their attendance, first time in a lot of these markets, I think they're going to do well. And so I like seeing it. I think for the fans there, it's exciting to get a major show, and not just WWE, but just get a major wrestling show. So it's good. It's good. And I think that the television deal, whenever it's announced, every week that goes by, we're still waiting to find out what the update is on that. That, I think, will set the tone for next year.
Some people in the chat say February 15th. Is that
That's the date. Yeah, that's the date for Grand Slam.
That is
In Australia.
That is a weekend, man. It's a Saturday. You might be right.
It is. Okay. Yeah, I just assume pay-per-view because you're going to run a stadium show like that. How can it not be? I didn't think it was going to be a collision. Let's put it that way.
Oh,
No. Okay, collision from Suncorp Stadium in Brisbane. No.
Yeah, no, thank you. They are moving Forbidden Door, and this could potentially be another pay-per-view for AEW next year. I love the fact, Jason, that Tony Khan is now doing a little bit more international. I think after the Cardiff shows this week, I think they actually need to at least run once or twice a year Dynamite in the United Kingdom or abroad somewhere. I think the energy there was great. This week's show was a lot better than the last several weeks. Is it a great thing, in your opinion, that they are moving Forbidden Door to the United Kingdom? Because I know you and I felt like maybe the concept was kind of weakening over the years, and there's not really much left to do. I mean, it's kind of ravaged Ring of Honor, not Ring of Honor. He's ravaged Ring of Honor too, but ravaged New Japan as far as talent is concerned. A lot of the top guys that work New Japan over the years are now working for AEW. Is it a great thing to take All In, bring it to Texas next year, starve the Wembley crowd, go back the following year, do the same thing with Forbidden Door in the United Kingdom at the O2, then bring it back to the United States? Is this a good strategy for Tony Khan to try and develop more interest to eventually bring these shows back to the States?
Yeah, I think so. And I think we agree that not going to Wembley next year and skipping a year would be the right move to make, because I feel like if they just went back to Wembley next year, they would probably have even fewer people than they got for this year's show. And everybody was ragging on them for that because, you were 30,000 under what you did last year. But the reality is 53,000 or 55,000 people, there's nothing to sneeze at there. That's still a very healthy crowd. So it's smart, I think, to just take a break for 1 year. I like the fact they're bringing All In to Texas. I know they've had domestic attendance issues as far as filling buildings a lot smaller than the Globe Life Field, but I do think that, again, there's a novelty to having that first big stadium show stateside. And I don't want to, make a prediction now about what the attendance is going to be, but I think they're going to have a healthy attendance for that show. So I think that's going to do well. I agree on the international stuff. It's what they need to do. I think they need to just get out to some new places. And having these stars like Okada, who is an international name, I think could really benefit them. And hopefully by the time they get to all these big shows that we're talking about, they have somebody like Kenny Omega back. And other people. John Moxley wasn't on this show, right? This wasn't even everybody that they have at their disposal. Some people are out on vacation or injured. So what's the roster going to look like, right, when they go to Texas next July, or when they go to London for Forbidden Door in August? The other thing I love about it, they're doing All In on July 12th. Typically, Forbidden Door is the end of June. You don't want to have a 2-week turnaround between Forbidden Door and All In. So I like the fact they pushed it back. So now you're going to have a break of about 5 or 6 weeks between the shows, which I think is much better.
Yeah, it still leaves All Out to follow Forbidden Door now and give it like a 2-week buffer. They still have that problem. I don't know if I don't know what their pay-per-view schedule is next year, but it's seemingly going to be quite similar to what they do this year. So I don't mind it. I think they set themselves up very nicely going into next year. We got exciting things coming up, and good for them. I'm glad that they're reaching into the international hype like WWE is. I think it's time for them to do that, especially coming off a brand new TV deal. Who knows what Max wants? Who knows what Warner Brothers wants? Maybe they want more presence internationally, and this all goes along with what's coming with the TV deal, and then possibly getting streaming services. I don't know what's going on and how that kind of correlates there with what they got the TV deal worked. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited for it, and AEW killed it this week, and I'm very much looking forward to Wednesday on Dynamite. We're going to shift gears to WWE. I know we had a lot of AEW talk. I know you guys are basically tired of the AEW talk. We're getting into some Bash in Berlin. But before we do that, I want to go over a couple of minor news and notes here before we get to the Bash in Berlin discussion. WWE had a story, or WrestleVotes today had a story on WWE that broke that Sean Ross Sapp had to go out and basically kind of re-report, because a lot of people within WWE, I'm sure, were taken by surprise by this news. There was a report from WrestleBook that the Performance Center was being moved to Las Vegas, and this came from Mark Shapiro in a meeting today at their headquarters. The original report cited that Mark Shapiro announced during a meeting today. One WWE source reached out publicly to say that his original report of moving the Performance Center to Vegas is not going to happen, or isn't planned to happen, unless there was another meeting held. Additional sources within WWE say that Mark Shapiro did not make this announcement, indicating a move to Vegas for the WWE Performance Center. Specifically, Fightful told that Mark Shapiro was making a point that Las Vegas is a sports and entertainment destination, and that having a WWE presence there is on the table. However, the company would need to figure out what that presence is, how much of a presence it would be, and when. No sources at the Performance Center had heard of any plans to move to Vegas and were shocked when they saw this float around on social media. Many sources noted the proximity of the current PC to talent on the main roster and their ability to easily access it. Many other things, cost of living of training talent was mentioned as being far more beneficial in Orlando. I don't know, man. Didn't they just build this new Performance Center not too long ago, and there were already discussions potentially about moving it? I'm glad that this is not imminently, but do you eventually see them moving operations from Orlando to Las Vegas for WWE, being that TK already has the Apex out there?
It's very possible. I mean, UFC is headquartered out there, and they may want WWE, to also be in the same place. They've used the Apex, right? Didn't they have Battleground there back in June? And I think there were a lot of complaints about it too, because it's not exactly a big place.
It did not look good on television.
Yeah, it didn't look great. And from what I understand, I think there may be a multi-million-dollar renovation going on where they may expand it, from what I understand. I guess, from my perspective, I don't know what their long-term vision is. It would not shock me if they wanted to have them both more or less in the same place, even though WWE is still headquartered in Connecticut. What would be an issue, I guess, if you are a coach or if you are a talent, they all live down there in Florida. And so many of them would have to move. It would be uprooting their lives. And you're talking about going cross country. So it's not like you're just going from Florida to Georgia, or you're staying on the East Coast. That's a massive change. And I'm sure there would be a lot of very unhappy people. So that to me would be maybe the biggest takeaway from this, or the biggest thing to watch out for is the effect it would have on people in that regard. Who goes, who doesn't go? I don't know. But it sounds like this is not anything that's going to be happening anytime soon, if it ever happens at all. So I guess we can't say that it was debunked, and it's not going to happen, but I don't think this is something that's imminent. I mean, the Performance Center, it cost them upwards of $5 million, and it opened, I want to say it was 2013 is when it opened. So it's about 10 or 11 years old, believe it or not. It almost doesn't feel like it, but it's been over a decade, I think, that the PC has been open. I wouldn't be surprised if they built more of them. Maybe not on as large of a scale. They've talked about this before, even before TKO took over. Remember, they had this expansion plan for globally. They're going to have a Performance Center in, I think, the UK.
It was Triple H's global takeover.
Yeah, and I think they were talking about maybe Japan. It didn't pan out. That got put on the back burner, but that wouldn't shock me either at some point if they revisit that and having even smaller versions of what PC is in other parts of the world. So I do see something like that eventually happening. And Vegas, yeah, I can see them having a presence there, but shutting down the Performance Center and effectively moving it to Las Vegas, that would be surprising.
Yeah, I think adding a second one on a smaller scale is the way to go for sure. I mean, you're going to be disappointing a lot of, like you said, the talent, the coaches, the people that work there, have family there, the fans that attend those shows every week. I don't know what it is for a young up-and-coming trainee, 18, 19, 20 years old, to be out in Las Vegas. I mean, I read a story today, I think it was from Ebu, like the reason why Braun Breaker is trusted and so beloved in the company is because he's a simple man. He never went out and partied. This is coming from Ebu's Twitter. He said he never goes out and parties. He loves to fish recreationally, and he's home early. He's in bed early. He shows up early to do his thing at the Performance Center when he was in NXT, and he goes about his business. never out late, never drinking. Imagine you being a 20-year-old fucking up-and-coming WWE superstar in Las Vegas. I mean, that's a recipe for disaster if you're asking me.
The other aspect of this, I would wonder also, is how it would affect television, because they do live television from the Performance Center, which is out on the East Coast, and so now if they were going to do television out west, how does that affect things? Right? You would think it would affect that whole schedule potential. So there's a lot of factors that go into it that we would have to just take a wait and see approach on. But from the sounds of it, this is not something that is imminently happening. It's actually happening.
No, Russell Votes did say, as of 5 hours ago, reached back out to the source after following up from SAP. They are still confident in our initial report about Vegas. I'm told that this is not an overnight thing and could take some time. So in the end, time will tell. So we'll see. It's not going anywhere. Nobody's moving. Nobody's going to have to uproot their life imminently. So something to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, somebody was a Tone. Shout out to Tone in the chat. He mentioned, because was it Tone? No, it wasn't Tone. It was somebody else mentioned that the property tax is a bitch.
Oh, Humble 85. Florida is horrible when it comes to property tax.
Yeah, but Florida doesn't have any income tax.
No.
I don't know about that. Yeah, it's just it would be a big pain for a lot of people who are based there, who live there. I also feel like just being in Florida is a very convenient thing for them as far as when they fly like main roster talent down there to appear on the show. So if you're talking about doing, again, TV in Vegas, it's going to be different. It's going to be, I think, challenging in some circumstances in a way that it isn't right now.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it, but nothing imminently is going to happen. So you guys down there don't have anything to worry about. Quick Kevin Owens note here: nothing to be too up in arms about, but this is coming from Sports Illustrated. Sports Illustrated's The Takedown had an interview with Owens this week. And he told the outlet that the only change in his contract status since a few months back this was discussed is that now he has less time on his deal. No further details were given as to why he hasn't signed the new deal or what his intentions are about the future in WWE. Owens right now has a contract that is up in January, I believe, and he is just this coming weekend challenging Cody Rhodes for the WWE Championship at Bash in Berlin, which we're going to talk about in just a little bit. I'm not too concerned about this, Jason. I've seen this making the rounds on social media. I do not think Kevin Owens is going anywhere. I think he retires in WWE. I think he signs a new deal, stays. Everybody seems to think that he's going to end up joining AEW and going over there with the Bucks.
Yeah, but that's what people said 4 years ago. They said, "Oh, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, they're friends with the Bucks. They're going to go to AEW," and then they didn't. And look what ended up happening, right? They got the biggest pushes of their entire life. Kevin Owens has headlined 2 WrestleManias. So, I think that it's just crazy to think that he would go anywhere else, because I don't think he has a reason to. He gets paid very well. Clearly, they understand, maybe more so now than years ago, what they have in him. I think Triple H knows what he has in Kevin Owens, values him, respects him, they trust him. But just everything he's done since he signed his last deal, maybe he hasn't been a world champion, but he's been in some pretty high-profile matches and situations. So I really don't see the need to even think about leaving. I'm sure they'll make him a very fair offer. If they don't, that's a different story, but I can't imagine they don't.
No, and the style that is AEW, I don't think Kevin Owens wants to work that style. I think he wants to just kind of take it easy from this point on, put on great matches, and I think the AEW style would be too rigorous for him at this stage of the career, no?
I don't know about that. He'll work whatever style that he's comfortable working. It's not like he doesn't take risks in the matches he has here at WWE.
Every match is fucking get thrown on the apron somewhere.
I remember WrestleMania when they had it at the Performance Center, that COVID Mania. He was like, "I'm going to jump off that sign," and that's what he did. So it's not like he doesn't get these wacky ideas. He's not Darby Allin, but he'll get these wacky ideas for stuff like dangerous bumps to take and stuff to do. But I just don't see the need. Again, 2 WrestleManias he's headlined. He's been a featured talent. He's challenging for the WWE title this weekend. He's in a good spot. He's got a lot of friends over there, not just the Bucks. It's not like he wouldn't have friends and people to work with. But I just think he's a WWE guy, and he doesn't really have any reason to leave.
I agree. He ain't going anywhere. You AEW guys, keep wishing. Mauro Ranallo note, the GOAT is coming back to pro wrestling. He will be returning with Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling, which is Scott D'Amore's promotion. He spoke with Insight and Chris Van Vliet. D'Amore shared that Ranallo will be the lead commentator for his new venture. He says, and I think we have one of the very best, I think indisputably the best combat sports cross-genre announcer, because Mauro Ranallo has agreed to be the voice of Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling. I said this on social media. I did not know what Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling was before a couple of weeks ago. Scott D'Amore is very trusted. He's got a nice list of talent that I'm sure will want to work with him. He's going to put on great matches. And Jason, you and I both know that the soundtrack to those matches elevates those matches to where they need to be. And Mauro is that soundtrack, man. That's a great pickup.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I'm really happy that Mauro is getting back into the wrestling game, even if it is just on a a smaller level. Obviously, it's not primetime television or anything like that, but it's been documented the issues he had in the past and how his WWE run came to an end. There was talk about maybe MLW picking him up and doing something. So this kind of came out of nowhere, but I think it's great, and I think that is a huge pickup for Scott D'Amore, because Mauro has something that not everybody has. And I know he's not everybody's cup of tea, but he's got something that a lot of people don't necessarily either have or do as good of a job of projecting, which is passion and enthusiasm. And he can maybe overdo it sometimes, but that's one of the things I love about him. One of the things that made him so much fun. Because I know people would criticize like his dated references and stuff like that, but I found it to just be part of the charm of his commentary when he was doing commentary in NXT. So I love it. I think it's great. I don't know if he has any aspirations to do more than just that, but if that's all it is, that's a huge pickup for Scott D'Amore.
Whatever. If it's on Fight TV, I'll be watching, because if Mauro's a part of it, I want to listen in. We're going to talk about Bash in Berlin. We'll kind of integrate some Monday Night Raw talk in there as well, and then we'll get to your super chats. We don't want to keep you guys here longer than we have to. But Bash in Berlin is happening on Saturday afternoon, another 1 p.m. show, which I have no problem with. I'm sure Jason feels the same way. It's better than sitting here till 12:30, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but we are heading though into a stretch here, 3 straight weekends of 3 straight pay-per-view.
Yeah, we'll be right back to the 3 p.m. cutoff time for All Out in Chicago. Can't wait.
Which is a bit much, I think.
Yeah. But Bash in Berlin's happening on Saturday afternoon, and the main event, we don't know what the main event will be. I said Gunther Randy Orton should main event. Who knows what they do come Saturday, but we'll start with this. Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens for the WWE Championship. A lot of people, Jason and I talked about this. This was
why don't we do this? Why don't we start from the
other side of the card? Okay, yeah, you start it off from the bottom. Yeah.
Well, we'll start from the bottom, which is the WWE Women's Tag Team titles, which, I mean, it is the bottom, let's be honest. Alba Fire and Isla Dawn defending against Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill. I don't really see this existing for any purpose other than putting the belts back on Bianca and Jade.
You know what? I tend to agree with you, and I think that will happen. But I did say this on Friday night when I covered SmackDown. I feel like that is the way too predictable way to go. I'm making a very, very bold prediction. And I say they don't retain the tag team championships, and Bianca Belair goes here. I think one turns on the other.
You mean regain? So they don't regain?
No, they don't regain the title. Yeah. Okay. I think one of them turns on the other. I think it's neither.
What would be the impetus for it, though? I mean, they haven't even teased anything between them on TV, like any kind of dissension or issues.
There was some kind of attitude change a while back with Bianca Belair when she was trying to, I guess, get involved with Bayley and damage control, and she didn't want.
That was like 3 months ago, though. There's been nothing like that since then.
Well, I mean, I don't see the reason to put the tag team titles on them. What are they going to do with those titles, and what are the titles going to do for them? It's just like, all right, let's make Jade a 2-time women's champion. Okay.
No, I don't disagree with that. I don't see the point either, other than just to give them something to do. But I just don't see there being any other outcome to this match. I think that there's a better chance of them winning the belts back, because maybe they want to get a little bit closer to the end of the year, and then we start to see some kind of dissension or some miscommunications. and they do what I thought they were going to do when they held them the first time. I thought their run the first time would end because of that. It didn't. I think they win them back, and then we see something like that play out after they get the belt.
I think Bianca needs to be in a little bit more of a priority role here. I said on Friday as well. I'm thinking long term. I'm trying to see where things play out going into WrestleMania. I have Bianca right now, early prediction, to either win the Rumble or the Chamber, and I think she wrestles Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania in Las Vegas. I think at that point we need to make some kind of transitional change with Bianca's character, whether that is going heel to wrestle Rhea's babyface or some sort of like attitude adjustment there, because I feel like it's just more of the same with both of them, and I just feel like it's needed for her. I think she needs to be taken to that next level and get back to that spot that she had. She's been a non-factor, and I think she's too good to just be kind of left out in the dust.
Yeah, I mean, she's taking a back seat, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think taking a back seat for a little while is fine.
Yeah.
And that's why people complain about Charlotte Flair. So, I mean, you can say the same thing about Bianca, that if she was still pushed at the same level, people would be bitching and moaning about, oh, Bianca's being shoved down our throats. So I think it's fine that she took a back seat for a while. I think part of the reason is because they're building to Bianca against Jade at WrestleMania. So I tend to think there's a better chance we get that than Bianca and Rhea.
Hopefully Jake can put it together. I mean, right now, personally, I don't see it being a WrestleMania caliber match, but you may be right.
I could see that. No, I could see that being a WrestleMania match. And I think they would, they work together now. I think they would work on it enough where they would probably be able to put together, the best possible match that they could do with enough, of a heads up. I think it would probably turn out to be fine. But I just feel like that, if they build it right, that's a WrestleMania. So, like, if they do what you just suggested, and one turns on the other, so what are you doing? You're putting them in the ring against each other at Bad Blood? It just feels too soon.
Yeah.
That's potentially a big match. They've been partnered up now and buddied up for so many months. I feel like you need to save the eventual match for something bigger than just Bad Blood or even Survivor Series.
We'll stick with Bianca and Jade regaining, I should say, the tag team championships for sure. I look on an Alpha Fire, made no impact with those titles. I just feel bad for them. But the division itself is just.
So I convinced you. You're changing your prediction.
Yes, we'll go with that as a safe bet. Yes, I'd like to see it, but I don't think we'll see it. Mixed tag team match. Liv Morgan and Dominic Mysterio against Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley. The Terror Twins is what they're being billed as. I love the build for this. I thought they hit on all the right notes. I loved Dominic's explanation as to why he backstabbed Rhea Ripley. I love the way Liv Morgan has portrayed herself as the new girlfriend of Dominic Mysterio. Rhea Ripley and Damian Priest, they are still solely together here, still very close-knit. I know they've saved that Riptide, Jason, for the pay-per-view, and we have not seen Rhea Ripley get her hands on Dominic at all. But I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this all plays out. I talked about this last night, and I said, I can't, especially last night, do Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley get the one-up here on Judgment Day at Bash in Berlin? Or do we see Judgment Day again reap the benefits of beating both Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley, and then both Priest and Rhea Ripley get their revenge of Bad Blood? How do you see this playing out?
I think that the baby faces go over here. I think that Priest and Rhea pick up the win. I think we get the Riptide on Dom. And I think that then leads into the rematch between Rhea and Liv at Hell in a Cell. Bad Blood. I mean, it may be a Hell in a Cell, but it leads into the rematch of Bad Blood for the championship. But I think they need to pick up the win here. They both came out of SummerSlam losers. They stood tall on Raw last night, but I think that it's more important, I think, they get the win here, because then it makes more sense for Rhea to turn around and say, okay, now I want you back in the ring one-on-one, and I want my belt back. And then you do the rematch.
We will, I don't know, who am I going with? Am I going with the baby faces? I'll probably go with the baby faces here, for sure. I am very much looking forward to Rhea and Liv. Whether or not it's a Hell in a Cell match, that remains to be seen, but where do you see Damian Priest and Finn Balor taking place? Do we see that at Bad Blood too, or do they wait a little bit longer for that?
I think Bad Blood makes sense. I remember I said weeks ago, man, I wish there was a way for them to delay the first match until WrestleMania. I just don't think that's practical.
Yeah.
You know, the way things are going, he's going to run out. He's already wrestled in Big Thunder. He's wrestled Carlito. So he's running out of people to wrestle in the Judgment Day. So it's inevitable. So I think Bad Blood is probably when we get the first match.
I know I made a mention of it one of these weeks. It was last week or the week before that. I know LWO wrestled the Judgment Day last night. They opened a Monday Night Raw. They obviously confronted the Judgment Day. Do you see, after last night, any inclusion of Damian Priest with the LWO, or is that just...
No.
Okay.
No. What's the point? Why does he need it?
I mean, he needs another group. I don't know.
Does he?
Only time will tell, I guess. I don't know.
He can't exist. He can't exist without being
I'm
part
sure.
of a faction.
I'm sure
Is he
he can.
capable? He's friends with Rhea Ripley. Is that not enough? You have the territory.
Now,
They can look out for each other.
I would take one Rhea Ripley over Joaquin Wilde and Cruz Del Toro for sure.
I just don't see, what does he need them for? That's my question. Like, what does the LWO offer him that he needs?
Well, I mean, he's going to need more. I mean, if they're building towards Balor and Priest at some point, especially at WrestleMania, I mean, he's going to need.
Oh, I mean, look,
some
yeah,
form of backup. No,
I'm not saying he can befriend them, but like as far as joining the LWO and becoming like a full-fledged member or the new leader or something, I don't see it, and I don't really see the point.
that's an idea. I'm going with Priest and Rhea Ripley as well, and we'll see how that plays into Bad Blood. If it's Hell in a Cell with the ladies, I wouldn't mind. Leather strap match. CM Punk, Drew McIntyre. This is a traditional strap match where the winner needs to touch all 4 turnbuckles in each corner. Love that they made the old school rule, because the strap matches that we've seen previously were just basically 2 guys strapped to a strap, and they whip the shit out of each other. And it's either pinfall or submission. But CM Punk, knowing that he's rooted in the old school, he's going old school rules here. The one question I have, Jason, is I know we saw Drew McIntyre get the win at SummerSlam. I'm thinking Punk wins here. We're tied 1-1 going into Bad Blood. This match is going to be physical. I have not been too over the moon about Punk on Monday Night Raw. I think the week before he pandered a little bit too much. He was live streaming on Instagram, and people saw him under the ring last night. Everything was what exactly it needed to be. McIntyre and Punk on Saturday afternoon. How do we get what we get on Saturday leading into Hell in a Cell? What needs to take it to that level to be inside Hell in a Cell?
Well, that's one of the concerns I have, is that last night I thought they did a good job, like that final push, that final sell for Saturday. But I feel like we have reached a point now where what more can they do? So if they're going to do a Hell in a Cell match of Bad Blood, which is still 5 weeks away, I'm a little worried they may run out of gas over the next month as far as keeping things fresh and interesting, because they've been feuding since the beginning of the year, right? February, basically. So I'm hoping and trusting they will find a way to keep it interesting enough to get to a 3rd match in the first place. As far as what they do here, I'm going with Punk. I mean, Punk winning and evening things up 1 win apiece makes sense to me. I could see them doing a finish very similar to one we've seen in these types of matches before, where McIntyre is dragging him around as he's touching the turnbuckle, not realizing that Punk is also touching the turnbuckle behind him. We have a struggle before the last one. Punk touches it first, he wins the match. And that maybe is what just drives McIntyre absolutely insane. So the question then is, who makes the pitch for a Hell in a Cell match? Is it McIntyre who asked for one? Is it Punk who asked for one? It can be either way. I mean, if it drives McIntyre nuts that Punk beat him, then it's possible McIntyre makes the pitch, get him inside the cell once and for all, and then Punk accepts. I don't know how that'll work as far as who makes the pitch for the match, but that's how I see things going down. I think it's going to be one of those types of finishes, which is why they're doing it under these rules, which is the whole touch the turnbuckle thing. Where he thinks he's got it won, and then at the very last minute doesn't realize that Punk's right behind him, hits the turnbuckle and wins the match. And I don't think McIntyre can accept that. I just don't think he can accept that he lost to CM Punk. It's going to drive him so nuts, and that's how we, and Punk can play mind games with him and kind of taunt him for it, and that's how we get to Hell in a Cell ultimately. But they got a month in September to try to keep things interesting. Can they do it? We know Punk can talk. He can sell a match just based on his promo. What more can they do though?
Does he break the bracelet live on Raw? Rip it off? Does AJ get involved like you mentioned a couple of weeks ago?
Well,
Does he get involved and
that
maybe get a fucking claymore to the face? I don't know.
no. Well, come on.
Listen, if Becky Lynch took an end of days, why not? Why not?
Well, it's very different than being kicked in the fucking face, though. I mean, AJ Lee's like 3 feet tall. What are we doing here? Yeah, I would love to see AJ get involved.
Kidnap
really
Larry? Maybe he takes Larry hostage. I don't fucking
Yeah,
know.
well, you know what? I just got them talking about SmackDown and it being the anniversary and everything. Maybe Drew McIntyre takes a page out of the Big Boss Man book and he dog naps Larry and threatens to hook him up and feed him to CM Punk, and he'll give Larry back only if Punk agrees to give him a Hell in a Cell match, and then he returns Larry. And maybe Larry gets involved.
Gotta fucking embody bad blood. I mean, something's gotta happen personally. I don't know. Breaking a bracelet or ripping the bracelet off is enough.
No, I like that idea though. Let's get Larry involved. We know Larry is still traumatized from what happened in Chicago 2 years ago, but get Larry involved. He gets a dog nap, and then Punk has to give McIntyre what he wants if he wants to get his dog back. Right? Why not?
It's they got their work cut out for them. I don't know how we get there. There are a couple of different ways to go about it. I'm sure Punk has something brewing in his
If
mind.
this gets clipped, people are going to take this seriously and think that we're being 100% serious.
I'm the master of being clipped out of context. I'm sure already someone's clipped it and it's already fucking waiting to be tweeted. But Punk is going to win. McIntyre and Punk obviously leading towards Bad Blood and Hell in a Cell. Love what they've done so far, but like Jason said, there's really nothing more to do, and there's nothing more to say. But should be a great match on Saturday afternoon. Very much looking forward to it. We have Gunther and Randy Orton for the World Heavyweight Championship. This is starting to come along, and I'm loving what we're getting so far from both Randy and Gunther. I thought Randy cut a great promo on Monday Night Raw, really highlighting the importance of that World Heavyweight Championship. Obviously, he's cashing in his opportunity because Triple H had promised him, listen, I know you got fucked out of King of the Ring. Your shoulders were not clean on the mat. You're getting your match. We don't know where. We don't know when. Gunther, obviously won the World Championship, so Randy Orton said, now's a better time than never, right? So let's do it. We're getting the match in Berlin, and the promo last night really highlighted the importance of the world title, so I really love what Randy Orton said last night in regards to that. But I think it's pretty common knowledge here, Jason, that Gunther just won that title. There's no way he's dropping that title so soon to Randy Orton. The question is how Orton takes this loss and goes back to SmackDown, and what kind of transpires out of that when he takes all this anger that he lost back to SmackDown. So that's what I'm going to be looking forward to here. But Gunther's retaining the title.
Yeah, I mean, he just won the championship, 3 weeks ago? I mean, it's insane to even think that they would take the title off him this soon. Randy Orton has pointed out in recent weeks that it's been 4 years since he has headlined the PLE in a singles match. It's been a long time since he's been in this spot. He wants this to be the main event. I think this should be the main event. I think this will be the main event. Ultimately, it really boils down to what the planned finish is with Cody Rhodes. If there's a big angle or some kind of big turn or swerve or something going on there, then they'll probably headline with it. I'm going to say this match headlines, and I think this is the real main event of the show. Gunther is walking in as a defending champion. Randy Orton walking in as a challenger. I think we saw him for the final time on Raw last night. I think he's back to SmackDown next week. He's going to lose, and as I've been saying, this will be yet another PLE loss in a year full of them. At some point, he has to get tired of losing. Also, keep in mind that Cody Rhodes basically gifted Kevin Owens a shot at the championship because KO has watched his back. He's been in the foxhole with him now for months against the Bloodline. Well, so is Randy Orton. So if he did that for KO, he has to do the same for Randy Orton. Is he going to? If not, I could see that bothering Randy Orton. And so maybe that's used as an impetus for him kind of turning against Cody. But I think the turn is coming. It's just a matter of when. And all this losing has to, at some point, just set him off. This might be one loss too many. But yeah, no, he's bringing his wife with him to the show, he says, because he's expecting a raucous crowd. So am I. I'm looking forward to what the crowd reaction is going to be in Berlin. But his wife is being flown over there to watch her husband move.
Should be great. There's no such thing as a bad Randy Orton or Gunther match, so I'm looking forward to that. But the other championship match is Cody Rhodes, like Jason alluded to here, Kevin Owens World Championship, WWE Championship on the line. Cody Rhodes offered Kevin Owens that championship match because he helped him for months with the bloodline. And obviously there was a hesitation on Kevin Owens. He didn't want the championship match. He said that his win-loss record doesn't really earn him a championship match at this point. And the match was eventually announced for Bash in Berlin. Friday on SmackDown, we got a video package highlighting all of the betrayals that Kevin Owens had in his WWE career. Sami Zayn, Chris Jericho, Kofi Kingston. And in the closing moments of the show on Friday night, even with that video package playing in the opening of the show, there was a tease, Jason, where they did wrestle, Cody and KO. They wrestled A-Town Down Under. And there was a tease after the match where Kevin Owens looked like he was going to hit Cody with the WWE title, but made a motion towards Austin Theory and Grayson Waller on the outside. It certainly looked like he was going to blast Cody in the back with it. They are right now on the same page, but going into Saturday, we don't know what that page will look like after the match is over. Cody's going to win. He's not losing the title to Kevin Owens, but do we see a heel turn here by KO, or do they remain on the same page, continue to battle the bloodline, because Solo Sikoa earlier in the show as well on Friday made a threat to Cody saying that he wants the WWE Championship. It looks like we may be getting that at some point.
To all of us too.
Yeah,
I took it as a threat on me. I took that personally.
I know. I feel the same way. But he still wants the WWE Championship. Does KO remain with Cody to battle the bloodline if that match has happened? Does he turn heel? What happens here?
And Cody in the blood. We stop already with this. I mean, Cody in the bloodline, KO in the bloodline. How many more months are we going to go on with this? That needs to be. That doesn't need to be a thing.
More people complaining on social media that Cody Rhodes is a boring champion again.
Yeah, well, but those people are going to complain about that anyway because they just think it's a boring run. Cody is going to retain. The question, as you said, is Kevin Owens going to turn? Right now, I'm 50-50. I could see it going either way. I tend to fall in the camp of no. I think they're teasing it. I think they're being very heavy-handed with it, but they won't actually do it. And I think they'll save it instead for Randy Orton. Because it's just harder for me to see Owens turning and then Orton. It's possible they both turn, but if it's going to be one or the other, it's going to be Randy Orton. So I tend to believe they're going to tease it. There's going to be a moment, at least one moment during the match, after the match, where they want you to think he's going to turn, and then he won't. Now, if he does, that's fine too, because they need help at the top of that card as far as heels. They don't have enough heels at the top of the SmackDown card right now. To be honest with you, they could use Owens and Orton going heel. So I don't think it would be a bad thing necessarily, but if I had to venture a guess, I'm gonna say no. If there's no turn, Cody retains. When Orton comes back to SmackDown, that's where we start to see problems emerge.
Do we get Randy turning on that September 13th USA debut? Because, I mean, I guess we should talk about this because Solo obviously took the tag team title from Jacob Fatu. He made him the enforcer of the bloodline, and he needs him to be in that role. He gave the title to Tama Tonga, so now the Tongans are the tag team champions for now. I'm assuming they're setting up when the Usos get back together. That's going to be the major program for the tag team championships. But Jacob Fatu is now without a championship. What does that mean? What did you make of that? Solo made he's got his eyes on the WWE Championship with Cody Rhodes. Do we see Cody and Solo at Bad Blood? How do we see this working out? I mean, I'm just very like you said. I have zero interest in a Solo and Cody rematch unless we get Roman and Solo at Bad Blood. I say that makes more sense. What do you make of all this nonsense?
I don't want to see Cody and Solo. I didn't want to see it at SummerSlam. I certainly don't want to see it again. The only reason people were even interested in that match, if you watch, they got interested because of the bloodline rule. They were waiting for people to run in. So to run it back again, and nobody is going to believe that Cody is losing the title to Solo Sikoa. I mean, it's just ridiculous that he didn't win it at SummerSlam. He's not winning it at Bad Blood if they wrestle again. So what kind of finish are you even doing in that match? It's just Like, is it going to have a stipulation? Because the SummerSlam match did. So if they have a rematch, how could that not have a stipulation? What would that even be? Are we just waiting for Roman to run in and get involved? It just it doesn't make sense. I'd much rather Orton do the turn beforehand, and we get Cody and Orton at Bad Blood. And if they do that match, I think Orton's streak of losses ends. And unlike Saturday, where I don't think KO has much of a shot, my money would be on Randy Orton. If they do that match at Bad Blood, my money would be on him, and then Cody has to work to try to get back there, and maybe they save the rematch for WrestleMania, because that could be a WrestleMania match. Now, the thing is, The Rock is the wild card. We don't know who he's going to be wrestling. Is it going to be Roman? Is it going to be Cody? I've read recently there's been new reports that it's still leaning towards Cody and Rock. So how does that change the calculus here? I don't know. But I would much rather see Cody and Randy part one at Bad Blood than Cody and so I'd almost rather see Cody and anybody else. Cody and Jacob Fatu than Cody and Solo, because that just doesn't interest me. It doesn't excite me.
Yeah, that SmackDown's going to be interesting. I don't know where Jacob Fatu fits into this. He's the one who took out Roman. The report said they specifically tried to keep them away from each other, but he did beat down Roman very badly. Roman never laid a hand on him. Do we get that match on that debut episode on the USA Network? Then we get Roman and Solo at Bad Blood, and then what happens and comes out of that leads into War Games. I would rather see that and just keep that to that. And then, like you said, have Cody move on to Randy. Randy turn on that SmackDown amongst all that nonsense. And
I should mention though, Roman was advertised for that September 13th SmackDown. He's no longer being advertised. So I don't know what that means. At least on WWE.com, his name was listed. His name is no longer listed among the talent scheduled to be on that show. Doesn't mean that he can't be added to the show, but it's just odd that he was listed and now he's not. So make of that what you want.
I think it would be the excitement that SmackDown needs, honestly. I feel like if Randy Orton won the championship at Bad Blood, you do the turn on that debut episode on SmackDown, you leave 3 weeks to build, you have him take the title off Cody. Cody can win the title back at the Royal Rumble. It's fine. Like, that's perfectly okay. And then he takes the title into WrestleMania season, defends it against the Rock, which I think is the right decision there. And then we just move on with whatever we need to. But I think Cody having the adversity in Randy Orton with the story that they have, the rich history with them, is just exactly what this show needs. And then you offset SmackDown with, like you said, Roman being 1A, Cody 1B, Randy would be with Cody, Bloodline obviously doing their Civil War. I mean, that's exactly what SmackDown needs for that 2-hour show, because it is a difficult watch when Roman is not there and when Cody, or at the same time, has basically nothing. It's just an awful watch every week. Like, the numbers, even with what we do, show nobody's interested. They need to do something to generate some interest, as spark some interest there, and I think that's exactly what they need.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys, Passion Berlin will be live on Saturday. Jason and I will be live on our respective channels, covering as usual, and that is wrapping up episode 63 of TNT right here for your Tuesday nights. We're going to get to your super chats and then get you the hell out of here. So thank you guys very much for all your support. If you guys want to get those super chats in, they are open. Get them on in. Any questions, comments, and concerns, we're about to address them. Thumbs up. We got 800 likes. I'd love to see. Can we get to at least 900? If you guys are in the chat and have not hit the thumbs up, let's try and get that number up to 900. Follow Jason on social media and on YouTube. Everything you need for him is linked down below in the description. And please make sure you guys go and check out all the channel, or all the content rather, on the channel that I've uploaded, especially the second channel. We're doing pretty good over there, man. 5,000 subs is on the horizon. So thank you guys for that. And let's get into these super chats and start it off with Michelle. $2 super chat. Who asks for a Hell in a Cell match? Punk or Drew? I think it'll be Drew McIntyre.
Yeah, I tend to think Punk wins on Saturday, drives Drew nuts, and he probably is the one who issued the challenge. Again, I throw it out there. Larry, he's just begging to be dog now. I'm just saying.
Larry. I'm sure Jesse would be happy with that. He thinks Larry's an ugly mutt. I think Larry's handsome.
No, Larry is unique.
He is unique.
He's unique.
Jacob Donnelly with a $5 super chat. I just came back from celebrating my 26th birthday with the girlfriend over at Italian dinner. Had an amazing chicken parm and now ready to watch some TNT, man. That sounds like a good night, Jacob.
Yeah,
Love me some chicken parm. Jason can have chicken parm. But I guess you could without the cheese. That's not really chicken parm, no?
No, that's just chicken.
Chicken cutlet
That's okay.
with some tomato sauce.
Chicken tendies.
Yeah.
Me and Dom, we have that in common. We both like chicken tendies and Liv Morgan.
Sidro, $5 super chat. What do both The Undertaker and Carmella have in common? He says, digging graves.
Hmm.
Sidro, oh God, man, I think you may need to go in retirement, brother. Chris Lloyd with a $10 super chat. I think Julia is showing up at No Mercy. Is she? What happened on NXT that gave you that impression? I know she just.
Well, she finished up in Japan last week, so she may already be here. Wouldn't surprise me to see her there.
Roxanne better she better sleep with one eye open.
It's either she shows up at No Mercy or they save her for the first CW show. But I would think they maybe want to debut her and set up the title match for one of those CW shows.
Yeah. Sounds a little bit more likely. Weenie Hut General with a 199 says MJF is a god. Keep up the good work, boys. NY forever. Thank you, Weenie. MJF is one of the best in the world, yes. Colin Hutton with 35 months. Gable Steveson was released by the Buffalo Bills today. What's next for Gable? Dancing with the Stars or Survivor? Jeez, LOL. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I don't really appreciate one way or the other.
Oh well. I wonder why he was cut. Was he not good enough? David M, thank you, brother, for the $100 super chat earlier in the show. Appreciate you. Sidro with a 5. What does Brooke Hogan say when you blow in her ear? Oh, thanks for the refill. Chi Lu with a new membership. Chi Lu, thank you. Welcome. Phantom, thank you for your generosity earlier, brother. $100 in super chat. MGM97 with a 199. 3 flaws you guys see with Triple H's book. It's a very good question. I'll let Jason answer first.
Well, the tag team division is certainly not in the shape that it needs to be in. So I think there's been some neglect there for sure.
I agree.
It's funny, you mentioned something that I mentioned it once like a while ago, but it's been pretty consistently a noticeable issue with the timing on some of the shows, some of the television shows. I guess maybe it has to do with formatting of the shows. I do think that that's something that probably needs to be addressed. Because there are times where they're about to go off the, like you can tell they're rushing the finish of the match.
Yeah.
Just to try to get it in before they go off the air. So again, it's not like a major problem, but I would maybe throw that one out there as well. And then as far as like a third consistent issue, I don't know. I mean, one thing that I like about what he does is that he tries to find a role for everybody on the shows. And you're seeing people benefit, like a Bronson Reed and people like that. So I like the fact that people consistently get time on the shows. I have to think on that third one. I'm not sure what number 3 would be.
Well, it's either the women's division. I would say there's still a lack of depth in the women's division. I mean, everybody has a role, everybody's getting TV time, but it's not terribly, must see or important in most cases. The time management issue is a problem. I know one thing that my very, very, very good friend, my very close friend Peter, says about Triple H. He's actually starting to get annoyed at the long title reigns. Now, not everybody has to have a fucking 600-day reign, but I think that just goes to Triple H wanting to rebuild the championships because Vince McMahon didn't really put a lot of effort into making the championships feel important. And I think Triple H has an obligation to make them feel important. But I think it's going to become a lot easier as the championships get through Gunther and get through Cody. I don't think we're going to be in this phase forever where everybody holds the fucking title for 2 years. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to name a number 3, I think maybe what we just talked about. I think that there is in some parts of the roster on SmackDown, it's at the top of the card on the heel side. There is a lack of depth there. Yeah, and that is something that needs to be addressed, and that's a big issue. So that's something that definitely has to be addressed. That I think they dropped the ball on.
Very good question, MGM. He also says, did you see the Transformer jackets on Chalkline? No, I don't have any jackets like that. I almost bought a Bret Hart jacket at the WWE shop in Philadelphia, but I wasn't really too keen on spending the money that they asked for. It was very nice. Basic with a $4.99. Ricochet on X talking trash. He's clowning people who are criticizing him, not to mention what he said to Kyle. I don't mind what he said to Kyle, but it's almost as if they leave WWE, go to AEW, that it's like it's party time on social media. I don't know why he's going back and forth with some of the people I see him going back and forth with, man. These people are fucking degenerates, honestly. Just stay on social media.
The stuff with Kyle is to build up their match tomorrow night, so that doesn't bother me.
No, everybody else, I don't know why he's answering these fucking engagement forms, man. Just stay out of it. Basic, thank you, brother. Rob Herring Jr. with a $5 super chat. MJF American title should get moved to Collision with more belts. I'd love if they split the rosters and have two separate shows with separate titles showing up on one show specifically. I love the American title. I'm sad to see it go, but you know, Will Ospreay's the international title's in good hands with Will Ospreay, so I'm not really worried about that. Johnny with 15 months. JD, have you ever heard Solid Monster sing Rebecca Black's Friday? It's a treat. Do I want to hear you sing?
No, you don't. I sang one verse because it came up on a stream, and believe me, yeah, you can get through your day without listening.
Oh my goodness. $7.99 from our good friend Demeter Bullion. Tonight he's Demeter Bullion. Poppy Wanna Shave Nanny Pit Hair with the $7.99. He says, watching All In, Nanny had 9 beers and I had 6. Smoked a Billy and sent Poppy back to bed because he was too happy after Tony versus May. Nanny was on top that night. Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh man, Demeter, man, you never cease to amaze me, bro.
Did he say Nanny Pit Hair? Is that what he said?
Nanny Pit Hair, yes. That's a visual that you will be taking to sleep with, right? Oh my god. Demeter, thank you, brother. Jason Barker, the $5 super chat. I think Bryan Danielson breaks out his version of the salmon suit on Wednesday. No. Now, Bryan ain't going nowhere. He's not fake retiring. Bryan's going to be up front with everybody. He's going to defend that world title. Can you imagine Bryan Danielson not defending that world championship if they won it? I just can't see it.
No, it just wouldn't. It wouldn't fit. It wouldn't make sense for him.
Who do we got here? Jimmy Belenko with the $2 super chat. Are you coming to Brisbane for the show? Absolutely not, man. You cannot pay me to sit on an airplane for 17 hours, man. Fuck that. No way.
Yeah, it's on my bucket list to go to Japan one day. I'd love to go to Japan, like Tokyo, to visit, but even that is very intimidating for me.
Well, you gotta do it in stages. You gotta make a stop in Seattle or Vegas or California somewhere, and then fly over and go to Japan.
Australia, that's a whole other thing.
Go to Napa Valley, bro. Go to wine country and have a couple glasses of wine. Nice night out there.
Better chance of that happening than me going to Australia anytime in the near future. No offense to the Aussie. I have a lot of Australian listeners, and by the way, the other thing about Australia, have you seen some of the creatures and the spiders they have down there?
No. Yeah. Yes. No. I'm not going out there.
They have some scary shit down there. Like, for that reason alone, there's no fucking way you'll ever find me down there.
Jesus Christ, man. I'll be fucking walking around and wearing a goddamn hazmat suit.
I do not want to have any part of that.
We're going to shout out my guy David Thiering, man. He gets VIP treatment, comes in with a $100 super chat. 3 certainties on TNT. 1 ice cold drinks, always. Jason and I love an ice cold beverage. 2 fire wrestling takes. 3 Demeter Bullion's fun nonsense, LOL. Now we just need from Solo's channel the names. All this dick. I smoke a lot of weed and my cock hurts. And we have a quartet of insanity. Great job tonight, guys. # TNT.
Thank you, Dave.
David, as always, man, thank you so much. All this dick and my cock hurts. I'm surprised we haven't seen those names already over here.
Give it time. Give it time.
Michelle with the $2 super chat. Would Punk Rollins main event WrestleMania if it does happen? I don't think Rollins is going to be the world champion at that point, so no. But also keep in mind, Steve Austin has made, a comment saying that he lives in Vegas. He will be at WrestleMania. Do we get Punk and Austin at WrestleMania? Is that a possibility this year?
It's possible. Punk still wants it, so it's possible.
Jason Bark with a $5 super chat. Tony Khan just booked Tomohiro Ishii and Adam Hangman Page. I don't care about Ishii, but the conglomeration. What the fuck? Did he really book that match? I mean, Page is going to go over, but I mean, holy shit. Can we not make Dynamite about random fucking matches? I'm sure Swerve is going to be involved in some way, but whatever. Give me a fucking clothesline and just send them home. That Forbidden Door won't close, man. I tell you, it's like, just fucking close the thing and lock it already, please. Unless Tomohiro Ishii is doing some American excursion here, and he's here for like 6 months.
That's why he's here for a while. Yeah, well, yeah. That's why he's been on the show. He's here for a while.
Watson with 27 months. Hi guys, thank you for being the #1 podcast. I don't know if we're #1, but I love what we do here. Have you seen Deadpool and Wolverine? It's a must-see. I still haven't seen the new Alien. Cheers. I have not seen Deadpool and Wolverine. I've not even seen the Alien. Romulus, I should. I heard mixed reviews though. I don't know.
I heard that a lot of people have ranked it #3 behind the first two.
Okay, that's all I need.
I think they said it takes place in between the first and second one, timeline-wise. But yeah, I haven't seen either one.
Triple M with the $2 super chat. JD, the new auto rifle goes crazy. Yes, I got it earlier, bro. I like what I like what I see so far. I got to do whatever I got to do later. So we'll figure that out. Sidro with a $5 super chat. Still have chills from Bronson's segment last night. I'm a Bronson Reed guy. Also, I think AJ Lee will get involved. Yes, Bronson Reed in 4 weeks has been absolutely incredible. He's one of the best things about Monday Night Raw in the last month. And that tsunami off the wall to Braun Strowman was a sight to behold. I love that they have this buffer in between when Rollins comes back and when we get that match with Bronson Reed. Braun Strowman's a perfect guy. I mean, that match ended in a no contest. I'm sure we'll get some crazy shit for the next couple of weeks with those guys. I know Bronson Reed's in a triple threat match for the Intercontinental title. I said last night, Jason, I could see Braun Strowman coming out and causing some carnage out there with him and costing Bronson Reed, maybe chasing him to the back, and we get Sheamus with that match.
Yeah, I mean, I have Sheamus and Dragunov as my picks to go on to the Fatal 4-Way. But, like, I mean, it was impressive, the tsunami off the concrete wall, but, like, when he got body checked onto the hood of the car and slid off and fell backwards on the back of his head on the concrete, holy shit. That was nasty. Yeah, someone put a little too much turtle wax on that car. My God.
Oh man, Bronson Reed's a big guy, man. He took the blow with a fucking beast-like enthusiasm. Love it. Tone C with 18 months. Brock Sampson from the Venture Bros characters design is loosely based on Sid, R.I.P. I don't know that. That's pretty cool, I guess. Sidro with a $5 super chat. Still have chills from. Oh, I just read that. Thank you, Sid. Hollywood guy. $5 super chat. Did you guys hear the rumor that Randy Orton wants to form a faction called the New Legacy? Any thoughts? And they re-signed Humberto Carrillo. Good for Humberto, I guess. I mean, he's happy there. So is Angel Garza. They both re-upped, so good for them. Angel's expecting another child with his wife. Congratulations to him. And I didn't know that. Randy Orton wants to form a new faction? With who?
He mentioned Legacy last night, and I didn't think anything of it necessarily, so I don't know where he's getting that from, if that's been reported by anybody reputable, but that's not the impression I get, that he's looking to form a new Legacy. We'll see. I mean, that could work. I mean, Cody was part of the previous version of Legacy, but I don't have any indication that's actually happening.
Who would even be in New Legacy? Who's on SmackDown that would fit the group?
Austin Theory.
Could
they wanted to actually do something
that's
serious.
Not a bad idea, yeah. Furious Nation with the $10 super chat. What's up, JD and Solomon? Do you think Drew Punk main event's bad blood? If it's, I don't know. It's a good question. It depends on what Cody's doing. If Cody and Randy is for the WWE title, no, that main event's. But I could see that being in the middle of the show somewhere, for sure. My question is, who falls off the cage? Does Drew McIntyre take another Shawn Michaels-esque bump off the side of the cage? He's done it before.
No, the last time we had a Hell in a Cell match, what was the last Hell in a Cell we had? Was it Edge and Balor?
Yeah.
Nobody went off the cage.
No. No, Balor just needed a fucking, 18 staples inside? Something like that?
Ah, yes. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody necessarily is going off the cage.
I can see Drew going off the side of the cage.
The side. I mean, like the top.
No, I mean,
But Shane, remember Shane when he wrestled The Undertaker?
yeah. I mean, he had, how many air balloons on that table?
A lot. A lot. And you know what I remember about that? So Michael Cole had that line about, like, for all mankind. There was some
So
real
scripted, so fucking
those. Bad enough it was scripted, but they got a shot of him reading.
It's so bad.
Come on, man.
Oh, man. Speaking of Shane, man, we may see him on the 5-year anniversary show at Dynamite. You ready? That's the second.
Actually, the 5-year anniversary of Dynamite, I'm busy that night. I'm going to be at family stuff, so I won't be there. So maybe put Shane on that show.
Okay. There you go. Furious Nation with a $9.99. Thank you so much, brother. Sinister with a $1.99. Another problem is Triple H not pushing Omos. No, that's not a problem.
That's a problem for you, maybe not for the rest of us.
Mr. Team Bring with the $1.99. What is the greatest Royal Rumble? 1992, and it's not even close.
I mean, didn't even have to think twice about that.
MGM Bowling with a $1.99. EO just posted on Twitter. You can thank me later. Oh, God. Guys, you guys get your mind out of the gutter, man. It's already bad enough Samantha Irvin stopped, was it Hump Wednesdays, Hump Day Wednesdays, whatever, Hump Day posts?
Every day is something.
Fine. Especially if you're Ricochet. Lucky guy. David, 100. Thank you, brother. As always, good seeing you here. Furious Nation with a $9.99. Also, RIP Psycho Sid. My thoughts and prayers go out to the Udy family and the fans and friends of Sid. Absolutely awful how he died of cancer, as my dad died from pancreatic cancer 9 years ago. Absolutely, Furious Nation. Thank you so much, brother. My grandma, on my dad's side, passed away from pancreatic cancer. She was only 53 years old. I feel you there, brother. Thoughts and prayers to you, man. Rusty Wagner with 34 months said this multiple times. The hardest worker in the IWC who brings entertainment and views with passion. Thank you, Salamonster. You are a great addition.
Thank you, Rusty. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Rusty. Thank you for being 34-month VIP here. Demeter Bullion, $2.99. His name here. I don't know how many fucking accounts this guy's got. He leaves no message, though. He just leaves a $2.99 with his name. Demeter Bullion, a very naughty, hairy, dirty, scary boy. I don't know what's going on in that household, man, but...
Naughty, hairy, and scary. See, that's one of the reasons why I don't go to Australia.
Yes.
You find a lot of that down there.
Yes, and then
I don't know what naughty means, but it sounds bad.
The spiders that are bigger than my fucking tire on my Mustang.
Yes.
Not that.
Literally.
Yeah.
I've seen video. Dude.
You want to catch me fucking dead there, man. Give me a break. And we'll end with this, man. Adam Casper with a $5 super chat. Hopefully Psycho Sid will be in the WWE Hall of Fame next year. See, this is what pisses me off, man. Sid should have already been in the Hall of Fame, and now they'll induct him, and he's not here. I mean,
Well, you know what's crazy about that? Sid is the only man who hold the Winged Eagle title, of all the Winged Eagle title holders, not to be in the Hall of Fame.
It's quite the factoid there.
Yeah.
But he will definitely be in the Hall of Fame. If not next year, within the next couple of years for sure. He should definitely should be there. But thank you guys very much, man. Appreciate all you guys. Great discussion with All In. We got some Bash in Berlin predictions out of the way. Some news and rumors. Hopefully you enjoyed episode 63 here on this Tuesday night. Jason will be live tomorrow with Dynamite, as will I. We'll be back for Friday as well, and then Bash in Berlin on Saturday afternoon. You guys know where to follow us. Jason, everything you need for him is linked down below in the description. So please go and check all that out. Jason, I'll leave it to you, man. Let's sound us off. Episode 63.
Well, I'll give a little plug here because this week, actually yesterday, was the 25-year anniversary of SmackDown, which I was surprised WWE didn't really mention or make a bigger deal out of it. But 25 years ago, this week is when SmackDown became a regular weekly series. And so what I did over on my channel, you can check it out, is a top 25 list of the 25 best matches and moments in SmackDown history. So if you are interested in that list and some fun historical moments, you can go check that out. It's up on the channel right now.
There you go. Jason's lists are always entertaining. So go check that out, guys. And we will see you right back here on Tuesday next week, man. We'll deep dive into Bash in Berlin, everything that happened Saturday afternoon. Jason and I we'll have you covered for sure coming out of Saturday's show, and then obviously everything this week, as I just mentioned, will be live all across YouTube. It's going to be a busy week as we round out the month of August. Thank you guys very much for episode 63. We'll see you right back here next week on Tuesday for Tuesday Night Time. See you later.
Everybody.
How'd that conversation? He just came up to me and Ricky Steamboat, right? You're gonna listen. You're gonna listen, right? Especially because this is the early '90s when he was there. He goes, "Hey, have you ever thought about doing this?" It turned out to be a rip on me. You enjoy your week off?
I did. It was a little rough. So for
A little moist and
yeah,
right?
so for everyone out there, we had a best of episode. A little bit of a weather issue over on my side of the world.
Yeah. What was it? Hurricane? Was it
Hurricane Debbie.
Debbie?
Yes.
Any Debbie though. I mean, anything you name Debbie's going to be.
Yeah. I was thinking this felt like a Tiffany.
It felt like a Tiffany.
It felt like a Tiffany. It stuck around a little too long.
Mhm.
Smelled a little bit. A few days later. Yeah.
I'm gonna let you have that.
Yep. Cost a lot of money. And when it's all said and done, you're left just dry and with nothing around you anymore.
Mhm.
So yeah, Debbie came through, kind of really flipped things upside down, and left us, held up to where we were flooded all around us and couldn't get to work. People couldn't leave literally couldn't leave their neighborhoods because of the flooding and everything that were in their houses.
And you're not too far, like from a marsh anyway, right?
Now that's the thing. It's there's wetlands all around us where I actually live. I'm far enough away from the marshes where I'm fine, but there's wetlands everywhere. Like just when you get off those marshes, and
Right.
so like there's this field behind my house that it's great for deer hunting, but it's terrible for a hurricane. And
You get any critters coming up? Any sliders or snakes or?
I was very lucky and blessed. I didn't have anything around my house that was bad necessarily, but getting to town and all that stuff was miserable. There's only one road for me actually to get to town and to get over to 9-line. 9-line was closed, flooded all around it. When we were actually able to get to the building, the water had gotten down low enough to where if you had a jacked up truck, and luckily I've got this old jacked up truck that I drove through, figured out that wasn't river water.
What river water?
Nope, that was septic. Oh, it was poo water. It smelled horrible. So I'm driving through it, and like I get out of my truck's covered in it,
Nice.
and it just stunk to high heaven, disgusting. And I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. So I leave, drive through it, and I was like, I gotta get a car wash. I was like, I can't.
So you get like a hazmat suit or something before you
disgusting. So I went to car wash, and it was one of those car washes where I had to do it with like the line.
little splatter.
Oh, it's disgusting.
That's nasty.
Yeah. So, yeah, Hurricane Debbie kind of screws things up.
Yeah, I mean, we thought for a little bit there that we were going to have to, come up with a plan B, and
So yeah, it was.
but you end up showing up.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome.
My plan B was
Shut it down.
shut it down. It's not the right time.
Sign the sign and auction it
Auction it
off.
off, and
Let somebody else.
you showed up and ruined everything.
I just ruined everything.
And you showed up with shoes on.
Showed up with shoes on.
Did you get poo on your flip flops?
No poo in flip flops. They were protected.
Mhm.
I would rather go barefoot than get poo on flip flops. So
How many people had on their bingo card Undertaker using the word poo
0.
in 2024?
0.
I'm sitting there listening to myself, and I'm like,
Well, I think you're still in dad. You stay in dad mode.
pretty much.
Around the
Yeah,
kids.
yeah. There's between the kids and the dog, and explaining, be careful walking into the yard and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you gotta
I use the word quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Michelle kind of frowns on my typical description of excrement,
Yeah.
poo, if you will.
Yeah. So I think you're just used to saying it being around the kids. So yeah, it's not on anybody's bingo card that you're using the word poo.
Yeah. Watching the highlight show is just you're talking about it was like watching game film. When I used to watch my matches back, I was just like, you got to be kidding me. Oh my gosh, why did we put that in?
What's that? Why did that get edited out?
That should have been edited out. We've grown. We're in a different place now. So, but some of those early episodes, my goodness, man, they were
So,
a little rough.
Speaking of game film, is that something you did a lot? Did you go back and watch your matches, especially early on?
From the time I started all the way through, I'd watch.
Really?
I'd watch my stuff and pick it apart. And the thing is, though, I always had to watch it by myself. Like for years and years. So you do pay-per-views. The next day you go right into TV, right? No, excuse me. Premium live events.
Premium live events.
I'm still catching up with the, what the kids are saying today. But they would have the premium live events playing in catering on a monitor, and everybody would be watching all that. And I could never sit down and watch my stuff in front of somebody. I don't want to hear somebody like telling me, how good this was, how good that was, because I'm looking for the little things to pick apart, things that I could have done better, the transitions that I should have made. I don't need I know what the good stuff is. I need to concentrate on the bad things and where I can make myself better. But that was pretty much my whole career.
And you were probably one of those people that not a lot of people are going to come up to you and say, "Man, you probably should have done this." But they would probably kiss the butt more. They would think, "Oh man, I want a spot there." You know?
Oh yeah, and I don't need to do that. I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what's good and I know what's bad. But I was always like I had to be by myself, so that I could focus on. Man, I wish I would have done this instead of that, and this. Then I could have done this.
Yeah.
But I did a lot of that from the very beginning all the way through. I mean, not so much probably the last couple of years. The last couple of years were kind of me watching like, oh God, what am I doing in the ring? It's a train wreck. The last couple of years, I was basically watching my body become rigid.
Yeah.
And me losing my flexibility and everything, and just trying to figure out with where I was physically, where I was going to be able to go, and if I had a match, or if I had end up getting another match or a big match, like what am I going to do to compensate for the lack of mobility? The mobility is what I was losing. You watch something from 2007 or 08 to 15 or 16, it's like it's a whole different person. I move so much differently, and so then it was more of like, okay, what can I do? What can I do that's really good? And
So it's like you were watching those matches there towards the end going, I don't need to try that.
yeah, I need to stay away from that. It exposes me for not being able to move
And
the
that's
way I want
something
to
I
move.
used to be able to do, but I just can't do it
I
anymore.
can't do it the
Yeah.
same way, and I don't want to cheapen anything. So it was always trying to figure out how to, with what I had and what I had in the tank, to optimize and what wasn't there anymore.
Was there ever anybody that you wanted to watch your matches and give you feedback, or was there anybody that you ever asked, could you watch this and tell me where I can improve, no matter where that was in your career?
Yeah, there were a few people. I mean, guys like Arn Anderson. Not necessarily gimmick guys, but obviously I'm a gimmick because I think I had a pretty good handle on the gimmick. But I always wanted to be. I always wanted to be more than the gimmick, right? I wanted to be a top wrestler, as well as having this gimmick. And guys like Arn Anderson and Brett, guys like that, it would have been nice to have some of their feedback, because they just had kind of a different insight on their approach.
Yeah.
They were such technicians. Those kind of guys.
Yeah.
But everybody else, was whatever. Not that I couldn't have been, some good critiques. But Triple H occasionally would offer things up, and I always respected him because I always felt like he had a really good eye, not only for what he was doing, even when he was just a talent. He had a pretty good grasp, especially of the top guys, of what they're, what they were doing. And, so he's always kind of been in that role of just knowledge and having an understanding of kind of. I think he had a pretty good understanding of what I was trying to do. So if he had something, he would share it.
Was it something that those guys could naturally come up to you and have that conversation, or were they even, if he wants critiquing, he'll ask for it?
Usually most guys, if anybody had anything, they would preface it with a little bit of a disclaimer.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to tell you, or anything. It was very respectful in the manner, and like, what do you think about this? It wasn't anything like, hey, you should do this or you should do that. It was very, very open-ended in the sense of, hey, have you ever thought about this or something like that? It was,
And when it's your peers, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
This isn't a guy that's only been in the business for a year that's just coming up trying to tell you what to do.
Right.
When it's a Bret Hart, when it's a Triple H, when it's an Arn Anderson, You could,
Yeah, you can listen. You obviously want to listen because they're all, I mean,
Yeah.
they've all been at the top of the page, right? So
and you
They
don't
might
take it, I would imagine you don't take it as offensive. You know what I mean? Like when a guy like that comes up to you and has a
yeah, no,
conversation.
that was the thing though. Is I never like I never took it as offensive. Like you can do this better, you can do that. Yeah, it's an idea. It's their perspective, and my God, why would I not listen? I don't have to agree with it, or I don't have to sort of look for apply it. But not, why would I not listen? Because there could be some. I mean, I got some really cool stuff through the years, like Ricky Steamboat came up with the idea of the body bag.
Really?
Yeah, of taking the body bags out and putting my beaten prone opponents in a body bag and carrying them out.
How'd that conversation happen?
He just came up to me and Ricky Steamboat, right? You're gonna listen.
Yeah.
You're gonna listen, right? Especially because this is the early '90s when he was there. He goes, "Hey, have you ever thought about doing this?" And I was just like, "That's genius." It turned out to be a rib on me after a while of having to not, you work these guys, and most of them it was squash matches, and they were extras or whatever term you want to use, jabronis.
What do they call it? No, you're not allowed to say.
No, well, that's what they were, the jabronis. No, they're extras or enhancement talent.
Yes,
Right. That's yeah. You don't want to. You don't want to offend the jabronis,
yes,
right?
yes. Talent
I
enhancers.
started out as a jabron, so I can.
There you go.
There you go. But having to carry them back sometimes would be. You never know what you're going to get. One day it might be somebody that weighs 200 pounds. One day it may be somebody that weighs 250 and kind of round. And you got to get them up. So you got to get them in the bag, which is get them in the bag in the ring. And then you got to get them to the apron. And then you have to get them so that their feet hit the floor first. And hopefully they don't go Limp Biscuit on you right there. You got to get them up on your shoulder and then carry them in the bag all the way out and into gorilla position. And then, it was.
So somebody had to have made it a little bit more difficult than others in that ring to get somebody in a body bag, I would imagine.
Yeah, there was. Sometimes you could get them in easy, then other times. And then Paul always had the body bag. So I had to wait on Paul to get in the ring with the body bag. Got to a point where I started ribbing a little bit with these guys. Everybody was so over the top nervous, right? So I would bring them back into Gorilla, and then I would just stand them up and then just leave. I would leave them in the body bag. And you have to understand, extras are so nervous anyway, right? These guys are trying to just catch somebody's eye, to show that they have something, that somebody might give them an opportunity, and you're so freaking nervous just being there. And then to be there and get chosen to work is a whole nother deal. And then getting chosen to work with a top guy is a whole nother, ass pucker right there. So it's kind of my way of.
And they're standing there. They don't want to act. They don't
want to
stand there.
They're just standing there, right? And then it just becomes like, how long will they stand there before somebody says something? I had somebody tell me, like, this guy, he just was standing there, and finally somebody come and let him out, because I put him down and left, right? And then somebody comes back to the dressing room. The guy was just standing there. We finally had to let him out.
2 matches have happened.
He was just going to stand there. And then I felt pretty annoyed. It was entertaining. It was a different time. Right? There
was nothing malicious there.
No, there was no.
It was just fun. I can't believe Ricky Steamboat.
Yeah, of all people, right? Ricky Steamboat coming up with the body bag. That was his.
Wow, he was. just on AEW the other day. It was great. I mean,
He doesn't age really.
no, not at all.
You got a little snow on the roof, but
It's made him look better. I mean, he's just, yeah.
yeah, he just what a phenomenal worker he was. Just a good mind for the business.
Yeah.
Sweetheart of a guy too.
Yeah. And I mean, he, in my opinion, he stole the match of the night there at WrestleMania 3. Who do you guys Macho Man. Yeah. I mean, everyone remembers, of course, Hogan and Andre, but
No, that was a great match.
yeah, but the Ricky Steamboat Macho Man match was
Yeah,
I think it was for the Intercontinental Championship. And
yeah, it was.
That was one of those where it was like you and Sean at 25. I feel like those two guys may have looked at each other before that match and went,
Yeah,
let's go burn this house down.
yeah, I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah, knowing Macho, knowing both of them, and that's what you do. If you don't have that in you on that show to go out, and wanted to steal the show, you shouldn't be on the card to start with. But anyway, back to watching film and all of that. That's what I was doing to our old episodes.
It felt like game film again.
It felt, it really did. Yeah, I felt like I was watching some last night, and you ever heard of it? I'm sure you, as a kid, I'm sure you didn't have one in your house, but you've heard of the swear jar, right?
Oh yeah.
I was thinking, because I got to break my habit, my habit.
Okay.
It's gotten better,
Okay.
but sometimes I realize if I'm trying to figure out the proper way to say something without being too offensive, I'll drop a lot more in my sentence. I think I'm gonna create a swear jar.
Okay.
And then when it fills up, we could use the urn.
Okay.
When it fills up, maybe we'll do two things. Either we can raffle it off, or what do we do? What do we do with the belt? How do we do that?
We raffled off the belt with subscribers. So,
Yeah, same thing. Whatever.
Yeah.
That's technical stuff. I don't care about
Yeah.
that.
What we can do is, we
Or donate it. Or should we give it to our subscribers, or should we take the money and donate it?
well, what we could do is this. We could potentially. We got people that can count this stuff up for us, but
Everybody we trust.
I'm all trusting these guys. But hey, so far.
Should we both do it? You don't have a problem, I do.
Oh, I've got tips too. I've got my own. Yeah,
Thank you for wearing shoes
You're
today, by
welcome.
the way.
But if we did a jar, and let's say we figure out some way to test it, like for a month or 2 months or something like that. Whatever then at the end of it, maybe the listener that comes closest to how many you've said over.
Can we do that?
What are you doing?
Do we have that?
Do we have the ability to do that maybe, to where Nick can count how many are to see how many Mark says, and then
This job can't always be easy. There has to be.
and then
There
at
has to be
the end of August, September, every month at the end.
Well, we're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to go longer than
Well,
that.
no,
Because I'm gonna be really cognizant of it right now.
Well, what we can do is
I don't think I've dropped a one so far.
what we can do though is we can do that at the end of the month. The person that comes closest to it, we figure out a way to hey, we make flat let's think about it.
We're just getting ideas.
Just we're throwing crap on the wall.
Throwing crap on the wall. That's what we've been doing the whole time.
For 25 episodes.
Throwing crap on the wall, see what sticks. The only thing that's stuck so far is the science.
The home fires are burning well at the house. My wife is happy.
Is she?
Oh, she is.
I know where you're heading with this one.
Yeah.
Did you lose your
My
shoes?
favorite sponsor.
Oh, just chew it and do it.
Just chew it and do it. Old Blue Chew. Back in the sack.
Back in the saddle.
That's right.
You got the little dead man sitting up, huh?
Oh, the dead man has risen. Oh, yes.
Zach.
Resurrection. Yes, sir.
Oh,
Blue Chew. What a great company. God bless Blue Chew and all they do for this great country of ours. Yes. So, this episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. So, Mark, let's talk about sex. Guys, remember the days when you were always ready to go? Now you can increase your performance and get that extra confidence in bed. Listen up. BlueChew.com.
here we go.
Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra,
Steroid wieners, wiener steroids.
but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, lunch break, just right after communion. So you can plan ahead
It's a different kind of wafer.
or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. You know what that is? No, it's all done online. So no visits to the doctor's office. You don't have to leave your house. No awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. You hate
I
waiting
hate
in lines.
waiting.
You hate lines. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA. And prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package.
That means nobody knows that you have this. Wiener steroids.
That's right. Drop by your house, like, there's that wiener steroids. They might make fun of you or something. What's the hell?
Not with discreet packaging. Ain't gonna happen.
I actually asked Blue Chew to deliver mine to the neon on the side of it saying Blue Chew. I want everybody to know what's going on.
No, you want it. The front door rocking, don't bother knocking.
They drive by that house, and boy, they having a good time tonight. Yeah, the other, I tell you what, the wives in the neighborhood are jealous. I bet. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex.
Better sex.
Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Hit it one time.
Chew it and do it.
Mark, we also have a special deal for our listeners.
You're
Try
gonna see
Blue
the
Chew
stumps.
for free. Best price ever.
Very cool.
When you use our promo code 6feet at checkout, just pay $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code 6feet to receive your first month for free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details. Important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. And one more time,
Why, by the power?
chew it and do it. Thank you, Blue Chew. Click the link in the description below. But you've been busy. You did a little bit of traveling. You went up to SummerSlam.
Yeah, I had been home. I'd been home a while, enjoying life, peace and quiet. Been doing a little fishing. Right there on right at the house,
Yeah.
right in the creek. The creek's got a lot of water in it, lots of bass, crappie, and everything in there. It was going great. I was fishing just about every day. I was taking Colt down the creek fishing. Then one day I decided to take Rocket with me. Rocket, for those of you who don't know, is my Belgian Malinois family guard dog. And to his credit, he would give his life for the family's life.
Nice
And you can
walking.
tell that he's just that protective.
Your flashlight's
But
still
he
on.
is not like he is not treat driven at all. He could care less about food or treats. His ball though,
Oh, yeah.
dude, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like a binky. He's got to take this ball with him everywhere.
Okay.
Anyway, we'd thrown the ball, we'd done our training and everything else. You know what? I'm going to take Rocket down to the creek with us. Horrible idea. So we, on the side of the creek, we end up as we were landscaping and smoothing out the yard and everything. We came across big, long boulders that we excavated. We ended up putting them on the creek like a fishing dock, right? Not real big, but it works. It serves its purpose. Yeah, you can stand there and fish. And so I've got Colt out there, and I'm casting this rod out there, and he's holding the rod, and Rocket's just Like he's out of his mind. I don't know. You just have to look at some footage of Belgian Malinois.
Oh, yeah,
they're high-driven, high-energy dogs that just need to be moving and doing something. This knucklehead drops his ball into the creek. It happens to be, I don't know, 4.5 foot deep where he drops it. And the water's crystal clear, so you can see it. So he is losing his mind. He knows he can't jump. Like in the pool, he'll stick his head in the pool, but he don't like to swim. He'll get his feet in. He'll get his feet in. He'll bite. Like if he can just put his head in and grab the ball, he's fine. He knows he can't put his head in the water, and like he's just pacing back and forth. And then he starts to. Now he's bumped into Colt. I've saved Colt from going into the water, and he's just like running back and forth. And I try to grab him, which is the worst thing to do with a Belgian Malinois. So he's running by, and I try to grab him, and the only thing that I catch is my little finger in his collar, and I broke my finger again. Now, it's like,
It is a story.
it is, yeah, it is. And this happened, this has been a while. It chipped the bone off the side, according to Dr. Kenji. And but Michelle was down there at that point, and I turned to her and I think he just broke my freaking finger. She said, "What?" I was like, "I heard it crack." And now, yeah, I'm trying not to lose my temper. I'm trying to make this experience enjoyable.
Father, son.
Fun. Yeah, I'm trying hard. I'm trying really hard to bond and be that guy. Everything was going well. And then I had to bring the dog down. The dog drops his ball in the water. And then he breaks my finger. And that part was already broken. I did that at 25. But then it broke. It went that way. So that was a lot of fun, dealing with that. You're trying to hold up like a dumbbell or working out, everything. It's just like, hey, look at the etiquette on that guy right there.
Yeah.
I've broken a lot of my fingers, but
Drinking your Coors Light.
everything. My happy dad is like, man, that Undertaker guy, man, he's full of etiquette. But yeah. Anyway, I went to Cleveland. I digress.
Enjoying your summer with your
Yes, I was
family, and all of a sudden,
Yes, I was enjoying, football was over, just home every day, just bliss, right? Just blissful living. And then I had to go to Cleveland, right? And then it kind of got screwed. I did my One Dead Man show, which, we did like in November, I think we did
Cleveland. Yeah,
Cleveland.
like that.
So it hadn't been that long, really, since I'd been there. And then they got the scheduling screwed up or something shenanigans going on there. I like to do my show at night. My show is a nighttime show.
You're a nighttime guy.
I'm a nighttime guy. My show is nighttime. It is an adult show.
If we could do this podcast at 9 p.m.,
it would stand a much better chance of surviving. I promise you that. At 9 p.m., I'm actually entertaining. At almost 11 in the morning, not so much. I didn't hit on all cylinders yet. 10 p.m., 9 p.m., we're moving. We're hitting our stride at that point. Anyway, but my show gets bumped to 1 o'clock on Saturday before the pay-per-view. So the first thing that hits my stomach on Saturday morning or Saturday, because I didn't have anything to eat, was a shot of Jack Daniels at my show. It didn't go off the rails. It was actually
a Vegas situation.
It was nothing like a Vegas situation, but it It was good. It was actually good.
Good show.
It was actually probably better than the first show in Cleveland.
Okay.
Yeah, it had a lot of fun. Kane came out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Kane was in town. He came out. And we did a little bit with him. Victoria, I don't know if you remember her. She was in the audience. She was there for like a WrestleCon or something like that.
Yeah.
I brought her up for a minute. And we had some contests. So it ended up really turning out to be a really good time, a good show. And then went straight from there over to the, I'll back up. So Friday, it started Friday. So Friday, I had to watch, I don't even know what they call it, like watch back or something like that. I did one with Mankind where we sat down and rewatched
old matches.
Yeah. So Kane and I did one of those on Friday, and then which was I think we rewatched our WrestleMania match. I think it was that's what it was, WrestleMania 14, 13, 14 in Boston. It was the first time that we actually were in the ring together after he debuted.
Yeah.
So we watched that, and that was a good time. Then got up, did my show on Saturday, then went to the arena. I had a signing in there somewhere. I did that too Friday. I had a signing Friday for Fanatics. I had a signing with them.
Yeah.
Then I went back to the hotel, did the watch thing with Kane, then got up Saturday. You think it's only hadn't been that long ago, you'd think I'd remember this stuff a little better. I'm telling you, CTE. It's really CTE, right? And so I ended up going to the stadium, and then I have they have the Undertaker Suite experience now.
Did that start at WrestleMania?
I believe it started at Mania. I did something at Mania. I'm sure all of it was that. But so there was I go to some suite in the stadium, and there's a bunch of guys there that have bought this experience and spent some time with them. It's kind of fun because you're not there's not like tons and tons and tons of people. I think there might have been 15 or 20 people.
You're not having to sign 500 autographs.
Yeah, and you can actually you actually have time to interact and not be in such a hurry because you have so many people. You know what you have to cover.
You actually have a conversation.
Yeah, absolutely right. You can answer questions, and this is a really fun group of guys. They were there. And there was a couple of knuckleheads there that I got to pick on a little bit, which I love to do. And and then from there, just got to watch the show, and which I thought was a really, really good show. It really set the table for moving towards the rest of the year.
Yeah, I think it was a really good SummerSlam, to be honest with you. To open
In
up,
your expert opinion.
Well, people say I'm an expert on it. Far from the truth. I think that I loved the Liv Morgan and Rhea Ripley opening up the night. I loved that match. I loved how that storyline. I think SummerSlam was the night with the Judgment Day, kind of
Totally imploded.
that night. But it just really goes back to the fact that I do believe Liv Morgan is just killing it right now. I think she's the most believable wrestler in WWE.
Wow, that's an old statement. The most believable?
I sat there with my wife, and and I even said that, and Amy looked at me, and she's like playing with something on her phone, and she's like, "So what makes her the most believable?" And I've said this before. She's the girl that we all knew in high school. She's this hot girl that goes and steals your boyfriend. She's kind of a mean girl. Everyone kind of wants to be like her. Outside looking in, but when you get to know her, she's kind of mean and stealing boyfriends and just kind of this
I think this is some personal drama from your past that might be coming to surface.
No.
That's what I'm thinking.
No.
Yeah.
No. I was very loyal.
I bet you probably were.
Yeah.
We're talking about Liv though. We're talking about the other side of the story.
You know, I just she's very believable. She's that person. We've all met that person. We've all been around that person. I think that's what makes her believable.
I'm a Dominic though. Dude. Is he not killing it?
He doesn't have to get in the ring and wrestle.
No. That's the great
And
thing
that's the
about it.
great thing about it.
He get beat up. He just gotta be Dom, man.
And those checks cash just as much as the ones
A lot easier because you don't hurt when you're driving to the bank.
We got a new sponsor, Artisan Range. Artisan Range. They're right here in Texas. They do like a hemp pouch, non-tobacco, non-nicotine. Looks like a dip can, so you can still look cool in your back pocket.
It's cool ring in the back.
That's right. You get that ring in your back pocket, right? Like all the cool kids are doing. But they got great flavors: cinnamon, mint. They got a coffee one as well.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to spit. You don't have to do any of that stuff. Just a little pouch. Smells good. Throw it in your lip. You can do one lower. You can do one at the top. Look at that. You can fill your mouth full of. My granny used to do snuff up there at the top of her lip.
Yeah. I had a great deal to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So camera.
Well, this no tobacco, no nicotine, Artisan Range, Texas-based, Texas-born and bred, right here, just like you. It's got to be a good company. All people need to do is just click the link in our description. They can get themselves some cans also. Like I said, tons of different flavors. They all taste really good. And they're just made of hemp. 5 milligrams of CBD. It's not going to get you high. It's not going to get you into that crap. Beautiful thing. It's just good for you. Just good for you. It's just good for you. Maybe it helps you get off tobacco. Maybe it helps get you off nicotine, whatever. And be a little bit more of a natural alternative to nicotine. Yes. So, Artisan Range.
Artisan Range.
We appreciate y'all support the podcast. Click the link in the description below and pick yourself some Artisan Range. Yeah, the guys that have done wrestling, they're going, can I get Dom's deal?
Yeah, I want Dom's deal. Dom is a heat-seeking magnet.
Oh my gosh.
And just the addition of the super mullet and the horrible mustache
Just makes it even better.
Oh my gosh! And then you have Liv hanging all over him, which it's somewhere it's going to have to blow up in his face or both their faces.
Oh
Obviously.
yeah, that's going to implode as well.
But yeah, you got the two people with the most heat in the same angle,
Dude.
Yeah.
And then you've got Pat McAfee and Michael Cole leaning into it.
Oh yeah,
Hard
hard
as well.
Hard.
Yeah. So they're doing a great job also pumping up that to where people are hating them as well. But Dom is okay. You were on Logan Paul's podcast.
That was Sunday morning before I got on the plane and flew home.
Did you see Dom's?
I've seen little snippets of it.
Okay, so there's one that I just saw a snippet or a short or whatever, and
Is that what they're called, shorts?
yeah, they're called shorts.
There you go. Snippet sounds better than snippet.
Yeah, shorts. So I don't know if you know or not, but Logan got in some trouble in Japan years ago.
He ain't that old. How old? Like,
And he was younger, and it was back when he was really, early on with YouTube, and he was doing these videos and stuff. And he ended up doing a video in Japan where it was in the forest where guys go out and commit suicide in this forest in Japan.
there's one particular forest
Yeah,
in Japan.
people will go-
That's where people go kill themselves.
People will go and hang themselves and stuff. It's like a thing. And he was there. He went to this forest just go check it out. And he's filming some of his very younger Logan Paul. And
How much younger? I mean, he's 20 something.
yeah,
How much
I mean,
younger can he be?
I think it was maybe late teens, early 20s.
Okay,
I don't know
okay.
his the exact
All right.
age, but goes out there, makes a video with someone hanging in the background. Yeah. So he was gotten a lot of trouble, like it was bad.
Where did he post that?
On like YouTube and or Vimeo or whatever what he was on before. And yeah, pretty bad. So
Okay, was it rigged or was it a real person?
real. This was a real situation. And he's like doing a video, he knows the person's back there and everything else, and he does a video in front of it. Like, and he's like walking up, like filming this person's hanging there. Yeah. It was not a good idea. It was
I had no idea about any of this.
Oh, he got a lot of heat. Got a lot of trouble. Pretty bad situation, right? So, and it's one of those things where like he apologized, he over the top, done everything he could to kind of, but it's still out there, right? Who's Dom, dude? Dom sits down and just straight faced. They were talking about wrestling and touring and everything else. And he talked about, he's like, yeah, he was, I love wrestling in Japan. He goes, hey, you been to Japan?
No.
And Dom is doing, you can see him biting his lip.
Oh.
And Logan's just like, he's like, yeah, I've been. Dom's like, man, he goes, oh, you can't wait to see you get wrestled. Like,
Is he like banned from Japan or
kind
something?
of. So Dom's like going deep into it, like, really leaning into this.
Oh, that's
And then
awesome.
all of a sudden Dom broke. And Dom was like, man, are you allowed like that in Japan?
That's I gotta actually have to look that
As
up.
far as I know, this is like the first time
Anyone's
called
him
him
out
out.
on it.
And Dom was just like, and that's where Logan goes, yes, I'm allowed back in Japan. I can go to Japan. He goes, I've chosen not to go to Japan. And he's like, he goes, to be honest with you, the only way I really want to go back is if like I'm asked to come back, or as a, hey, we're here forgiving you. We would love for you to come back to our country. And he's like, but
I wouldn't wait long on that one. That ain't gonna happen.
no, probably not.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
I can't believe I've never heard
but
this.
the fact that Dom,
Like I'm just turning the tables on him like that.
and I don't know if this is something to where the first thing that popped in my head was Dom's thinking 2 years down the road. Dom's thinking,
If he's thinking that far ahead, that just puts him at a whole nother level.
and
again.
that's what I thought. I thought
He's setting the table.
Dom is trying to set a table here to work a program with Logan. I would have loved nothing more than in that moment for Logan to have literally like kicked him off his show. And then we knew, and I would know then, I was like, okay, this is going to be
Somewhere
something.
down the line,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, they
This
missed
is
the fun
fun.
on that, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, Dom just he did it without. And then was the interview going? I mean, he wasn't.
It was a great
messy.
interview.
It was a great
From
interview,
what I
but it's
understand.
straightforward. Like I'm not. I mean, it wasn't like like Logan wasn't messing with him or anything, was
No.
it? It was just
No, they just started talking about like wrestling, traveling and stuff. And Dom just slid this in.
wow.
And I don't know if Dom thought leading into that interview,
Oh, man,
okay,
he
I've
had to.
got to go in this direction. I've got to get the conversation to go to this direction where I can mention Japan.
That's
And
his
then where
next
I can
level,
mention, hey, if you literally looked right at Logan and was just like, have you ever met Japan? And there was like a hush for about
All
30
over the
seconds.
room. Because believe me, that room is full.
You said that. You
Of
said
people.
it was like,
I don't know what we're doing compared to what they're doing, but there was a ton of people. Like there were, I was just like,
we don't have prime money to be able
we
to
got
have
any money. We got no money.
to have that type of entourage.
Yeah, I was just like, everybody was extremely nice, and And I was just like, holy crap, there had to have been 15 people.
And I mean, me and you talked about it, like, even like the Joe Rogan show, #1 podcast in the world. There's like 2 people there.
There's the guest, or however many guests there are.
Yeah.
If one of the guests happens to be a wrestler, Tony Hitchler's going to be there. There's Joe and there's Jamie. There ain't nobody else. That I was just like, man, if this is the way it's supposed to look, man, we are way off base. True, we don't have Prime money, but but man,
I don't know if you need 15 to 20
I don't
people
know.
to run a podcast.
I don't know that would be beneficial. Like,
It's
I have a hard enough time not cussing you out, much less.
If you had 15 people back
That there's somebody would make a noise that would really I would probably go off.
Yeah.
But hey,
That's
good for him.
but you need to go
I'm gonna
watch
watch that. Yeah,
You gotta watch
I
Dom.
gotta watch, especially.
It just made me love Dom even more. Where I was like, for him to be willing to go on that show and call that out,
That's
to
awesome, man.
is next level in my opinion.
Wow. So what I understand, like, there's been a lot of people that he's had on the show that he's ended up working with. Was that?
Well, I mean, I think he had Randy Orton on, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So
So he used to work with Randy Orton. I don't know if he ever had Roman on. I don't know if Roman Reigns has even ever done a podcast.
oh yeah, sure. That's sure.
No.
No problem. Sure.
But yeah,
That's interesting, man.
so I mean,
I don't know when it'll be, but when I see Dom again, I'm gonna just, I got to get all the,
that's a gentleman's
what is it?
handshake.
What I got to get all the tea. Is that
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that
yeah.
what all the keys, spill the
All the
tea?
kids are saying
That's what
that.
they're doing.
So yeah, Dom went next level on Logan Hall's
That is
podcast.
That is great.
Yeah,
I got
yeah, I love it. So Dom is, becoming one of my favorites because I'm a heel guy. I love the heels, right? So
It's hard to be a heel in this day and age, but he's doing a great job. He can't even talk on the mic.
No.
I mean,
he doesn't have to.
it's like Vicky.
Oh yeah,
If there's someone, I wish Vicky could come back. If Vicky and Dom together with Liv, my goodness.
and the storyline's there for it.
Oh my gosh.
The storyline's there for it. So, and that's what I love about what they're doing. Neither one of them have to get on the mic. Neither one of them have to get in the ring right now.
Yeah.
And
Well, at this point now, it's Liv has got to stay 2 steps ahead of Rhea. She's
Yeah.
gonna get killed. That's not a great physical matchup for Liv.
not at all.
But that's what makes it intriguing too. Because just the imagination, man.
Well,
Rhea
the
gets a
other
hold
part
of her.
The other part to it is also with Liv in that ring against Rhea. You know, there's going to be some type of outside interference. There's going to be something that's going to end up happening in that match because Liv knows I can't beat Rhea just one-on-one. It's a different physical specimen here, and so there's got to be some type of outside interference. Dom or somebody's going to get involved at some point, right? At all times. So that makes it just even better. And if you're a heel, you got to have some outside interference, right? You got to have somebody come in there with doing something.
And you know what? I haven't seen a lot of the physicality of the matches, but I bet you in this whole storyline so far, hasn't been a lot of flippy doos.
It really hasn't.
You know why? Because they can tell a story. They're telling a story.
Rhea
Far more important than flippy doos.
Rhea and Liv are telling a story right now, and it's
Well, the story. Well, I mean, man, there's 2 stories. There's 3 stories. I mean, geez.
Yeah.
You've got the world title that's in the picture, which is the least important, probably. You've got Dom cheating on Rhea with Liv. That's just.
when was the last time we've seen it's seen a story like this in the female division?
Oh, with this many layers, it's been a minute.
That's pretty special in my opinion. Where that's what we're having a conversation about the female division of it being this type of storyline. that speaks a lot to where business is at today, right?
Yeah.
To where that right there is, I'm excited to watch Monday Night Raw to see that storyline.
And that just, but it reiterates my whole point to the business. It's about the story.
Yeah.
And
this story works in the Attitude Era. That's what's great about it, I think. Like, this story works in the Attitude Era. You could have put this story right in the Attitude Era and it would still be amazing.
Yeah. Well, I think we touched on, I mean, we did.
You know, touched on a lot of things.
Yeah, we touched on a lot of things in the Attitude Era.
But I think that's what's great about it. It's like, I think there's a lot, everyone's always chasing that era. They're always chasing this, trying to build a story that can compete with something that happened in the Attitude Era a lot of times, right? And this storyline,
Good luck.
yeah, you're just not going to. This storyline sure does feel like it, though.
Keep it just a little bit edgy.
It's a little bit edgy. But I think the most important thing that happened at SummerSlam is our boy won the championship. I know people are going to say Roman coming back, but boy won the championship.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you what, Gunther's special. Gunther, I'm telling you, you know what, who I had a long, nice talk with too while I was there. Actually, it was Monday. I'm sorry, it wasn't SummerSlam. It was this past Monday in Austin Raw. It was Kaiser.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm high on him too. I mean, obviously Gunther's a little bit further along.
Yeah.
But watch, keep an eye on Kaiser. I think he's going to be special. That long talk.
He's easy to hate.
He's easy to hate, and like what was really refreshing to me is like I was giving him my perspective on what he should be doing, and he was like, that's what I've been feeling. I've been feeling all of this,
Yeah.
and he's just been waiting for his opportunity because he's been in the shadow of Gunther. Gunther is he's the real deal, man. He is a throwback. I thought it was a good move. Protected. Damien was protected in it.
Yeah.
Finish got a little bit.
Got a little bit. I didn't like the finish.
Finish got a little bit screwed up, but Damien was protected. Got the title on Gunther, and now the table is being set. You got Drew and Punk. They got to get through their stuff, figure out.
I don't know if that's ever.
Randy is going to work with Gunther at Bash in Berlin. That's going to be interesting. Once he starts getting hammered by
I was
those
about to say, Randy. How is Randy going to react to those chops? Is Randy a guy that's okay with chops?
I don't know, but like it's going to be. Randy isn't a really. I've had a couple of really nice conversations with Randy the last couple times I've been around him, and he is in such a different place than where he normally was.
He looks happy.
He is happy. He's having a great time. He's enjoying life. He's enjoying his role within the company. I think everything's going great for him.
And now
he's about to get the snot beat out of him. And I'm curious. Like, I mean, you can watch somebody else's match, but until it's you getting hammered, with the knife edge chops.
And I know you never wanted to take a chop.
I didn't like him. I didn't like him.
And Gunther, is he the best? I mean, is he the GOAT of chopping at this point? I mean, I put Ric Flair up there, but I mean,
I think Flair was a work shoot chop. It was there.
Yeah.
I mean, you felt it. But Gunther, man, there's not really a lot of like hit and slide off with Gunther. His is kind of hit and go in a little bit. I mean,
there's like a pause there.
Yeah,
where it's
yeah.
Going into your
chest.
And
there's a recoil and another one coming right back. But it's just, it's perfect for him.
Okay, now is there this sense of pride amongst the boys in the locker room of who comes back with their chest? Like, I took it more than you took it. But I mean, that right there is that's stupid in my opinion. I'm trying to be the winner of that game.
I don't want to be the winner of that game. You could have that. You could be the winner. You could be the recipient of the most chops. Oh my gosh. It would be interesting.
Well, him working with Randy in Berlin too on top of
Yeah, he's going to be a mega ultra baby face.
And I'm just really excited because Gunther's going to be in the ring with a guy that is on a lot of people's Mount Rushmores. I mean, he's going to be in there with one of the best.
I don't want to cut you off. Did you hear the promo? I didn't cut on him.
No, I didn't.
About all of his championships and all of his accolades. And he's talked about like how good he could have been if he hadn't have been the flake. But that's my translation. Oh, it was good, man. And you know, Randy kind of he weathered that storm and had to come back, and then he went into his grandfather.
Oh no, I did watch that. That was on
Monday. Yeah, that was Monday. It was a good promo, and which is kind of scary to think, like how many times he may have won the championship if he had his head on right the whole entire time. But it was a really good stiff promo, like a half shoot kind of deal, which was really good. Delivered well. He delivers everything with such confidence and such arrogance that it just like, ooh, man. Yeah, like I want to see Randy punch him in. I want to see Randy punch him in the chin.
And what I love about it is that people don't know if they should cheer or boo this guy.
Yeah,
when he comes out.
Yeah, that's going to be because he's so dominant. That's going to be a difficult thing for him. It's just the nature of the beast that heel or baby faces these days it's a really fine line.
Yeah.
You can't figure out people like Dom. That's why he's such a anomaly.
Yeah,
because he is a 100% across the board heel. When people just like look at him and just want to beat him up, because he looks like you could beat him up.
Yeah,
and you should be able to beat him up, but you just don't have you don't get that opportunity. Gunther, on the other hand, is he's a tough guy. He is a tough guy and carries himself in a manner, right? So it's going to be challenging to keep him a heel. That's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah, I'd like to see because I personally feel like he's probably going to carry that title to WrestleMania. So I'd like to see what ends up. Where does his WrestleMania? What's his WrestleMania look like? What is it?
I would guess Punk maybe. Everybody's healthy.
I think it has to be honest with you. I think it makes sense for it to be Punk, but Drew McIntyre's got a lot to say about that too.
Yeah.
And
well, that's what they're fighting for right now. They're fighting to see who is going to come out. What are we're in August?
Yeah. So then we got, when it comes to another big premium live event, I guess the next big one would be Survivor Series.
Yeah, that'll be the working games.
And then you got Rumble and then you got WrestleMania. So I feel like he's probably going to carry that title all the way to Mania. Also, betting man. And so I wonder what those two nights will look like for him. I personally think if it's with Punk, night one main event probably. If I can.
Yeah, we'll tell them where the bloodline is going to be.
That's the whole thing. If I'm reading the writing on the wall, I feel like there's going to be something with the bloodline, maybe that main event second night. But I feel like there's going to be probably the main event of night one against more than likely maybe. And then him and Punk is, if that's going to be the case, they'll blow the roof off of it.
That'll be good.
Yeah. So yeah, SummerSlam was fun. Roman Reigns came back. I think
I didn't see him. He must have stayed out on the bus the whole night. And you kind of surprised. I didn't see him.
Yeah.
I may have left a little early. But
just saying about that. It's a long drive back to that.
Man, it was.
You had to early
You
morning.
don't want to get caught. You don't want to get
You
caught
caught
in
in traffic.
stadium traffic.
No, stadium traffic get you every time.
Room service shuts down.
It's certain.
So I want to go down to the lobby and pick up DoorDash.
No, you don't want to do that. People start seeing you, and all of a sudden they're judging you because you got all these McDonald's bags. You take them up to the room.
No, I eat pumpkin. I like big kahuna burger. They're gourmet hamburgers.
You did gourmet hamburgers.
Yeah.
You know DoorDash, you might as well be gourmet.
Yeah.
You're gonna do it right.
I did stay the whole night. I did stay the whole night in Austin. I had no choice.
So Austin was fun.
Mhm.
Your family got some footage.
They got a little TV time,
Got a
didn't
little
they?
TV time.
Hey, funny part. So my father-in-law was sitting there in the front row with him, right? When Drew and Punk come over, and I was backstage, and I think they brought my father-in-law. My mother-in-law brought Colt backstage. He was done. He was getting worn out. He came up to me. He goes, "I'll tell you what, the damn Punk came out that far from hitting me with that belt." And about that time, here comes Punk, and he turned around and he goes, "Hey," and Punk was trying to, he was being nice. I saw you there on the front row. He said, "Yeah, you came about that close with me with that damn belt." I was laughing. He was worked up, man. So they were in the battle zone that night. Right?
Amy and I, we had, at this point, we've gone to bed, and I turned it on, and I was like, "I see what's going on Raw." Hadn't watched any of it. Turned it on, and turned on right before the Gunther,
Right.
Randy and all that, broke out. That happens. Amy's like, "Oh my God, there's Michelle," and so I rewind it, watched it again, and there's your in-laws. And so I took a little short video of it and sent it to Terry immediately.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and he texted me, he goes, "Punk almost hit me with that belt." That was his text. I didn't show it to you. He goes, "Punk almost hit me with that belt."
He was fired up, man. That was funny.
Yeah, that was pretty funny to watch, and that happened. They went to commercial right after that, and I didn't even finish watching the show that night.
I think another later on, like Braun Breaker came flying into the barricade over there, did something right by him.
That's somebody you don't want flying into the barricade.
No, you definitely don't. He's like a wrecking ball, dude. He came up. I saw him. He was like, I was trying to make eye contact with Michelle, kind of let her know that we were coming that way. I was like, "Yeah, she got good reflexes. Yeah, she'll grab a kid and move him out of the way."
How sturdy are those barriers? Like, I mean,
they have a padding on them. Like we used to, we just have the open bars.
Oh yeah,
and which you'd hit those, and those things would slide right into whoever was.
Yeah.
But these they're padded, but they're still snug because they're built to not. You're allowed to hit them, but you're not going to fall into the front row.
Yeah.
And they're just better to look at, and it's cleaner look.
Yeah.
But it's they're in there pretty good, except over there by the timekeepers. that piece, because it kind of floats on its own. It doesn't really. It's
a war zone.
She gonna get wiped out at some point.
She is in a war
Yeah,
zone.
if she don't get the heads up, man, she's gonna have somebody in her lap. We back in the day, we would have ring announcers that come along, didn't particularly care for, or they would do something stupid, and we'd have to. Sometimes we would fall over there, white people out. In the course of a match.
In the course of a match, things like that are going to happen. It's not intentional, right?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
No time to forget that.
You got to be conscious of camera angles, all that stuff too. I mean, it's just like, you know what you do. Well, SummerSlam was fun. I'm glad that I was able to float my way to the airport. And we're going to assess the damage when we get back of our neighborhoods around us, and hopefully
Hopefully you don't have to get the boat, get in there. Now, everything's starting. Once the waters recede, that's when we might start getting some critters.
Yeah, that's. I think I'm going to be fine, man. You know, you drive down 16, and there was a lot of houses that it was up to the roof.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that were like, you know, built by the river and everything. There's a lot of them on stilts and everything on stilts.
How's Tyler's place? He do all right?
Yeah, all of his stuff was fine. I mean,
And he's around. He's on an
got one
island.
place that sits on a peninsula.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was talking about.
And not a
That's crazy.
he had a dock because he has 2 docks. He had a dock that completely broke and went off into the water off of just like some wind that came through one time. Hurricane, nothing. But yeah, it is terrible. But SummerSlam was fun. Glad you were able to go up there and accomplish 100 things in 72 hours. And
Come back, had about a week, and then got Raw. I told you, I saw Paul Triple H at the end of the night, and you know, that's a lot of wrestling for me to attend.
That's a ton.
You know, on my schedule these days, I went up to him, said, give him a hug. You know, told him bye. I said, all right. I said, yeah, Mania. he got what I was saying.
He's like, don't call.
Yeah, because the whole time I sat up at gorilla position, right, with Paul and Bruce Pritchard and myself. We were sitting up there, and I was like, this show's really 3 hours long. Like, I know it is, but I was just like, when you guys go to Netflix, is the show really cut down back to 2 hours? I mean,
No commercials.
3 hours. I mean, why 3 hours? Like, it's been 3 hours forever now, right?
Yeah.
But I was just kind of trying to stress the point of 3 hours is a lot of wrestling. It's a lot of wrestling on a Monday night.
Yeah. But,
So,
you know, was there any talks of you coming out? That never got brought up.
there's no chance. No chance. That's what you got.
No chance.
Well, I always do the big shows.
Like
you need me to choke slam rock? All right, but that's about it, man. No NXT, nothing else. My day is come and gone. Yeah, WrestleMania is a different story, but nothing more than what I did. Yeah,
I didn't know if you were, you know, maybe I was thinking maybe you'd be in a suite and they would put the camera up and you would.
Then disappear.
Yeah, they just disappeared all of a sudden. Lights go out.
Well, now they'd be expecting it. So if they
like
see me, it was like, oh, okay, Undertaker's here in the suite. You go choke slam somebody in
now. You go to these events, just take a suite
out there.
And then everyone's looking the whole time. They're like,
Switching
"No,
on.
he's gonna come.
He's still there. He's still there.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, he's gone. No, he's back. He must went to the restroom.
Remember there was a hot dog?
Yeah.
It's like,
You know, hopefully not. Of course, I ain't got paid for that yet, so I don't know. Right.
depending on that check.
Yeah, that check could change my whole perspective.
You're gonna be Berlin.
I could be possibly. You know, it's the retired life doesn't pay quite like the in ring.
You do the Saturday Super Show.
Oh, dude.
I'll do the next 3 minutes.
Can I do a double shot? Like, no one's doing live events. Can I do something? I got a punch and a choke slam. That's all I got to offer you.
That's a 3-minute belt. That 3 minute.
Speed.
That's speed.
Speed. Yeah, I just punch somebody and choke slam. I'm good.
You're good. All right. Well, I appreciate you showing up today. Another episode done. But do want to thank our great sponsors, Happy Dad, helping us get through each episode. I'm trying to get myself back in shape, so First Form is helping me in that.
Usually back in shape.
Alex wants the shape. So just want to say thank you, First Form, for keeping and their energy drinks keeping us going on the set today.
Yeah, we're bored as hell. Couple old farts.
Also, all the other great sponsors that we have: Artisan Grange, Mando, Blue Chew, Wiley X. Who else we got?
Wiley X right here.
Kalo Wedding Rings.
Kalo Wedding. I got my Wiley X right.
Got your Wiley X.
They're a little dirty, but my glasses are always trash.
Yeah, they're terrible. Terrible glasses.
Michelle she gets disgusted by my sunglasses.
Yeah, well, it's a danger. If you put your sunglasses on and get behind the wheel, that is.
I can't see anyway.
Well,
I can see straight. I just can't see peripherally.
If you're driving down the road and you look up and you see the Undertaker driving, don't
get off the road.
Just get off the road. Don't. That's not your time.
That's why I drive a big vehicle.
So you just bump things along the way.
Dude, I didn't tell you. I got a new vehicle.
Okay, you got a new vehicle.
Yeah, so in 2018, Michelle, right in the middle of COVID, Michelle buys a Suburban.
Okay.
Online. Like she goes through the dealership, buys it online, they bring it out to the house, they deliver it, the whole thing. It was a piece of crap. It was just like
y'all would never drive that car.
No. The Suburban, that's the family drag wagon,
yeah.
Right? It's her Raptor that doesn't get driven.
Oh, okay.
I bought her a Ford Raptor. And
she's
got the kids and sporting equipment and all that, right? So like she's been hinting, and I don't know if it was a hint, but she's just like she hated that Suburban from day one. It was like a lemon. So I don't know what I woke up in a mood. I woke up in a mood the other day. I said, "What do you want?" I said, "What do you want? What do you want to drive?" I don't know. We've been renting, like when we've been going places, like moved to Florida and a couple other places. We've been getting these like the Jeep Wagoneer, the Grand Wagoneer, right? Which is really nice. So we've been driving lots of. I was like, "What do you want?" And she was, "Well, Betsy was a friend of hers. She got a really nice Navigator, sort of Wagoneer. Well, there just happens to be a Cadillac dealership. It's not too terribly far from where I am. I didn't want to have to drive across town. So I said, I must go with the place that's closest first, which happened to be the place that's Covert Cadillac in Bee Cave, Texas, right? And I'd almost rather go to the dentist and have a tooth pulled than go and buy a new car.
Worst thing in the world.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. And I'm not one normally to negotiate any of that. Like my father-in-law thrives on it. He gets a brand new vehicle like about every year, and he will go in there and just hammer these guys down until he gets the price that he wants. He'll spend an hour, 2 hours in there, get up and then walk out. Convenience is more important than budget. It is not my jam, right? I do not like to go in and haggle, and I just like, give me the car, give me the keys, let me sign what I got to sign, let me get out of here. I hate it. I just absolutely hate it. But this place, I have to say, it's Covert Cadillac, right? And like it's run by a bunch of younger people. Like I don't know if they're just not tainted yet or whatnot. But like there was no pressure at all. Like everybody was super chill. Nobody was asking me for my phone number, my emails, or any of that, right? And I'm like, And I was like, I kind of like the Escalade Sport, right? They're the one with the black rims.
Yeah.
And so I'm doing all this over the phone, like with Michelle too. Like, hey, I'm looking at this. They've got this nice Escalade Sport, black wheels, black. We like to have black vehicles, right? Yeah. They were black interior. So, well, we're out. We're gonna swing by. Like, this is why I went. So like, you wouldn't have to do this, right? But she's out.
If you can swing by, you can go by. Exactly. All of this. And I will leave,
right? Yeah. Because now that feeling that I had woke up with was gone, right? It's gone at this point. Like I sit in the parking lot for 15 to 20 minutes, getting my mind right before I went in. I didn't know how nice they were going to be. but they were extremely nice. And
I
like I
think
said,
just having to do with the fact that you're the Undertaker, and yeah, I'm like, I gotta go in here and like take
yeah,
pictures.
exactly.
and
All of
everything
that.
else.
I'm running all the scenarios through my head, and I don't want somebody like. I just don't like pressure. I don't like when people start putting pressure on me. That's when I shut down, and then it just becomes a bad scene. But they weren't like that. They were really cool. But now she comes up, and I've got a row. They brought like everything I've asked for. They pulled up, and they're all in a row, and I've test driven them and everything else. She gets there, and it's like, it's really pretty. It really is. That's a lot of money first. And I'm like, well, I appreciate that. I do appreciate the fact that she's cognizant of the money. She goes, I just don't think the back end is good. Right? You know, we got, like I said, sports, and, like, luggage. And when we travel now, we travel kind of in an entourage of, you know, family members. And so she goes, I think we need to go with the bigger version. Like, okay. I said, what, do y'all have any black on black? The EVS, which is the extended version of the Escalade, right? Yeah, we have one. And we have this one that's called the ESVV. Well, really? He goes, yeah. He goes, there's not many of these on the road. Like, most dealerships don't even get one. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, okay, here it comes, right? So they bring up a couple of these, and this metallic black ESVV, which basically is the Cadillac Escalade extended, the long version.
Yeah.
But it has the Corvette motor in it, turbo charged motor in an Escalade. So I said, all right, let me drive it.
That's what you need to go your groceries in. It's the Corvette engine.
But you've heard you've heard an Escalade turnover, right? No,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is, you know,
It's another SUV.
it's another SUV. Oh no. Oh no. I hit the button and it, crap, what the hell did you put me in? So I take it out on the road and I said, hey, I said, you mind? The guy goes, no, man, do what you need to do. So, all right, hang on. Dude, it pushed me back in the seat
For an SUV.
for an SUV. I mean, I didn't even hit the turbo button yet.
It's got a turbo button.
Yes, it's got a button that you hit that kicks it into turbo. So I said, I gotta give me some of that, right? So, dude, so I pull it back, park it, and so Michelle's still there. You know, she kind of waited, and I was like, I think we're gonna go with this one. She goes, what? I know. She goes, it's a little more than the other ones. And she looks. She goes, no. I can't justify.
That's a house.
Yeah, I can't justify paying that for it. I was like, no, you know, let me work. And I'm just trying to, at this point, just like, okay, y'all leave. Let me handle this.
Yeah.
Let me go. I just want to be done at this point.
Yeah.
So I said, no, I think we're gonna work something out. We'll work something. Which they did. They worked with me. They were awesome. And got Steve Quinn. I think he'd only been with the store for like 2 weeks or 2 months or something like that. So, you know, he was as nice as he could be. Everybody was extremely. That was it. Kind of changed my perspective on car dealerships and doing that. Like, I don't plan on doing it again anytime soon. But it was a very nice experience. Go for Cadillac. If you're anywhere in the Austin area, it's worth the drive over there because they'll take care of you. Tell them the Undertaker sent you. That'll get you a free cup of coffee. And somebody wants some snacks. It's still gonna cost an arm and a leg. But they're gonna be really nice to you because they were really nice to me.
Well, I sold cars for $3.
Yeah. How was that?
When I first got out of the Army.
Oh my gosh.
You know, you think that like dealerships are really dirty, and they can be. It's not a fun experience going and buying a car But you got this person that their entire paycheck depends on you buying
Yeah,
the car.
absolutely. At the highest.
And your paycheck depends on it being a certain price.
Mhm.
So you got to figure out, where to meet the person. And, I was always just super honest. Person come up and go, this is what I want. Okay, the car is, $25,000, whatever. And the person's like, well, I only want to spend.
Wait a minute. When were you in there? When the car cost $25,000? What kind of? What you do?
I got out of no 03.
You doing Kias or what do you?
I those Toyotas. I got out of no 03.
Okay.
I got out of no 03, yeah. So cars are still affordable in 03. And but I would always tell people like, hey, dealership's gotta make money, you gotta save some money. I was like, let's figure out something in between. I was like, the car is $25,000. You want to spend $10,000, you're not gonna get that car. If you got a $10,000 budget, we need to go look at something completely different. Good and well, there's one for $10,000. I can't sell for $10,000. You know that. I've got room on that car. You know that, and I know that. Let's figure out where we need to be. I was like, we've got to make money. You guys make money. We make it happen. Let's just talk through it.
Dude, you'd be a better car salesman than a podcaster.
I would be a better anything than a podcaster. I think we've all figured that out.
That's true.
Yes. All right. Well, let's get out of here, Mark.
Why you get? Well, I hit a nerve. I didn't.
All right, let's thanks Happy Dad.
Happy
Thanks
Dad.
First Form. Appreciate y'all
Wow,
supporting
yeah.
us. Unlike Mr. Undertaker.
No, bro, I support you, man. I support you in anything you want to do. I got you, brother.
You should do anything other than this.
I want to do anything other than this.
All right, well, thank you to all of our sponsors for supporting us. Once again,
We really do appreciate you guys.
Yes, very much
We
so. Thank you for supporting us. If you're watching this, you haven't subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. Remember to follow us on Spotify and Apple Podcast as well. Leave a comment below. Maybe we'll read your comments.
I'm pretty sure that the swear urn is empty today.
It is.
I mean, I'm not sure. I might have dropped one.
The urn.
The urn might be empty.
I think it is.
Day one.
We're going to have to figure out something to do with
You're
that.
going to have to get me tied up and twisted on something that I don't want to talk about.
That'll be the next episode then.
Oh, okay, I'm sure. All right.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Matt.
Jim, let's get some of these reviews out of the way. Let's start with the beginning of the week. And we may be switching up the schedule of recording a little bit in the coming weeks and months to try to get Raw out a little sooner. But let's talk about WWE Raw.
You sound like Nick Goulas now, and this is the biggest con I've signed in the past weeks and months. Yeah, and we're trying to figure out how to make everybody happy, including our beleaguered editor Jay Sharknado, has left the country. He's about to leave the country because we've driven him insane. He's going to follow the yellow brick road around the world or whatever. But we're trying to get these not only audio issues. We're going to upgrade the equipment, is what you're threatening now. I just wanted to drop a little nugget there.
I don't make threats, and what I'm saying is there will be a concerted effort, organization-wide, for a major upgrade in the latter half of 2024.
Which is basically a nice way of saying that Hotchkiss is going to come over here and get another goddamn computer hooked up for me that is just purely for recording this program, where now I got to look at two of these fucking things, and we potentially have to find somebody with Spectrum that knows how to give me the internet speed that I've been paying for the last 2 or 3 years.
We've determined the best way to keep things going is to have a computer for every single function Jim would need. So we're going to have 5 computers all around. One for email, one for general fun, whatever that means. One for the show recording, and 2 others that are not yet applied to any specific task.
Well, the websites I visit are dropping like flies anyway. Nevertheless, we're going back to Raw.
We're going back to Raw.
We're going back. We'll get back to where you once belonged, in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, that is, where they had a big house on hand. Again, while I talk about this, can you find out how many fucking people they had in Fort Lauderdale? Because this is getting ridiculous.
You're mad about it? Why?
I'm starting to get pissed. Let somebody else make some fucking money. For heaven's sake, this ought to be unconstitutional now for these people to make this fucking money.
Before we get going too much further on that topic, and not taking away any of the problems that are self-induced that AEW has, is there anything to the idea that WWE is so hot no one else can make money? Or is it just because if the other company was doing well and producing something like WWE in terms of connection with an audience, they'd still be able to do both good?
They'd still be able to do both good. Keep that in. Put that on the Christmas reel. No, it's fucking ridiculous, because this is not a promotional war anymore. This is AEW is trying to do whatever they're doing, but it's not a viable contender. Whereas you might have thought one time a few years ago that maybe they could do something to get they still weren't going to fucking beat the WWE, for God's sake, but could they get 25 or 30% of the market? Well, whatever that, think how big that is. But no, not now. No, that's a fallacy, because think about this. In every promotional war, whether territorial or national, where it was actually a fucking fight, both businesses prospered. Indianapolis and Detroit, we've talked about before, in 1972 through 74. Sheik didn't come to Indianapolis, but Bruiser went to Detroit. But not only did Sheik start selling out because he was bringing in incredible amounts of talent to fucking be the big show, but Bruiser was still doing, they started out doing, I think, 8,000 or 10,000 people for a couple of shows, but Bruiser would do 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 people at the Olympia Stadium against the same night the Sheik doing 10,000 in a Kobo. There was the time, for a national example, with Crockett and the WWF in 1986, there was a night that they were at the Riverfront Coliseum and we were at the Cincinnati Gardens. Hogan was at Riverfront. Flair and Dusty were on top, and Midnight Rock and Roll during our first hot run at the Gardens, and we sold out, which the Gardens was 11,000 something, say 12,000 people, and they had 6,000 or so, 7,000 at Riverfront. That's almost 20,000 fucking people in Cincinnati, same night. But it has to be the Attitude Era. Look it up, kids. They were fucking printing money, both companies, for 2 years, which is about how long it takes under normal circumstances for one of these things to play out when it's a dogfight. With Jerry Jarrett and Nick Goulas, it was 6 weeks. So the point is, it has to be a competition, and then both companies for a while will do good against each other, even night to night, or, same night. But if it's not, then it hurts the B team badly when the other guys are around. Anyway.
Well, I have the attendance here, an estimate. They don't have a full number, but as of 7:30 p.m. the day of, so a half hour before the show, there were a little over 220 tickets available and over 11,500 tickets distributed.
Okay, so point is, it looks great. And I'm going to make the point again, when they play Randy Orton's music and he comes out, the fans are singing the words to the song. The voices in my head, they make me mad, they kill me dead. I don't know what the fuck it is. And all he has to do is stand in the ring and let them sing to him and cheer and whatever. And then he just sets it up. Gunther's made it personal, talking about my father and grandfather, so I RKO'd him. And they play Gunther's music. And then the announcers get to fucking talk Gunther to the ring and sell, and get people over and whatever, while the fans are just booing the shit out of him. Well, he talked from the entrance, but on these things, the long entrances of everybody in these talking segments gives the announcers a chance to set the shit up. And these guys are so over, they can milk the singing and so what you would normally format for a 6 or 7 minute interview exchange, now on this show you can have 15 or 20 minutes because that's what it's going to take, unless you step on the people. You see where I'm going with this? They don't need any material now. They just have to go out there and mention the other guy, and he comes out, and they milk the shit out of it because Gunther, they're booing the piss out of him, and they're screaming and they're chanting. And finally, Orton has the best line: "You're going to have a real uncomfortable flight to Berlin with a size 15 boot up your ass, triple wide," or whatever the fuck. And they square off, and Kaiser jumps in from behind, and Orton dumps him and goes to Gunther, and Kaiser clips Orton's leg, and Gunther levels him. And, and there you go. Well, by God, I'll see you in Berlin. And that's... But this is on the territory television, or potentially a television of a company that's not necessarily got 12,000 screaming fucking people in the building. There's about 5 minutes of fucking content here, but they don't need any more. I'm trying to rationalize how we've got this far that the biggest stars are over for doing the least amount on television.
I guess technically that's the way it's supposed to be if everything works, no matter what year.
Yes, yes. It now with what they do see finally when they pay for it. It used to have to be a little more extensive, but now they can get away with that too. Anyway, your thoughts on this segment, if you have any.
It was fine. I mean, I'm not really excited about the match or anything. And I don't know, I'm not really that into it, but it was fine.
Oh, come on, fine. I'm anxious to see it because I think that it not only with Orton being the most accomplished, old-fashioned worker that there is there left, and Gunther being timeless, that I think we're going to see an athletic fucking exhibition of drama and pathos and all that other type of shit. But Gunther has to beat him, and that's going to be a big deal for Gunther to beat Randy Orton 1, 2, 3 somehow. I don't know, but and at the same time, how can they have Gunther's Kaiser do a blatant heel fuck in Berlin?
Right. Do you think it's guaranteed Gunther's the babyface in Berlin?
I think. See, here's the thing. It's not necessarily that he's from Germany, but he's there, or that he. I know he's from Austria, or where the fuck is it? Vienna.
Austria.
Is Vienna in Austria? Yeah, well, one of those. Maybe he's in Lederhosen. I don't fucking know. I don't know that much German, right? My German is limited to Hogan's Heroes when I was at Sergeant Schultz. Eins, zwei, drei, vier. I can go that far. But the point is, he's not just from there, but he's somebody they can be proud of. I mean, they can boo the personality that he's presenting, but the WWE pay-per-view big event crowds are the smartest groups of those crowds, and the smart fans have to be somewhat enamored of Gunther because he's so fucking good. So if it was, maybe, the Logan Paul in Cleveland, yeah, but it's Gunther in Germany. It's springtime for Gunther in Germany.
I'm going to guess that won't be his theme song, but all rolls on.
All right, then. Sheamus beat Pete Dunne. I know you're upset about that, but it happened.
What do you think of the idea that, that he's not Butch anymore? He's mad about the whole Butch time.
Butch, he's really femme.
He's really feminine. No, that's not what I'm saying. He's no longer Butch. He's no longer named Butch.
He had to give away all of his black leather and the spikes went away.
No, apparently he just had to give up Ridge Holland. I don't know what happened to him.
Oh, God, the ridging or the edging?
That's not what I'm saying. Again, you're going way too far. But he gave up being Butch. I can't say it now. I just can't say it. This man is no longer Butch. And what do you think of anything? What do you think?
Oh, I don't care. Maybe he should go away and learn a new hold, Pete Dunne, and come back when we don't remember that he was wearing the little street urchin cap and looked like a fucking Charles Dickens character. I don't really care right now. I don't care that he and Sheamus were in the same social circle before.
Sheamus?
Whatever. He ought to be ashamed of himself beating up on this little Pete Dunne. And especially if the guy is not going to be Butch anymore, then why is he hanging around with another guy that's going to give him banger after banger after banger? So later on this program,
no, he's not hanging out with him anymore. Actually,
well,
it works in kayfabe now that I think about the disgusting remarks that you're making. It works because he gave up being Butch, so he's no longer interested in banger after banger after banger.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. I'm glad we've resolved that for all of their sakes. Maybe now their families can find some peace. So they're setting up more of why that Xavier Woods is upset. And, and the New Day, oh, Jesus Christ, the trombones and the Fruit Loops and the whatever the fuck's going on. We just can't stand it for a long time. But they're actually telling some type of story here. Woods is upset because Kofi didn't ask him before Kofi asked Odyssey to join the New Day because he doesn't want to replace Big E. But Kofi says, no, you and I, we're family, but we're trying to help a rookie like we wish that they would have done to us or whatever the fuck when we were mere children. And then Odyssey Jones comes in and he just fucking hugs the shit out of Woods, and he's very exuberant to the point of, oh, Jesus Christ, this fucking guy, according to Woods. So that's where they're going with that.
I'm kind of on Woods' side. You're a team. You can't just show up with some new guy and be like, hey, here's your new friend. What's that?
Well, you know, now that you put it that way, fuck this fucking guy, Kofi. And fuck Odyssey.
Well, you don't have to go too far. Odyssey's just a young guy trying to break in.
Well, no, I think Woods ought to crack both of them over the head with a fucking boat oar.
You know, like I said to you last week.
Why don't they ever use a boat oar? Even when they're in Corpus Christi or Galveston, and nobody brings in a boat oar. How many great movie murder scenes have occurred with a boat oar?
There's been a few. I don't know how many great scenes there have been with murder scenes. Murder scenes.
Go back in the fucking Academy Award archives and find that best boat oar murder.
Well, they're not going to murder anyone on Raw, so what are you saying? They're going to pull out this...
Well, they could try. What's
and you know what? There's nothing ridiculous about it being under the ring because everything's under the ring.
Well, yeah, especially in a fishing town.
They leave their fishing equipment under the ring.
You go. Because you never know when you might need to go catch some trout just for the halibut.
What do you think of the potential of Xavier Woods as a heel?
The problem is
Were you around him before he was in WWE?
Yes. In TNA, Consequences Creed. No, he's a nice young man. I'm not knocking. I hate this whole New Day thing, and I'm sure they've made a bunch of money with it. But good Lord, the trombones and again, etc. But a very nice young man, very smart and studious and etc. So I'm not knocking him, but how is he going to turn heel on his partner who's the same size as him? And his partner's new friend that's 400 fucking pounds. Doesn't he need some help?
He's doing it in the name of Big E.
Well, Big E ain't gonna come back and team up with him.
Yeah, we're coming back from a neck injury. Working with Odyssey Jones may not be the way to go.
We don't know he's gonna come back from a neck injury, do we? Have we heard that?
No, I mean, he's been hosting their pregame shows, but there's been no indication he's coming back. So,
well, yeah, so the point is Woods needs to find a friend, right? He needs to get on the friend finding site and find him a friend. Or elsewise, he's out fucking gunned here, isn't he?
Well, he's on the way.
Well, he's on the way. Anyway, Model Girl tried to wrestle Ivy Nile. Did you see that?
You know,
did you see any of that?
I did watch this because I was intrigued by what it would be.
Well, it was kept short, and that's not a surprise. But again, you can see her heart beating, and she's the only person I've ever seen it. You don't need an X-ray; you just need a Kodak to see whether her bones are broken. You can see that she's a skeletal structure of a woman. It looks like a fucking awkward newborn fawn trying to find its way up an icy hill. Is that descriptive enough for you?
I don't know if it's, I wouldn't say that's for me, but I would say it's descriptive. And she is very, that's one of the things I think we've seen with men, but with the women, it really stands out more when they don't have the traditional frame of someone who will be taking a lot of bumps.
She makes Stacy Keibler look like Steamboat. So then the lights went out.
Stacy Steamboat?
You know that if only Ricky had adopted her to be his ward or something like that, the Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson type of deal, then she could have been Stacy Steamboat and the world would have been her oyster. But then the lights went out, as I mentioned, and the spooky piano played. Don't feel like you have to accompany this now with fondling your organ over there. And the fog began rolling in from San Francisco Bay. And Model Girl just disappeared. And now they're presenting, I guess they're trying here. Maybe they've heard some of our program. I'm sure they've heard some of our programs. Because now the announcers are saying, well, it's Nikki Cross who believes she's Abby the Witch. Have they been doing that before? Or can I just not hear it because I'm so stunned at what I'm seeing?
Well, I noticed they started doing it with the Wyatt Six match, where it wasn't like, here's the pig-faced man. It was, here's Dexter Loomis has grown his hair out. What's wrong with him? Like, that was what it was. And with this, again, she gets in the ring, dressed like some kind of horror creature, slowly walking and acting like a horror creature, and Ivy Nile standing there. All I'm thinking is, why doesn't she go, Nikki Ass, is that you? And then drop kick her.
Yeah, well, I think that's not because Ivy Nile is standing there mortified, like she's seeing the visage of grisly death appear before her, instead of just, okay, if this is Nikki Cross, I'm going to kick her in the crotch and run or something. It's like they've been endowed with the power to inspire fear amongst people where they just paralyzed, they can't run or go anywhere. So it's a little theatrical, is what we're trying to say. But there's Rowan and Loomis and Gacy, sounds like a fucking law firm in Cleveland, and they attack Chad Gable and the Creeds, who obviously were in support of Ivy Nile, and Cross tackles Ivy, and the fans, I believe, they were chanting, "You fucked up." But was this the part? Because there was a part where they chanted, "You fucked up," and they were trying to bleep it in this show, and then there was another part where I don't think they caught it in time. But anyway, then Captain Howdy is there and gives
Uncle Howdy.
What?
He's not a captain, he's an uncle.
Uncle Howdy, I'm sorry. Well, he could be a captain and an uncle. One of my uncles was a captain.
Captain what?
No, he was a colonel. Is a captain more important than a colonel, or a colonel more important than a captain?
What arm of the military are we talking about?
Well, he flew planes in World War II.
For what arm of the military?
For what? For no, ours. Not goddamn somebody. He was on our side. The fuck do you think I am? What is the matter with you?
I said what arm of the military, not what military.
I thought you said what.
Was you on Japan side? Is that why you have hard feelings on Japanese wrestling?
I thought you said what army, you son of a bitch.
What arm of...
Well, I guess he was in the Air Force. I'd have to go down and check the newspaper clippings. But it seems to me that all the pictures are in black and white. So, you can't really tell by that.
Oh, what you're saying is he wouldn't have been afraid of Nikki Cross.
No, I didn't. I don't know where you.
I'm trying to bring it back to the Wyatt Six. I'm trying to bring it back to the review.
Well, why was I talking about my uncle?
I don't know.
Well, you made me forget. I had a point. Did I make it?
You made a point about your uncle. Sounds like a wonderful man who was in some army and some arm of some army somewhere.
And you know where he kept his army? In his sleevey.
He was a frogman for Canada. Like, I don't know what he was doing.
No, that's only in Quebec. But
see, that's awful.
Well, see,
mad about that. I didn't even think about it.
They're mad about everything. The Quebecers, for fuck's sake, they live to be mad. You can't even get ice in your fucking drinks up there just to piss you off. But we were saying an uncle can be a captain, and whether it's Captain Howdy or Uncle Howdy, he could easily be one and not the other, or he could be both. But he gave his finish to Chad Gable, and the end. They faded to black, and then you see a friend of ours walking down the hallway. But give me your thoughts first of all on this. Started as a bad wrestling match, and poor Ivy now. She was trying, but this woman, skeletal being, it just ain't going to happen. But it started as a wrestling match and ended as Plan 9 from outer space. Your thoughts?
Plan 9 has its charm, unlike this. I don't like it at all. I mean, now they're trying to make it less mystery based, and they're trying to make it, these are real people who have real issues, and they're getting through these issues by dressing like furries. I don't know what their deal is actually. And I listen to the reaction. The fans are reacting when the piano hits, because they know it's a good time to pick someone's wallet. The lights will be out. I know, but they react to it.
I don't know. I would have been thinking about at least fucking feeling somebody up. But that's a you're all about a profit, and I'm all about the fucking fun.
Yeah, that's not really fun. That's called being a pervert. But I was saying something, and you made me think of my uncle. What's going on here? What I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, is the one good thing is all this stuff. And again, the fans there react to it, not at the same level of main event stuff, but they react to it. It's in this zone, like it's mixed in with the Alpha Academy and the people like this, where there's nothing that you are supposed to take too seriously. The problem I have is this is not the first time where either something serious is right before it or right after it, and I think it's been with Punk a couple of times, where they follow the monster segment with a segment with lights on with CM Punk, and it's
speaking to people in a real legitimate fashion.
It's a stark contrast because in this case here, it happened right away.
Yes, it did.
I'm Ryan Last, and those are my thoughts.
You are correct, sir. Well, thank you. You're supposed to say over. So, I agree with you, because as soon as we faded to black from the zombies, and not even the ones who made the fucking cool records, but just these zombies, it's the 9 o'clock hour, and like Mussolini, following the zombies, he dug himself out of a grave. Oh, he's a survivor of AEW. Well, think about this.
You're singing? No, let's not. Let's not say we didn't.
No, it's let's not and say we did.
No, in this case, let's not and say we didn't.
Ah, so you're jealous. See. But anyway,
that's your takeaway.
We got some. I see. Well, I just call a turd a turd there. But anyway, now I had something I was going to say. Oh, I'll tell you what I was going to say.
You have an uncle. He was in the army.
No. We've done that on the previous segment. The Punk. What I'm trying to make is, I think, unique among professional wrestlers now, in that 3 specific weaselly faced fucking people. I'm not saying there's only 3, but 3 specific weaselly faced people were putting the mouth on him, as Dennis Corluzzo used to say, and he was able to punch one repeatedly in the face. I think he clocked the other one too, and he front face locked the third stooge, and then exits a company where he was obviously miserable, and then goes to the biggest company in the world and is doing some of the best promos, I think, of his career, and obviously making more money than he was in La La Land over there. But he actually got to fucking dot everybody in the face on the way out. I think that's commendable, don't you?
Commendable? I don't know. I mean, obviously, I think some people still need to be hit. What was the question? There's some people that still need to go down. But what was your question?
Most of the time, when you leave somewhere, you don't get to fucking pickle the fucking guy that you want to pickle on the way out. And I admire him for his perspicacity and being able to do that. That's what I'm saying.
Well, he did it twice, technically. He did it once and he got sent home for a while, and then he came back, he did it a second time.
Well, the second pickle wasn't as hard as the first, though.
Well, he's a little pickle. It's a little hairy pickle.
No, he's not even a dill. He's just a bread and butter.
That's right.
Anyway, so Punk comes out with the strap around his neck. And the promo, he congratulates the Panthers, which are the local team down there that does the thing that team does. Is it hockey or who is it? What do they do there, the Panthers? Are they affiliated with college sports? I don't fucking know.
It's hockey. It's indeed hockey.
Well, they like him down there, and he congratulated them, and he got the people fired up. And he tells them stories and he talks to them, and it's meaningful shit. And he was at Fanatics Fest. Why is the WWE on a hot streak? Because it's you people, the fans. He met a cancer survivor. He talked about his friends with cancer. And he met a girl that flew 15 hours to meet him. And he said, I missed you guys for 10 years, so I get excited to do this again. And there's the bracelets that the fans have made. So, okay, I'm Taylor Swift for men. Hi, he's not doing stand-up comedy. And he's not doing a prepared dramatic scene. He is speaking to people and telling them something in a verbose fashion that they can listen to and get into or whatever the fuck. And then he tied the bracelets into the one that Drew McIntyre took, and then seamlessly promoting Drew. Well, I got some news for everybody. I made Drew a bracelet, and he holds the fucking strap up. And he announces in Berlin it's going to be a strap match. What sense does that make? Just because Drew tried to whip him with his belt, but Punk took the belt away from Drew and whipped him with it, and now they're going to have a strap match? Well, that doesn't make any sense. This shit's logical. They have reasons for the things that they're doing. And what did we say on the last program that you and I did 48 hours ago or whatever it fucking was? I talked to you goddamn constantly. Your pearly tones excite me, Brian. I said the heel has to steal or fuck up something that means something to the babyface. Whether it is a championship or money or a car or a personal item or whatever the fuck. Personal issues draw money. This is wrestling at the root of it. Inside this, goddamn overblown production that it's become, these days. But at the root of it, this is fucking wrestling. And he explains the stipulation. You gotta fucking drag your opponent to all four corners to win the match, and he says, I'm gonna whip this bitch and take my bracelet back. And ba-boom, Drew. But first, your comments on Punk.
My comments on Punk? Oh, his hair looked wonderful. What do you want to hear?
No. I mean, what do you think? The things I've said about his promo, I see a difference in what he does and what a lot of other people do in talking giving them this overblown, grandiose, prepared. They're trying to all be goddamn Shakespeare eloquently instead of just talking to people.
He does a better job of saying a lot and getting people to listen without getting bored than most people can or do.
Yes.
Because he goes on for a while and you don't really get bored with it. There's always intrigue in what's coming, what's next, what's he going to say. He's shown that he'll say things. What's he going to say? I thought this was an okay promo. My big disappointment that I know I'm in the minority here on this call. I'm not a big fan of strap matches. So that deflates me a little bit. I've never been a fan of strap matches. I've never been a fan of what usually ends up being the finish in almost every strap match I've ever seen.
But, playing devil's advocate, when's the last time that you saw a strap match?
Oh, Sting and Vader, 92. No, I don't remember. I don't remember the last one I've seen, so I can't quote the specific last one, but just not one of those matches I've enjoyed. Now let's see what these guys could bring to it here that'll change my mind. But it's not like a stipulation. I'm like, oh yeah, this is the one.
Well, what I'm thinking is that, and I can see, because you've been watching them for 30 years, a lot of those finishes were in the territories. I don't remember. There's been a large chunk of modern wrestling that I have not watched. If they've done the finish that you're talking about in the modern era, and some of the listeners I'll be glad to be not corrected on this because I'm saying I don't know. So you can't really correct that, but enlighten me. Have they done the The finish. Anybody that knows it will know what I'm talking about. To the four-quarter strap match in the modern era on major pay-per-view, but I still don't think they're going to do that.
So, and again,
I still okay.
The finish works good in some places, and in other places it doesn't. It depends on the people, depends on how it's done. But typically, these matches, after a while, you may see it coming. You used it very effectively in 1993, without giving details because you're hiding this. So I'm not saying too much. But,
all right, no, I'll go ahead and tell them because you're going to praise me. But actually, you know, if you remember, it was kind of fucked up, but it worked because the people thought they were really seeing a fucking struggle.
That's right.
But the deal is that finally the babyface makes a big comeback, but then gets stopped, and the heel wraps the strap around his neck or somehow, and is dragging the guy to all four corners. But as the heel touches the corner and moves to the next corner, the babyface touches the turnbuckle behind him, so they're 1-1, then 2-2, then 3-3, and then the babyface puts the brakes on, and as the heel jerks, trying to get to the last corner, the babyface gets jerked over the top of him and touches first. But I don't think they're going to do that because I just said it out loud, but also because a lot of people probably have seen that, but also I don't think it's what they're going for here. I don't think it is a finish that would be a logical progression in this story. I think what they're going for, and see if I've come out right, is if people were disappointed because they didn't see violence with the Seth Rollins referee involvement, I think we're going to see some fucking violence. I think people are going to be red, white, and blue from that strap, and they're going to have some creative shit going on. And I believe most probably they will fucking end up doing some type of finish to continue the program. But that doesn't mean that, you know, either guy necessarily has to win, although I would think that they would return the favor from, what was the last pay-per-view we did? SummerSlam. But that's just me. But, well, Drew came out right there. So we've gotten off on a tangent here. Is this where we were talking about my uncle flying planes?
No, that was a different tangent and a different arm of the show.
A different arm of the show?
That's right, it was a different arm of the show.
Well, let me give it a leg up here now. So as soon as Punk said he was going to take his bracelet back, Drew's music played, and he comes to the entranceway with the microphone. And again, he not only does a great heel promo, but it's because of his attitude and delivery, as Finkel would say, demeanor. But his delivery puts it over the top, and the accent works for him because he still has a man's voice and doesn't sound like he's gargling marbles. And he sounds like a movie star instead of a goddamn rugby thug or whatever. But he's very unique with his verbal skills now that he's unleashed himself, but also his delivery and just the whole package puts it over the top. And he agrees to the strap match, but he wants a teaser right now. And he tells Punk, lose the strap and let's fight. And Punk said, I'll give you the strap if you give me the bracelet. And then Drew milks it and says, no. Actually, he said, no. That's kind of more like him, isn't it?
You know, he has the best facial expressions during promos. When someone else is talking and they show him, he sells everything perfectly with his face.
And it doesn't have to change that much on him because you can tell it. He can go from being just smug to fucking pissed.
Yeah.
Just with the eyebrows and the fucking...
lifting the mustache on.
Yeah, the tit muscles.
Yeah.
But finally, Punk says, it's not about me attached to you, it's you going to be attached to me. And that's all they had to do. And then there you go. And again, you know, a lot of that was just a conversation, but they built it and got to a point and sold the issue. That's my point that I got to.
Well,
I took a drink.
that is the
Because
point you got to.
I put a period on the end of the sentence, so I thought pardon me for taking air and liquid.
No, I'm okay with the air and liquid. Swami was barking as soon as you took your break, so I was trying to prevent.
Oh, so you were distracted by the dog barking.
I wasn't distracted. Again, thinking of the listener and the listener experience, I didn't want just a random dog to appear in the middle of the track. I thought that would throw people off. People driving down the road, all of a sudden looking over their shoulder, thinking there's a dog attacking them.
All right, well, okay, but then you've got to have Swami music.
What's that going to be?
I don't know. You got to
Swami
have
music.
some.
What does that mean? Music for him, like entrance music?
Yes, and every time and I'll do the same thing for Harley over here when she sits with me and she has one of her coffin spells or whatever.
You don't have any instruments, do you?
Well, I'll find something and we have to play it so that way we identify. As soon as you hear the dog in the background, we play the dog's intro music so the people know that the dog is here. And then the dog becomes part of the show, and then that way it's not an unexplained character.
This is such a fun idea. What sound should I apply to Swami?
Oh, good Lord. I meant like real music.
Swami's on the loose. Oh, and the music's not stopping. Well, whether it's Swami or Harley or Larry, bringing it back to this, who's on the bracelet. What did you think of Drew saying, put down the strap and I'll fight you right now? 'Cause that's, again, it ties to what Punk says in return, but that's a very babyface kind of line.
Well, actually, not really. Because when you think about it, who else ever even gives it that much legitimacy to even say, put down that fucking flamethrower and I'll fight you right now? But no, it's a heelish, it came off as a heelish thing because of his deal. Well, put the strap down and you know, I'll fight you right now. Because he'd already tried to fucking whip Punk. He knows Punk wants to whip his ass. I don't know. I think that was fine.
Well, you know, Jim, knowing there's a strap match coming up and knowing that this show is just rambling various things, but more importantly, a strap match coming up, a big strap match, you would think that maybe someone would need to shave before that match. They would look in the mirror and say, I want to look good for this beating. I'm going to shave my face, make sure my flesh is visible and it's all red and beaten up. And we know someone who can help them shave. Don't
See,
we,
what you have done here is, Brian Last, you have missed the obvious transition. Well, folks, I'll tell you what, if they're going to have a strap match, if you want to sharpen your razor up with a strap, you can do it the old-fashioned way. You can take that razor out, you can beat it up and down that big old leather strap until your arms ache and you accidentally cut off your penis or your tonsils or something that you'd like to keep. Or you can do it the modern, easy way and get a brand new, sharper than a serpent's tooth razor courtesy of our friends over at Harry's. Now, wouldn't that have been better?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, of course it would, because if you don't want to, those straight razors, that's another thing. Sometimes it's hard to get those neck areas with that straight razor, especially if you got a little palsy to you, and you don't want anybody else to put a razor to your throat at this day and age.
Yeah, well, this is going in a lot of directions all at once, and let's bring it right back to a central location.
Well, the central location is if you go to Harry's, our friends at Harry's, they will send you a razor that even if somebody tried, they wouldn't be able to cut your fucking carotid artery with it. Even if a member of your household thought he's asleep finally, I'll take this fucking razor. No, there's no way. You can only get a close shave with our friends at Harry's Razors and products like that.
Let's focus on listeners who live with people they trust.
Well, nobody's going to be able to get even. I'm just telling you. And you know, not even. I'm just talking about cutting your throat. And let's face it, if somebody tried to cut something else off, they can't with Harry's.
Again, Lorena Bobbitt has no involvement with this. Let's get back to shaving one's face, shaving one's facial hair, doing it with a fine razor of, I forget what the handle is, but you have the copy and the handle is great, and you can shave the hair with Harry's.
Yes, and boy, and have you ever seen a picture of Lorena Bobbitt? She should have done something about her facial hair. And I'll tell you, folks, right now, Harry's is going to give you the sharpest edge on life. If you want to go out and look cleaner than slicker than a whistle and clean and nice and everything without all the growth all over you. And for some of the audience has sent us pictures where they're having to shave their foreheads now. Well, folks, you can go no further than Harry's. You don't have to go to the grocery store and get those high-priced shave cartridges that they're weighted down by chains to the alarms that go off if you try to steal these things because they're so valuable. Instead, actually, they're not valuable, they're just high-priced. Instead, you go right through harrys.com, harrys.com/JCE, and you're going to get a 5-blade razor with a weighted handle, ergonomic design, the foaming shave gel, and a travel cover so you can't even nick your fingers, much less slice your uvula. And you're going to get that for just $3. And this is the 5-blade razor that comes from the Germans can make fucking razors. They like to make sharp shit. And for $3, the gel, the cover, and the most importantly, and it's a beautiful razor. It's a lovely fluorescent color. $3. Normally, that apparently, where is it? $13 for that normally, but you can get it for $3 at harrys.com/JCE. And then, as bright as I know you have done, because you like a smooth forehead, you can sign up for Harry's to be delivered monthly, half what you pay for the other big brands. They've also got the deodorant, the lotion, the body wash, the hair gel, the crotch wax. It's an amazing.
There's no crotch wax. Let's not add items that they have not released to the public or that we are in any way aware of.
Did they discontinue that with the taint paste?
I don't think. I think you may have been getting packages from a different Harry, not Harry.
Oh, it was. Yes. I was pen pals with Harry Reams back in the 80s.
What?
And he still sends me things, everyone. But anyway.
He became very religious.
I tried to break him of it, but he wouldn't listen. If you go to harrys.com/JCE right now, you're going to get that razor. Actually, the cartridge is different than the razor handle and the cartridge. It all goes together. You're going to get the whole thing. You're not going to have to take just one of these cartridges and just rake it over your face. This handle is beautiful. And the foaming shave gel and the travel cover, $3, and the option to do more things to make yourself smell and look good, which would benefit a significant portion of the current public today. harrys.com/JCE.
That's right, Harry's.
Thank you, Mr. Energy.
Well, Jim, like the Energizer Bunny, rolls on or stomps on or marches on, energizes on.
It's hey, wait a minute, do I have drums here? What kind of drums? Well, that's not really it. That's a drum roll. Remember a lot of energy. A lot of energy there. The Energizer Bunny had the drum, and it was beating the drum as it walked along. The little stuffed bunny, the cute bunny.
The Energizer Bunny was no Gene Krupa. That's what I always say.
Well, they didn't have time in those short commercials to really go into a fucking Buddy Rich kind of thing. You know, it was clang, clang, clang. But they're good batteries, the Energizer batteries. Diehards, actually, there was a place in Chicago I used to know that would hook various parts of your body up to a Sears Diehard battery for a small fee.
Do people get to watch? Is it a show where you pay a ticket to watch this person stupidly electrocute themselves, or is it just for the personal gratification of the batterized?
I don't know. There was a mirror on the wall, and there was stadium seating on the other side of it.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not sure what. But anyway, Raw rolled on, and we got to see the not the culmination, but the match where New Day and OJ, Odyssey Jones, had to work as a cohesive unit. And of course, Odyssey Jones, as we talked about earlier, is not Xavier Woods' favorite guy, even though Kofi likes him. And so we got this whole thing of who's going to get kicked out of the clubhouse. Oh, the Judgment Day of a clubhouse. Maybe this is what is this? A boys club, a tree house, a goddamn Quilting Bee, I don't know what the fuck they're joining here, but it's, you don't like my, if this is almost an AEW angle, I'm thinking now. You don't like my friend. I'm not friends with your friend. But somebody who's nobody's friend, Karrion Kross and the AOP were their opponents in the six-man tag. You know what AOP stands for? Awfully overpushed at this point.
And they're barely pushed, so that's really saying something.
The fact that they're on television is a push that should be pulled. But anyway, Odyssey Jones won a six-man tag team match, and Xavier Woods has to, be kind of reluctantly applauding him and etc. Then we went to the invisible camera. I'm glad that, who was it? Alexander Pepperday brought the invisible camera phrase or nom de plume out into the open, because that's what it is. When Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley were having the deep heart-to-heart talk in the back, 6 feet away from a fucking TV camera. The invisible camera. I don't like the Priest. I don't like the Priest. I don't like.
But those nuns are all right.
Well, hey, they kind of take anything they can get, because it's not like getting a lot of fucking attention in those areas. Anyway, nevertheless, the point is, Priest or Rhea, the calm, the heart-to-heart talks, the kind of conversation, the thing we've noted before, blah. I want to see Rhea go out there and fucking be Rhea bloody Ripley. Of course, that sounds more like Mom's Maybelline.
Sounded nothing like Mom's Maybelline anyway.
Well, it sounded more like Mom's Maybelline than it did like Rhea Ripley's.
Rhea bloody Ripley!
That sounded like Vince introducing Aretha Franklin at WrestleMania 3.
What did Aretha think? No one's ever asked her, what did you think when you heard this maniac?
And now that's a question that will go unanswered forever. What did you think of the maniac that introduced you in front of all those people at the wrestling thing?
You know what my favorite part of Aretha Franklin's involvement with WrestleMania 3 is? That the negotiation to get her there with, I guess it would have been Arista Records, led to the montage video at the end over the credits being Who's Zooming Who, which is a underrated late, Aretha Franklin hit. She didn't really have any hits after that. So you get to watch, Billy Jack Haynes all bloodied up by Hercules hitting him with the chain, to Who's Zooming Who, and all the other great moments. You'll never see it again because it's edited off the network because whatever deal it had ended that day. But yeah, if you can watch the pay-per-view when it first aired or had it on VHS, Who's Zooming Who?
See, that's a reason to keep your VHSs, kids.
That's right.
But anyway, the no DQ match between Bronson Reed and The Miz. Brian, did you peruse this or skip to the finish like I did?
Yeah, again, it's a 3-hour show. There's so much going on. I like Bronson Reed, though. I like everything they're doing with him. I was surprised that they did this match with The Miz this week. But whenever it gets Bronson Reed over, they're doing a better job than anything they've done since he's been up there. So.
Well, yeah, and that's why I wanted to see the finish. Obviously, I wanted to make sure they hadn't gone out of their minds. But the match was the tables, the chairs, the kendo sticks, the garbage cans, the caca. And that, so we get to the point. Bronson Reed won with the splash, which is over as fuck now because of what they've done. Imagine that. Stretcher some people out and give them some internal injuries with a simple fucking move, and simple move becomes over. And in this case, he goes for a second one, and they play music, and here comes Brown the Strongman. And they have a big face-off, and then they just cut to a promo in the back with Sheamus. But I don't want to see the Strongman anywhere around Bronson Reed right now. Let him keep squashing fucking jabronis and peons and or other mid-level talent. He can't put a main eventer out every week.
However, what if this leads to him doing what he's done to the giant Braun Strowman? Because this is the build-up. You got to think everything is the kind of build-up Seth Rollins eventually returning and fighting a Bronson Reed that reads. A Bronson Reed that means so much more now than he did a few months ago So it's not, the long term isn't for him to lose to Braun Strowman, it's to lose to Seth Rollins. Is Braun someone that makes him a little stronger to get past to get the Rollins?
Only if he just splashes him and nothing else. Because if they have a match first, it will be detrimental. Because
does it hurt him if someone does power moves to him right now?
Well, especially when the guy's a foot taller than he is and fucking 50 or 60 pounds heavier. I mean, they're the only. Everybody always used to try to book the Road Warriors against other big Warlord and Barbarian or Powers of Pain. Well, they were the Powers of Pain, but you know what I'm saying. They wanted to see them against the big monsters, they thought. But then, as you look back in retrospect, in hindsight, the Road Warriors drew more money against the Tullys and Arns and the Midnight Expresses, the little heels with a lot of heat that could take bumps for the big guys. Because then when, I don't think that Bronson Reed versus Mr. Strawman, whatever the fuck his name is going to be any kind of a good match to showcase how big of a fucking monster beast that Bronson Reed is. Even now, if he splashes him at the end, then just splash him. Don't have the fucking match. I think that would help Bronson Reed more.
All right, well, back to SmackDown.
No, this is Raw.
That's right.
That's right. At 10 o'clock, we had Priest and Dominic. That was the big match. But, as one would imagine, the Judgment Day was there as soon as Priest is coming out in the aisleway. Boom, there's Carlito and Finn and JD Funko. And Priest beats all three of them up. And then has a face-off with Dominic in the ring. And then they did the deal where Rhea came in the ring behind Dominic. And he realizes somebody turns around, oh shit, and she headbutts him. And then Priest grabs Dominic and shit cans him, telling her to clear off the desk. And Rhea grabs him and she's going to give him the riptide through the desk when there's Liv Morgan with a chair, boom, and nails Rhea. And remember, we were just talking about she doesn't have to wait till the pay-per-view to get her hands on Dominic. Right? Remember I said you can do something where she gets him and gets some element of satisfaction, but then gets stopped before the big thing that would take the heat off of him and you can put more on him. So this was an example of that. She got to strike the fucking blow. Then she got to grab him for the finish, and the intent was there, but that fucking Liv Morgan. That's the idea. This is fucking perfect. And then all of the guys jump Priest, and Liv beats Rhea up on the desk. And then they hold Priest and make him watch while Liv runs Rhea's bad shoulder into the post and throws her over the desk and into the stairs at another post. And then Ben gives that double stomp to Priest, and Liv hits her finisher on Rhea Ripley. And then Daddy Dom, gives Priest the frog splash. All of this was fucking perfect. There's one thing wrong with it, and possibly the young folks today don't even notice or care. Nobody was trying to stop any of this.
And clearly the fans thought someone was, because they were chanting Yeet, because it's been established that Rhea and Jey Uso got along. I think fans were expecting that, but that's not the direction they went.
Well, but even there should have been a referee in the ring, because it was supposed to be a match. There's no referees, no security. They establish security will come out when guys are signing a contract instantly if somebody turns the table over when they want them to. But nobody's coming when this goes on for so long. So if you had structured it to where there's 5 Judgment Day felons.
They're not felons. Hold on, they're not felons. They're no
these criminals, these misfits. There's 5 of them.
Thugs,
miscreants, hooligans. So when when they attack in the alleyway, couldn't we have 2 or 3 referees? They go, oh shit, and they get shoved and they get, flung away, not pile driven or whatever. And then once that the baby faces look like they've got Dominic, well then maybe security could come out but not even fucking jump in, because what the fuck, nobody's doing anything, and then it breaks loose again. Well, now you've got the fucking, as Rhea's going for the thing on the floor, you got the security people trying to come in, but no, there's Liv with a chair, so they go to them, but there's 4 of the fucking evil guys, and they throw them away, and then they do the shit they're doing, and then send a couple of agents, and send a few people in staggering, times, that not just 20 people that are going to overwhelm the thing, but it looks like somebody's realizing this shit's happening in real time and coming out trying to do something, and it gets wiped out or fucking shoved away or packed into a large box, whatever the fucking case. But otherwise, great fucking performance by everybody. But did you notice that until I brought it up?
I mean, I noticed that no one came out to save them, but you break it down better than everyone.
But you don't have to even stop them. Just have somebody look like they're trying and let them get away with what they're supposed to get away with. And anyway, and then they did a promo in the back. Did you see the Judgment Day? They were gloating over what they just done, but it was a camera with a dirty lens. Did you notice that?
I did notice that. It stood out. You don't usually see that. You wonder.
Yes.
The first thing you have is it me? And then say, it can't be me. What the hell? How could it be me?
I bet they had shot something back in the back maybe and flung some, I don't know, goddamn, something from the concession stand or whatever on the lens, and nobody remembered to wipe it or something. But it was like, what the fuck? It's like they were shooting it through a dirty window with shit dripping off of it. Anyway, speaking of looking at something through a dirty window with shit dripping off of it, the next match was a girls' triple threat tag team match. Playa. So then Michael Cole bid adieu for now, so long for now, down the highways and byways until we see you again, to Pat McAfee, who's going to be off Raw for the football season. Can you imagine how much money McAfee is making when he's going from football to the WWE to whatever the fuck else he does? He's in demand, and they played the Pat McAfee highlight video, which he stands on the desk a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah, a lot. Screams a lot. Moves his arms around a lot. Stands on the desk a lot. A lot of screaming, but mostly screaming.
The screaming is no. Pat's good. We like Pat. Come on. Poor old Pat. Hey, at least he's got enthusiasm. He's a very enthusiastic fucking salesman for the show here. And then we got to Randy Orton and Ludwig Kaiser. And, again, excellent work from both guys. I like that because they're both excellent workers. I like that they've made Kaiser more serious as a threat, as himself rather than just Gunther's stooge. And Orton's a perfect guy to be able to stay over but still make another guy, look more effective, and blah, blah, blah. And I was thinking, Kaiser is thin for this roster bodily. He's in great shape, but he's thin. But next to the AEW guys, I think he might look like Lex Luger, because at least he's got something there. He can fill out a little bit. Orton would look like Andre, though. But anyway, they had a good match, but what can you say? This is the prelude to getting Randy together with Gunther. And so Orton came back with his belly backs onto the desk, and they did a bit of back and forth. And then Orton hit him a superplex, a DDT, and an RKO it took to put the man away. Not that he was kicking out of all of those things. He hit him with 3 things in a row and beat him, so that's the way to do it. And then Gunther slides in, and they go to Fist City as we go off the air. And that was the big finish of Raw. But they don't need anything else. The building in Berlin, I assume, is sold out, right?
I don't know. I could check, but I would assume.
I would have think. I would have think.
You would have think.
That's the wrong accent. It's I would think.
I don't know if that's the way they talk over there anymore.
They would be sold out. Well, that's the way Major Hochstetter talked to Colonel Klink.
Right. Like I said, I don't think that's the way they talk over there now.
Are you saying that a guy named Werner Kempler wasn't German?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, then as far as I'm concerned, German people sounds like Colonel Klink.
Sounds like someone on TV 50 years ago.
Well,
portraying someone in real life years earlier.
Actually, it was almost 60 now, but who's counting? But nevertheless, I assume they're sold out in Berlin in the arena, and we know they're getting just a large amount of money from the people over at the COP to put this thing on the air, and one would assume that the pay-per-view around the world is sold out. You can't order any more of the pay-per-views. They won't take any more of your money. They feel badly about it. So they don't really need to do any bigger of an angle than this, do they?
Not really. I mean, I think they do, like you said, they do enough. They do what they have to do, and you get through these shows, and every now and then you get one, you're like, man, that's a great episode. They had one just recently, and then sometimes you're just happy if you get a good segment or two, and there's a lot of things slowly moving until this week.
Slowly I turned. Step by step, inch by inch, I crept up on the pay-per-view.
What do Rhea and Priest need to do? A guy and a girl against a gang of 4 guys. Well, with Liv, so that he...
Well, no, four people and a woman.
What you're saying. What did I say? 4 people and a woman. Also, it was 4 people and Paul Heyman once, I believe.
Yeah. One time, we know what you're trying to say.
What I'm trying to say is something very important. No, what I'm trying to say is, do they get a new recruit? Do they just team up with another existing babyface? What do you do right now with this? Is this a chance to bring someone in and elevate them? What do you see?
For this particular match coming up, I'm thinking the baby faces should go over, but that doesn't mean that's the end of the program. They can get heat after, or they can do something or whatever. But I think it's going to be somewhat of a. This is Rhea's big return. I'm not worried about Priest as much, but this is Rhea's big return. From her injury, correct? The first big show she's been on. Am I missing something? Have I had a brain tumor?
Well, Rhea's she wrestled at SummerSlam. She lost to Liv Morgan.
Oh, God, that's right.
Dominic revealed himself as being a swine.
Yes, okay. Then I do have a brain tumor. Thank you for bringing that. But, well, then in that case, yeah, Rhea needs to win something here pretty soon. So I think they could probably... and.
Speaking of brain tumors, I don't know if you remember earlier we were talking about you signing over some stuff to an LLC I created in Wyoming.
Yes. But I've decided instead to go down to Calabasas County. And I've received some good legal advice that there's a sucker that can be plumbed over there. But anyway, so the point is Rhea's coming back from all of this, the injury, the loss. I would think that the mixed tag team match, you might want to make the people happy in the finish, but then it's somehow either then or the Raw the night after, whatever the case, continue with some heat on the heels. To your question about all of the guys, I don't think they need another. They got the bloodline A and B, or blood type O and type O negative, whatever the fuck it is. Do they need to have gang wars? Isn't that an AEW thing? Rhea and Damian are friends, and you can have a mixed tag, but that doesn't mean that Damian is going to suddenly, start being a mixed tag team wrestler only. Rhea wants the singles title. These people are intertwined for now, but I don't think they need to go packing Priest and Ripley's side with a bunch of people, rather than in some way or another. I would think Finn and JD would be the tag team that they'd be looking toward for the future, but at the same time, Priest and Finn have to finish their conflict somewhere. Maybe they just say two of them didn't make their fucking plane because they're not booked or whatever. And hopefully we don't have, like you said, 4 guys running in on a guy and a girl, even if it's Rhea. Although I would bet on Rhea at least against 2 of the fucking. Yeah, there you go.
All right, well, there you go. And that was Raw. And I believe this is still in some way my show. I apologize for any noise that's coming from somewhere.
Oh, God.
We don't know where. I'm not blaming. I'm not pointing any fingers or placing any blame. Except that it's in the air somewhere.
I am currently.
That's what it is. It's a current. I hear some sort
I'm
of
currently in an empty room. Hold on, I'm taking my headphones off.
Put you back in the room.
I'm in an empty room. There's not even a fan going. And my air conditioning is on, but it's going to stay on because it's in the 80s outside today.
Yeah, see, it's something over here, and it's either something in the air or my tinnitus. Just check.
Do you have a tinnitus checker?
I checked I took my headphones off. That was my big check. I took the headphones off. I was like, oh, I hear it still. So
if you take a standard food thermometer and stick it in the ear with tinnitus, then if you get a temperature of between 94 and 96, then that means you need to go see a doctor.
You know, the last time you told me to do that, the doctor told me I did everything wrong.
Well, that's because you were using one of those rectal thermometers. I'm talking about a food thermometer. Anyway, where would you like to go from here with your show, pal?
Yeah, I don't know. We've gone. This was the surreal moment of the show. I don't know what we're doing. We're killing time because there's dynamite. And it was.
I want to talk about it. But we can talk about some of our other friends first.
Would you like to talk about some of our other friends?
It's up to you. We've got some great friends.
Tell me about your friends.
Well, what about our friends over at DraftKings?
That's right.
You know, because we haven't mentioned that they're back. They're friends with us again.
If you asked me to wager on what friend you were talking about, that wasn't the one I was thinking of. But thank you for taking us down to talk about our good friends at DraftKings.
Well, it happened to be up on my screen at the time because this email screens keep getting larger and larger. But apparently, college football is coming back. Were you aware of this, Brian?
Of course I'm aware of it. Everyone's aware of it.
Well, apparently a lot of the colleges had fun doing it last year, so they've got together amongst themselves and said they're going to do it again this year. And now apparently it's starting again. It's week 1, and there's a big matchup in Atlanta, I'm told, here between the preseason number 1 and number 16. Now, does that seem fair to you, Brian? That number 1 would fight number 16. Wouldn't number 1 fight number 2 or 3 or 4? Like, let 16 fight 14 or 15, make it more even instead of a bunch of big fucking bullies. Who are these number 1 motherfuckers going around picking on these little guys?
Well, the season's just starting, so number 16 could become number 1 if they kick the shit out of number 1 and a couple of other teams, too.
Well, if they can kick the shit out of number 1, they wouldn't be number 16, would they?
They haven't had a chance yet. We have to get the season going. That's what we're talking about, the start of the season.
How are they just arbitrarily assigning people these numbers if they haven't even fought yet?
Well, it's based on projections, based on thoughts, based on all sorts of diagrams and statistics. Of course, analytics. All these things.
Have any of the people on these teams actually had a fight and see who's tougher?
I mean, they fight sometimes. The members of the actual team fight, not like the 2 different teams fight each other.
Well, I think before the season starts, they ought to send a bunch of these teams out and let this guy or this team fight this team and the other team fight the other team. Whoever kicks the shit out of who, they ought to be number 1. And then they shouldn't have number 1 fighting number 16 because that's not fair. They would smear the earth with them. You know what? Go to DraftKings right now, folks. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and bet on number 1 to kick the shit out of number 16. And it sounds like theoretically most of the time you'd be right. I guess somebody could get hit in the balls and fucking drop over and start puking. But it's apparently going to be the biggest college football season to date, at least as far as DraftKings is concerned. And they've got expanded playoffs. Is that where they have more chance to give each other brain contusions?
Well, again, you're going down a road that
Well, I'm just
Well,
thinking
you may not want to think about the things that will be
If you're-
happening to the brains of the stars that you love.
if you're expanding these playoffs, they're going to have more games where they're going to run headfirst into each other like a bunch of fucking those news, aren't they? The GNUS aren't they the news that have the horns and ram into each other? Possibly, I'm thinking of Newfoundlands, but anyway, they're going to have a heck of a time running at each other headfirst this season in colleges all over the world. They're going to teach them during the day, and then they're going to kill their brain cells at night until they come out even, folks. And if you go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now and use the code JCE, holy mackerel, do you know, Brian, how much money they're going to give people this time? I don't know how they stay in business. If you're a new DraftKings customer, if you bet $5 on whatever the case, probably on number one, then you'll get $250 in bonus bets instantly. So then you can sprinkle half of that into number one and half of that into number 16 just for shits and giggles. And well, theoretically, you got to win something, don't you? Do they have draws in college football?
I guess.
Would that be a loophole? Do they have disqualifications, count-outs?
I mean, it could be a weather-related stoppage.
Well, that's an act of God then. Wouldn't you get your money back?
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
How much money are we talking?
Well, you're $5. And then the $250 that you get, that you bet 125 on one team, 125 on the other team, you're pretty much guaranteed a victory unless there's a draw or a count out or a double count out or whatever. So how would you
What was
lose?
the question? How would you lose? Unless there's a weather-related issue?
Well, that's God. Then DraftKings would ask God for their money back, wouldn't they?
Well, God's good at collecting. He's not really good at handing it out.
He can't handle money. That's the thing. But nevertheless, folks, DraftKings Sportsbook app can handle your money right now. If you use the code JCE and you're a new customer, you're going to get $250 in bonus bets when you bet just $5 right there. Only on DraftKings. The crown, Brian, the crown is yours when you are a draft king. Apparently that would mean you're the king of a draft. And these are the draft kings. Now, the question is, what was that fella's name that did this for us the last time DraftKings was with us?
That's a very good question, and the answer to your question is I don't know if that is the same read as the one we have here.
Oh, believe me, I believe it is, but
it is? I'll
go ahead anyway. Do you want to hear it?
You are a good man. Yes, I do.
You like to hear it? Here it goes. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY, parenthetically 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas. That's the whole sentence, folks. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance and not a second more. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/ftball.
That's impressive, man.
Hey, well, it's your show.
faithful.
You, the SDS, just got a sliver of what I got as we were getting Alex's audio set up. But
But when you try, listen. Hello, Michael. When you turn
Today's
on
show,
echo cancellation, it gives me this crazy echo in my headphones, and I was like, did you do that? And then I was like, hit it on and off and test it. So I was like, echo, hello, are you there? Which makes me sound like I was a head speaker.
it was
Is it boiling
the best
in this living room?
concert that we got tonight. Because I didn't really love what we got at the end of this episode because
It was under a rock,
Station.
and there they saw a rock.
why are they doing this to my sweet Ethan Page? But guys, this is the NXT After Party Variety Show post-show thing that we do every Tuesday for August 27th. It's the Go Home No Mercy. Get in your super chats as you guys already are. Get in your upper chats. Alex stopped because it was initially reported not by us and like.
If you have wet AMD, you never want to lose sight of the things you love. Some things should stand the test of time. Long-lasting EYLEA HD could significantly improve your vision. More people on EYLEA HD had no fluid in the retina compared to those on EYLEA at 4 months. EYLEA HD is the only wet AMD therapy that helps 8 out of 10 people go up to 4 months between injections after 3 initial monthly treatments. If you have an eye infection, eye pain, or redness, or allergies to EYLEA HD, don't use. Eye injections like EYLEA HD may cause eye infection, separation of the retina, or rare severe swelling of blood vessels and needles. An increase in eye pressure has been seen. There is an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke associated with blood clots. The most common side effects are blurred vision, cataract, corneal injury, and eye closures. And there's still so much to see. If you are on EYLEA or a similar type of treatment, ask your retina specialist about EYLEA HD today for the potential for fewer injections. Dry skin is sensitive skin too, and it's natural. Treat it that way. Aveeno Daily Moisture with prebiotic oat is proven to moisturize dry skin all day. You'll love our formula for face too. Aveeno. So tell me about your heart attack. Our heart attack was scary. Never want to go through that again. But we could. With heart disease, you never know. So we need changes. Green juice. Diet, exercise, statins helped. But our LDL-C, bad cholesterol, it was stuck. Just couldn't lower it enough. And high LDL-C meant a real risk of another attack. So I said, let's ask our doctor about Repatha. What can I say? Listen to your heart.
Repatha plus a statin dramatically lowers
Oily
LDL-C by 63% and significantly drops the risk of having a heart attack. Do not take Repatha if you are allergic to it. Repatha can cause serious allergic reactions. Signs include trouble breathing or swallowing or swelling of the face. Most common side effects include runny nose, sore throat, common cold symptoms, flu or flu-like symptoms, back pain, high blood sugar, and redness, pain, or bruising at the injection sites.
We won't let another heart attack set us back, and neither should you.
Listen to your heart. Lower your LDL-C and your risk with Repatha. Talk to your doctor.
We are back with Carson.
Hi guys, good morning to you. Exciting. Coming up, we've got some news for Yellowstone fans. On Popstar, we're working hard here. How about a possible surprise season being in the works? Yeah, we had some Yellowstone news yesterday. Bigger news today on Popstar. Stick around for that. First, your local news, weather, and these messages.
I am protecting the 80s, but I know well. It's a little bit of a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day's start. As time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
Jardians works 24/7 in your body to flush out some sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too. Serious side effects may include ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, congenital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of infection in your legs or feet. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with the big story to tell.
Labor Day mattress deals are happening now with Ashley. Save up to $1,200 on select mattress purchases. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years on in-store purchases. With the best mattress brands under one roof, Ashley has you and your sleep covered. Shop more deals in-store and online.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. And with your home, auto, boat, and RV all bundled with Progressive, you're free to just enjoy this beautiful view.
Almost makes everything else fade away.
Are you done?
Almost.
When it comes to Nature Valley, which camp are you in? The classic crunchy bar? Or the new delicious soft-baked breakfast bar? Introducing Nature Valley's hearty breakfast bars, made with whole grains, seeds, and fruit.
Since my City Custom Cash Card automatically adjusts to earn me more cash back in my top eligible category, suddenly life's feeling a little more automatic. Like doors opening wherever I go. Even the ground is moving for me. You see this? Wow. And I don't even have to activate anything. Oh, that's machine.
Earn cashback and automatically adjusts to how you spend with the City Custom Cash Card.
When bad allergies hit, trust Claritin to keep you in the game. Nothing has proven more effective for 24-hour non-drowsy allergy relief in one pill. Live Claritin Clear.
DSG, family clothing and gear priced to win.
Some conversations with your child can be difficult, but when it comes to alcohol, drugs, or other risky behaviors, it's simpler than you may think. Ask questions, listen. Most importantly, talk it over. Visit talkitover.org to learn how to get the conversation started.
Good morning. It is 7:56 on this Wednesday. I'm Melissa Holmes here with the Channel 2 News Update. A Buffalo man was hit with more than a half dozen charges, including drug and weapons possession, following several drug raids last week. Buffalo police say they found more than a pound and a half of cocaine, along with 3 loaded guns and thousands of dollars in cash during raids on Hurdle Avenue and Copeland Place. 40-year-old Andre Parsons was charged. North Tonawanda police say a new scam is targeting National Grid and National Fuel customers. They say that scammers have been calling, pretending to be from either utility company, and have been telling people if they owe money, then they ask those people to pay a fake bill by scanning a barcode or buying fake gift cards. Police say that utility companies will never ask you to pay that way. And at 9 o'clock this morning, the Buffalo Public Schools will hold the State of the Schools address. Superintendent Dr. Tom Joe Williams-Knight is expected to highlight goals for the upcoming school year and address financial concerns. The district instituted a hiring freeze earlier this year, and they say that they plan to tap into their reserve fund. Let's get a check of the roads now with Dave Cash. What's going on, Dave?
Good morning, Melissa. A couple of minor crashes right now. One at Colvin and Amherst, the other at Southwestern and Green. 90 east slows from just beyond the 190 as you head up toward William and Walden, and it has been pretty slow on and off on the 290 east from Sheridan Harlem past Main Street this morning. Patrick Hammer has got your hump day forecast.
That it is. Good morning, everyone. Wednesday, clouds going to be with us pretty much all day. A couple of little sprinkles maybe as well. So here we go. Yeah, kind of gray. Temperatures cooler. We'll be in the 70s today as opposed to 90 yesterday. Quick peek at Labor Day. Saturday, kind of dicey. We're going to be in and out of showers. Sunday looks really nice until late in the day when some showers make a return. A cooler breeze on Labor Day, highs in the 60s.
Arthur Pressman, Western New York's DWI and traffic attorney. Find exciting deals right now at Bob Johnson Chevrolet. Get the powerful 2024 Chevy Silverado for just $328 a month. It's tough, reliable, and ready for any job. Or drive the all-new 2024 Chevy Trax for only $215 a month. Only at Bob Johnson. It's a better place to buy a car.
Fact versus fiction with Bathfitter. Fiction, it's too expensive to remodel your bath. Fact, with Bathfitter's tub over tub process, you'll get the bath you want to fit your budget. Bathfitter, it just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Topping the charts throughout the 70s and 80s, the Little River Band returns to the Western Riviera Theater for 2 shows, December 17th and 18th. Tickets available at rivieratheater.org.
Join the team that shares your passion for making an impact while gaining new skills along the way. After Y, you'll join a team that shares your passion for making an impact. The Y, for a better us.
The Labor Day sales event is here at Paddock Chevrolet, and we're making the deals bigger and better than ever before. Starting now, lease the popular 2025 Trax LT for $219 a month. That's right, enjoy wireless charging, heated seats, and heated steering wheel. Available on the LT model for just $219 a month. Or lease the always reliable 2024 Equinox for only $229 a month. The summer may be winding down, but these exclusive deals at Paddock are just getting started. Call or visit paddockchevrolet.com to make your appointment today.
At 10 o'clock on today, coming up, heating up. Tens of millions set to face even more record-breaking temperatures as a massive heat dome makes its way across the country. I've got your full forecast. Plus, let the games begin. The Paralympics getting underway in Paris.
When you look into the stands and it's just everybody's cheering and it goes down, you get such a energy boost from that.
We're live as athletes prepare to go for the gold. And chew on this inside the latest viral fitness trend. This isn't just your average shooting up and jawline strong through the sky. Young men using rock-hard chewing gum to sharpen their jawlines, while medical experts are saying it may do more harm than good. All that plus a surprise season for Yellowstone.
Anything else you feel like discussing?
Lainey Wilson's Tiny Toons.
This is a big deal for me and my band.
And Spotify releases its SONGS of the summer. It's all I have in Pop Star today, Wednesday, August 28th, 2024. Take my mind. Travel across the country. Detroit, Washington. We just today's my 60th. Good morning, Florida. Back in St. Louis. South Indiana. I'm turning 50. Hello. Georgia. Bloomington, Illinois. Detroit, Michigan. Atlanta, North Carolina. Today is Angela's birthday. That's our track. That's the first time to New York City. Been waiting my whole life to get here. Welcome back to today. Thanks for joining us on a Wednesday morning. Chanel and Laura with us this morning. Savannah and Ellen enjoy some well-deserved time with your families. Good morning. Stay with you. Al Hansen, it's good time. Good morning. Halfway to the weekend. I want to start with your news at 8 right now. We're going to start with a late summer swelter. More than 50 million Americans are under heat alerts across the eastern half of the country right now. Some schools even being forced to close. Air conditioners being put to the test with temperatures in some cities expected to reach record highs, up to 15 degrees above average in many places. Mr. Roper is tracking this massive heat dome as it moves across the country. That's a lot of folks in that. That's right, guys. 51 million people. Good morning to you. We're looking from the Mississippi River Valley into the Northeast. We're on heat advisories, heat warnings. We've got a big dome of high pressure pumping up hot, humid air south of this cold front. So heat indexes are going to be in the 90s and 100s. Going to feel like 101 in Charleston, 100 in Memphis, and Nashville 101. New York City is going to feel close to 100 tomorrow. And today we've got the potential for record highs for Baltimore.
Baltimore, D.C., also to Raleigh, Louisville, Paducah, Columbus, Ohio, and then as we move north of the front, we got this big area of high pressure. It's bringing in NBC, nothing but cool. And so we're going to be looking at those temperatures that are actually dropping 23 degrees in Alpena, Michigan today. It'll be 64. Buffalo, you drop 13 degrees to 78. Burlington into the 70s. Now, here's that front that's going to be generating the showers and thunderstorms all along it. We've got 28 million people from Cleveland, Columbus, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, all under the risk of severe weather. Wind gusts about 60 miles per hour. The good news is the tornado risk, guys, very low.
That is good news. All right, thank you, Al. Also this morning, Donald Trump is facing a new legal issue which could impact the presidential campaign. The special counsel overseeing the 2020 election interference case against Mr. Trump now filing a new version of an indictment accusing the former president of plotting to overturn the results. NBC's Garrett Haight covers the Trump campaign for us. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Chanel, good morning to you. This new indictment contains all the same charges against Donald Trump as the original, just with revised arguments supporting them. Charges, by the way, to which he's already pled not guilty. Now, this slimmed down indictment once again sharpens the legal focus on Mr. Trump's handling of the last election's results, even as early voting gets underway for this election, believe it or not, next month. The new indictment by Special Counsel Jack Smith from a new grand jury is basically a slimmed down version of last summer's indictment accusing Mr. Trump of trying to overturn the election results. What's been removed here is anything pertaining to what's called official acts of the president, after the Supreme Court ruled last month that presidents enjoy significant immunity for official acts they commit in office. That means, though, that evidence that stays in, like the phone call to Georgia's Secretary of State asking him to find votes, as well as Mr. Trump's Twitter account and the things he used it for, become much more important to this case going forward. The new indictment will set off another round of legal filings and arguments over evidence between the sides. I think the bottom line here, this case will almost certainly not go to trial before the election. And of course, if Mr. Trump wins, he can order the whole matter dropped. Chanel.
We'll see what happens there. Garrett, thank you. All right, meantime, the curtain may have closed on the Olympic Games, but another show-stopping athletic competition is getting underway in Paris, the Paralympics. 11 days of events kicking off today, and our Emily Aketa is in the City of Light for all of it. Hey, Emily.
Hey, good morning to you. Emily in Paris, that's something that I could get used to. And these are the sounds of Paris. Believe it or not, this very busy, noisy, and iconic traffic circle will be completely cleared out in the next few hours for the opening ceremonies for the Paralympics. The athletes from nearly 200 countries will be marching down the famed Champs-Elysees. And ahead of what Paris promises to be a spectacular show, you're going to find the Paralympic symbol decorating the city. It's the Agito, standing for the Paralympic movement and the unification of athletes from all corners of the world.
This morning, the final touches underway in the City of Light for another round of glitz, glamour, and athletes going for gold. As the Paralympic flame rounds out its journey from England, the birthplace of the Paralympic movement, today's opening ceremony along the Champs-Elysees will kick off 11 days of fierce competition, including 4,400 athletes from nearly 200 countries, and 3.5 million spectators will be on hand to watch them compete in 22 sports. Suiting up as Team USA's flag bearers, sitting volleyball's Nikki Nieves, and wheelchair basketball's Steve Serio. Here for the three-peat, guys?
I think so, of course. I think so.
Both American teams are shooting for their third gold in a row.
There wasn't much a moment of my life was the day that I found wheelchair basketball. I'm just so incredibly grateful that I did.
By her side will be middle blocker Laura Webster, who now has an extra fan watching from home. She competed at the last Paralympics 5 months pregnant.
4 kids and now 6 teams later. How have the Paralympics changed? So the global awareness and the global support has 100% increased. And when you look into the stands and it's just everybody's cheering, like this goes down.
The best of Paris on full display. At the foot of the Eiffel Tower, a total transformation from beach volleyball to flying soccer, which relies on a ball with bells. The athletes giving a behind-the-scenes look in the lead-up on social media, sharing in the Olympics' obsession over chocolate muffins and trying on new outfits. At these games, it's Hunter Woodhall's turn to sprint for the podium. just weeks after he watched his wife Tara take home gold in the long jump.
Oh my God, baby, you Olympic champion!
A groundbreaking Paralympics officially poised to win over the world.
And you guys may remember the Olympic mascot for the Paris Games, this little red Liberty hat that stands for liberation. Well, now the famously difficult to pronounce Preeeeeeeeee has a counterpart sprinting onto the scene with a prosthetic. Event organizers say the visible disability sends a strong message of inclusion. And if you're curious about the most sought-after events at these games, they include para-taekwondo and wheelchair fencing. Tickets for those events have sold out weeks ago. But the games begin, guys. That's fantastic.
Awesome. It's great. Thanks so much, Emily. By the way, you can tune into the opening ceremony of the Paris Paralympics today at 1 p.m. Eastern on, of course, streaming on TikTok.
Yeah.
Here.
And USA as well.
And USA as well.
All right, Emily.
Give us a boost.
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to do a little time. Okay. All right, this was a heartwarming moment between a dad and his pregnant daughter. It all started when Rachel Cars texted her dad saying she was craving a Thanksgiving dinner months ahead of time. So Martin Graham, he took the cue, invited her over for a, quote, family barbecue. But when Rachel walked in the door, here's what she found.
Whatever. I love it.
Dad did it. He prepared a summertime Thanksgiving feast. The table set with fall decor. Even, this is that favorite part, the Macy's Thanksgiving gets ready. Playing on the TV there. And then he satisfied Rachel's pregnancy craving with full turkey dinner, stuffing, mashed potatoes, and gravy, sweet potatoes. Did the whole spread.
What a good dad. And if you're on the show, exactly. Why not? We can have Thanksgiving anytime. Who cares if it's hot outside? All right, just ahead, we love a good list around here. And at our Pop Start today, we are diving into a brand new one with it.
300 hip ups.
The most listened to morning show lives here. John, Jay, and Rich on 92.7 KRQ.
Claire, good morning. Thanks for holding.
Hey, hi guys, how are you doing?
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. I kind of need some advice on some stuff. So, my day job, I work at a campus bookstore, and I love my coworkers. They're like the dream work husbands and wives. So that's been great, but we kind of have this issue with this new girl. I thought she was gonna chill at first, you know how it is, but then you kind of get to know them after a month or so, and then you kind of find out like their quirks. So for me, I'm seeing that she kind of has a victim complex. Like she's one of those people that you just say something, you compliment her, and then she thinks it's an attack. She just takes everything super personally, and I don't know really how to deal with it.
Give an example.
Yeah, so I complimented her on her hair, and I feel like so she dyed it blue, and I felt that she thought I was being sarcastic, like, oh, I'm calling her like a social justice warrior or something. And I'm like, no, like this is just like something like people of that generation do, and it's just kind of like now I don't know what to say because like now I can't compliment her on anything, and you know.
What did you say?
Well, I just said I like her hair. I thought it was just really like, you know, trendy and very Gen Z. And she's like, what is that supposed to mean? I'm like, oh, you know.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
That wasn't nice. Is that natural?
She probably puts her lid on that.
Well, there's some people that will not take a compliment. That's true. So maybe you just don't give compliments. Just keep it neutral.
I just have a feeling too, like if you and all your coworkers are vibing and having a good time and she's acting like that, I just feel like she probably won't be there for that long. Like she'll catch the vibe, you know?
Yeah, we're all just manifesting it at this point.
I do, like, I think it's always an interesting dynamic when you have like a solid team and then someone new comes in. There's always like John Jay, you always say there's gonna be some growing pains for a while. And maybe these are just your growing pains. Maybe you'll get past them and then realize that maybe she is super cool on the other side of it and you do get along. And maybe you can just find some things that you have in common with each other.
Yeah, I hope so. I think we're just all gonna dye our hair blue, and one day she'll come in and she'll be like, "What's happening?"
Right, totally. And maybe even too, like if maybe just want to look at it on the other side of her side. I mean, like you said, you guys are all really close, you know, kind of work husband, work wives vibes. So maybe she does feel like kind of the odd one out, you know. So maybe just try your best to try to include her, you know, invite her to coffee or do something and just try to get to know her. And she'll maybe feel a little bit better.
So if she's Gen Z, what are you? Are you millennial?
Yeah, I'm a millennial.
So she doesn't say anything back here. Like, oh, are you millennial? What are you? What's millennial?
Nice ankle socks.
Not to hear.
I like she because she likes avocado toast too.
Oh, wow. So like that came from us. We're millennials.
I don't know if she loves avocado toast.
All right, well, Blair, good luck.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for calling in. Have a great day.
You too.
So you can just text us. You text JJR your message to 96893. We'll call you back like we did to Blair. It's Jonathan and Rich.
#1 hit music station. 93.7 KRQ.
Oh, all that it was rough. Lately I've been doing better than the last 4 cold Decembers I recall. And I see my family every month. I found a girl my parents love. She'll come and stay the night, and I think I might have it all. And I thank God every day for the girl he sent my way. But I know the thing gives, he can take away. And I hold you every night. That's a feeling I wanna get used to. But there's no man as terrified as the man who stands to lose you. Oh, I hope I don't lose you. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Please don't take. I found my mind now, see the same. It's been a while, but I'm finding my faith. If everything's good and it's great, why do I sit and wait till it's gone? Oh, I tell you, I know I need God's love. I've got peace and I've got love. But I'm up and I'm thinking I just might lose you all. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. I need these beautiful things that I
Wakes up with John Jay and Rich every morning.
Only on 93.7 KRQ. Jenna is in the studio. Jenna's kind of like the newest member of the show. She does a lot of social media and stuff, and digital stuff. She submits things that going on in her life and decide whether to bring them up or not. And I thought this was interesting. She says, continuing on with our glow up era. I got my hair done Friday. It was over 7 hours. Now, normally I'd be like, oh my God, I know how does that. I did look how.
7 hours. I mean,
She goes, the red is gone. Plus, there's something else about it. Do you guys recognize it? Or guys, do you recognize it?
It's longer.
It's longer. It's 18 inches longer.
18 inches longer.
Is it longer than you guys?
Yeah.
It does look longer.
Because I didn't catch it at all.
I noticed yesterday. I talked to her about it.
The girlies noticed.
Yeah.
The first thing I said to Jenna, your hair looks cute.
Really? How short were you before?
Well, I had it in a ponytail for like 2 weeks straight because the extensions were falling out of my head a little bit. It wasn't a little bit, but they were out of my head.
I feel bad because you're like, you said this on Sunday. You're like, can't wait to show you guys.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's busy.
It looks great.
Thank you.
Yeah,
We switched it up where the red is gone. The red was fun. It was a really good era. I felt like it was very fitting for last year, but now we're mature.
You're doing I was just gonna
Very
say
mindful.
very very classy.
Hey, your birthday when?
Friday.
Ah.
Johnny, do you read our studio calendar?
No.
It's Jenna's birthday.
I cannot do that.
What's your favorite breakfast food? We'll get that for you.
I mean, the hash browns last week were very
Okay.
good. I
Right
won't
on.
lie. So
Okay.
the cinnamon rolls, I like.
But what do you do for your birthday? Who's taking you?
So last minute, the girlies are going to Vegas. I know. I never have been as an adult. I went back in college with a frat. That was the only Vegas experience I've had, and I'm ready to make a new one respectively. So yeah, I'm very excited, but I don't know, I know we have some plans, but I'm just going into it with whatever, seeing what's gonna happen.
That's the best way to do Vegas. Just don't have a plan. Make sure that you hit the pools, hit all the clubs, but don't have a plan because you're not gonna follow it.
Nope, we're definitely not doing that. It's my birthday, and then my Virgo bestie's birthday the day after mine.
Oh, so look out, Vegas. You ever see those memes of those guys going, Vegas ain't ready for us? Right.
The Virgos are taking over.
So where are you staying?
Okay, I don't know too much about Vegas hotels. I didn't book this. I maybe would book somewhere else, but the Sahara?
I think that's getting torn down right
That even when we did that, the one that got torn down. Oh no.
You're gonna love that experience.
That's why you got a great deal half.
now. Staying in rubble.
There's no door. That's just like the bed. That's it.
I
I mean,
was
let's
just
be
there.
honest.
I was just there for a basketball tournament. I remember driving by, they were tearing down a casino,
Oh.
and that big sign, I thought it was the Sahara, and I said, and the cab driver said they're putting up a baseball stadium.
Oh, I think that's the Tropicana one.
Oh,
I don't
it is?
think that's
Okay.
yeah. With all due respect, I'm very thankful that my friends have planned this, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is torn down with the deal that we were getting. But you're not even gonna be there, Jenna. Like you're gonna need 3 hours of sleep a night. All you need to do is shower and do a quick one, and your shower shoes, you'll be fine. Hopefully there's a shower still in there, right?
I mean, they renovated it like 2 years ago, so
Awesome.
It's a legendary hotel. I mean, it's funny, I can think of the Vegas, there's, the Flamingo, there's the Tropicana, the Sands, the Sahara, those are classic.
That's the one on the cat in the front, right? Like the Egyptian cat. You know what I'm talking about?
isn't that the MGM, the big tigers?
No, not the tiger.
Wait, so you have outfits prepared.
I do.
You do have outfits prepared. And how many outfits you have prepared? And I was thinking maybe you can do so you already know what you're doing. I thought maybe you were looking for suggestions like what outfit's better.
I am gonna hit them all up probably tonight or Thursday with my mom, see if we can get a couple extra things. But I have 2 birthday dresses that I got, and then one swim.
2 birthday dresses.
She is totally hot and celebrating. I just wasn't expecting
You're not turning 21, right?
No, I'm turning 24.
124.
Oh, I know. I
Vegas ain't ready for you.
I haven't turned 24 again.
So when you went, was it when you were 21 you went last time? So you had been when you were 21?
No, I was like 19 or 20 when I went with the brats.
Oh, so you couldn't get anywhere.
No, it was like they had like these frat parties in the rooftop of another not good hotel, respectfully, and it was just a bunch of college kids, and it was gross.
You need to, Peyton I know knows her way around Vegas, but back in the day, Kyle, front of the line at every club, never paid for anything.
That's the goal. Well, yeah. Well, if you're pretty and you're in Vegas, you do get to cut the line and you get invited into all the sections. That's just how it goes.
There's a legendary McDonald's there. You gotta go make out in the lobby. That's what Kyle did.
Under bright floors.
One time.
They make out McDonald's. Out of all the places, even the people go, hey, this is McDonald's.
It was like 1 in the morning. What else do you do at McDonald's at 1 in the morning? Make out.
I'll do it for you guys.
So make sure to follow you on social media.
Yes.
Post that on John J. Rich. We can see it.
First.
It's John J. Rich.
She just got us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Beyond's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hire.
We should repost this.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the famous footwear that makes us actually want to go back to school. With the newest styles from all your favorite brands, like Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. You'll find everything kids want. All the prices parents can appreciate. Because you don't have to overspend to make it famous. Famous footwear even has fit experts in store to make sure you get the right size every time. So, for the perfect fit, make it famous. Plus, right now, buy one, get one half off when you shop at local famous footwear at famous.com. Some exclusions apply.
93.7 KRQ is Tucson's #1 hit music station. If you're looking for Tucson's new country, then set a preset for the all-new 92.9 The Bulk.
Get ready to win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, and $1,000.
Just added to the superstar lineup, The Weeknd. Give it up for The Weeknd. A$AP Rocky, and a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin. I'm already
All part of an incredible weekend, full of headliners. Camila Cabello, that would be good. Dua Lipa, Stefani, Halsey,
Hosier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block,
Paramore,
the Black Crows, Thomas Rhett,
Victoria Monet, and once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
September 20th and 21st, T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now at AXS.com.
Keep listening. The next chance to win your way there and $1,000 spending cash is coming up.
Summer's the time to let loose, turn up the tunes, and share sweet moments together. And M&M's are the perfect treat for any time. Chilling by the pool, jamming at the barbecue, road trip sing-alongs, and everywhere in between. So grab a pack from your local retailer and pass them around today.
With the detailed agent directory you won't find anywhere else, Homes.com is the only place to find the in-depth info home shoppers want. Very in-depth info. Looking for a listing agent's contact info? We've got it. The agent with the most sales in your price range? Easy. Specialized agents with all the up-to-date info on your dream neighborhood? We'll know them. A Pisces who enjoys long walks on the beach? We've got other sites for that. Homes.com. We've done your homework.
On hot summer mornings, roll out of bed to cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Made with B vitamins and green tea extract, Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect pick-me-up to beat the heat. For a limited time, try our new kiwi watermelon flavor, or enjoy classic favorites like strawberry dragon fruit or mango pineapple. Make the most of every sip this summer with Dunkin' Rewards, a refreshing boost of energy to start your day. Dunkin' Refreshers, order now in the Dunkin' app. Buffalo runs on Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit flavored and contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Detergent's clean, but they don't kill odor-causing bacteria. But Lysol Laundry Sanitizer does. Lysol Laundry Sanitizer works alongside your regular detergent to kill 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria, plus cold and flu viruses, and over 100 other germs when used as directed. It has odor-fighting ingredients that tackle embedded odors, even in cold water, while being gentle on those fabrics, including colors and whites. So add Lysol Laundry Sanitizer into your regular laundry routine today. Clean is good. Sanitize is better.
Seems like there's more identity theft in the news every day.
Another major healthcare breach is reported today.
That's because there are endless places that can accidentally expose you to identity theft, in a breach, or simply by mistake. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it. Guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Lowe's knows Labor Day calls for amazing deals. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $900 on the new Frigidaire Gallery induction range. With over 15 cooking modes and a burn-resistant cooktop surface, meal prep and cleanup is easier. Shop in-store or online today because Lowe's knows appliances. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 8/22 through 9/11. Selection varies by location. Savings vary based on purchasing. See Lowe's.com for details.
COOMCAN. I was singing last summer, now I'm playing again. And with a little bit of luck, I'm ready for the books. To the town with the sun, with the dead bodies. Brown as a biscuit, and 999 to the 10.com for a limited time.
Go to zoomtamp.com/radio to get the $9.99 offer.
People talk about trailblazing, but how do you really blaze a trail? With all-terrain tires, tubular roof rack, a lifted suspension, and a rugged build that craves adventure. This is the Off-Road Unlocked. Find your path in the Nissan Pathfinder Rock. Looking for greater energy efficiency and comfort in your home all year long? Then discover the great indoors with high-efficiency heat pump technology. These all-in-one systems will keep your home cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. And right now, ground source heat pumps and heat pump water heaters. See which heat pump is right for your home at grid.com/UNY-great indoors. What is smart? At RG&E, smart is a meter that reads itself and automatically submits your use to us, letting you breathe easy. Find out why smart is easy at rge.com/smart meters.
Protect and protect. Did you know that nearly 7 out of 10 opioid overdose deaths in Erie County involve cocaine? The largest increase in overdose deaths is happening to people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. Most people don't realize that cocaine is being poisoned with fentanyl, which is an opioid. Even one bump can be deadly. Test your cocaine. Carry Narcan and never use alone to prevent an overdose. Order fentanyl test strips in Narcan at Erie.gov/detect.
What is smart? At NICET, smart is how we know your power is out, so we can restore it even quicker. Power on. Find out why smart is easy at nicet.com/smartmeters.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your
Capital One checking account. Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you headed?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
You're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and any directed FC.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids.
I'd rather play catch with my dog than catch pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. If you are 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease or asthma, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headaches, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'd rather race or some ice cream. Let's go.
Schedule your vaccination today at Prevnar20.com.
In today's Marketers Report, Kate Cronin, Chief Brand Officer at Moderna, weighs in on the speed of audio production.
In this day and age, and particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy, and that's what I really like about it.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Make the most out of summer with great deals on a great selection of Ram light duty and heavy duty pickup trucks. And right now during the Ram Make This the Summer event, get an exceptional deal on the 2024 Ram 1500, the most luxurious Ram 1500 ever. Or get a heavy duty deal on the powerful Ram 2500 and Ram 3500, the most advanced Ram heavy duty pickups ever. Make this the summer to remember with great deals on award-winning Ram trucks. See your local Ram dealer now during the Ram Make This the Summer event, based on standard and available features offered.
It's goodbye summer, hello savings with JCPenney Labor Day doorbusters. Like $5.99 kids tees and $14.99 kids denim, all from Thereabouts, a best brand for back to school. Plus upgrade any kitchen with Cooks. Our 3-piece cookware set is only $17.99. Or use your extra 30% off coupon to shop store-wide. JCPenney, make it count. Offers valid on select styles 8/30 to 19. Exclusions apply. Doorbusters exclusive from coupons. See store JCPenney.com for details.
Hiring for your small business? If you're not looking for professionals on LinkedIn, you're looking in the wrong place. That's like looking for your car keys in a fish tank. LinkedIn helps you hire professionals you can't find anywhere else, even those who aren't actively searching for a new job that might be open to the perfect role. In a given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't even visit other leading job sites. So start looking in the right place. With LinkedIn, hire professionals like a professional. Post your free job on linkedin.com/apply today.
Now back to the John Jay and Rich Show.
93.7 KRQ.
Good morning, Gemma.
Hi, Dante.
Hi, I understand you have some advice for Peyton.
Yes, we just started talking about, having her CT scan and her growth and whatnot. So my son had a growth under his chin when he was about 3 years old. And we took him to an ENT, ear, nose, and throat doctor. And it ended up draining it. And he ended up being in the hospital for a couple of days. And it turned out to be MRSA. Martha? I don't know if you guys heard of that.
Yeah, I actually had MRSA. That's pretty cute talking to me.
Yeah, it's highly contagious. And yeah, we were, like I said, in the hospital a couple of days. So ENT might be the route maybe to go to figure out what that is.
That's interesting that you say that because last week I was talking to Rich about it. I was saying how I had to go get my blood, and he was like, "You need to go to an ENT."
You did say that.
Yeah. Normally I would say you need to go to physical therapy. That's actually for everything.
Yeah.
Except for this one.
Well, yeah, that's a good way to know. It's my last step. Maybe I'll go check it out and see if he can
I mean, that's what his profession is, right? Or their profession.
Isn't MRSA like really resistant to antibiotics too? Like you can't get rid of it like that?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. To answer your question, Rich.
So you're not gonna accept that you gained weight.
I'm not accepting it yet.
MRSA.
I don't want because I was accepting it, but now I'm not. That I gotta go see the ENT first.
I feel like it doesn't seem like that's from like a quote unquote weakening that you think you have.
Isn't it weird, Kyle?
Yeah, it just seems different. I feel like you can't mess around with your health.
When my son had that surgery, we thought it was like he had something like we didn't know what it was. We were like freaking out, and so it took a couple of other checkups to finally get a referral from the ENT, and they were like, "Oh, you gotta go have this drained immediately."
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'm gonna go do that because if I have to get something drained, then that's just more difficult for me.
You had a CT scan. You did a CT scan. They said you're fine. They did blood work. They said you're fine. You just said that you gained 25 pounds on the skin.
I did.
So now you're still going to go get your chin drained.
Yes. Maybe it'll drop 5 pounds.
Sometimes the first and second doctors don't know what they're talking about. Like if it's not their specialty, no offense to your cousin or whoever did it, but it's like if that's not what they specialize in, they may not know or recognize what it is.
That's my next stop. I'm doing it. Thank you, Gemma, for your advice. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good day, guys.
Do what you read.
It's 10 o'clock before I say a word. Lady, I can never tell. I do sleep so well. You keep telling me to look alright. You go to bed before the daylight, but then you wake up for the sunlight. You know you don't gotta pretend. Baby, now and then, don't you just wanna wake up? 'Cause you leave, smelling like a bonfire, lost in my hands. If you're drunk on my thing, I think it's right. A while in this world, I think I'll take my whiskey and leave. I'm coming back in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I take my whiskey and leave. I'm coming back in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I'm true in the ground where I go. I work late, but I'm free from the phone. And the job gets done, but you worry some. I know, but I want to live forever, babe. You treat your mouth as if it's heaven's gate. Girls feel like you're the TSA. I wish I could go along. They don't get me wrong, you know your body's a morning. Soft as the rain, pretty as a vine, sweet as a grape. You can sit in a barrel, maybe I'll wait until the day. I'd rather take my whiskey and leave. I'm coming back in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. side, side, side to side. Thank God the week is done. I feel like a zombie going back to life, back to life. Hands up, the suddenly we all got our hands up. No control of my body. Ain't I seen you before? Think I remember those eyes, 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 eyes. Baby, tonight, don't you think I'm falling in love again? Baby, keep down and drinks like there's no tomorrow. That's just right now, 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 now. Don't set the roof on fire. Wanna burn this down, 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 down. Hands up. When the music drops, we gon' put our hands up. Put your hands on my body. Swear to think
Way out here, Henry.
eyes, 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 eyes. Baby,
Where?
hustler, baby, but that you know, and tonight is just me and you. Baby, tonight, the DJ God's falling in love again. Baby, tonight, the DJ God's falling in love. Let go. It's like it's the last night of your life. I'll get you right. Baby,
I applied to Goldman for their property manager. You did?
I'm vanilla, baby. But I ain't no baby. 28 for me, I'm still a baby. I get love in Detroit like a skillet, baby. And the thing about your boy is Young J-A-C-K-A-K-A Rico like Suave, Young Enrique speaking at AKA. She's an alpha but not around the boy. She get vibe on the boy. Hold on, don't know what you heard or what you thought about your boy, but they lied about your boy. Going dumb, and some idiotic about your boy. She wearing cheetah print. That's how much you can be spotted with her boy. I'm vanilla, baby. But I ain't no baby. She 28, telling me I'm still a baby. I get love in Detroit like a skillet, baby. And the thing about your boy is Young M-I-S-S-I-O-N-A-R-Y. You sharp like barbed wire. She stole my heart and she got archived. I keep it short, real Lord Farquaad. All the girls in the front row. All the girls in the barricade. All the girls have been waiting up day. Let your tongue hang out. cut your boy a little slack. I'm vanilla, baby. But I ain't no baby. She's 28, telling me I'm still a baby. I get love from Detroit like still a baby. And the thing about your boy is,
Tucson.
We are 93.7 KRQ.
Tucson's #1 hit music station in your home for John Jay and Rich in the morning.